The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Favorites are gaining momentum at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. With the leader quickly drawing one of his biggest opponents, the door was left open for a victorious Fabiano Caruana to join a trio at the top of the standings. In the battle between two frontrunners, Alice Lee was able to grind out the win and join a tie for first place. Both events are knotted up. Who can separate themselves from the field? Day 6 of Can't Miss Chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans, and welcome to round 6 of US Chess Championships. It's a halfway point of the tournament and the tension is getting higher. So let's climb the stairs to find out what is happening in the games of the 24 nations' best players.
There are 5 leaders after round 5, 2 in the Women's Championships and 3 in the Open Championships. Still a lot of chess to be played as the second half of our tournament starts today. Our coverage of round 6 from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley.
Kate, Maurice, great pleasure to be with you both. Really enjoying our coverage. Hello everyone, welcome to our live coverage of the U.S. Championships. I gotta tell you, I've enjoyed everything about yesterday's round. I must say, technical victories, tactical slugfest, and very, very big results in the women's section. As Anna was running away with the tournament, she lost and she opened up the leadership for a lot of players to join her, and in the Open Championship as well. I just love what I'm watching in these championships. Great fights, let's put it that way.
For me, you well know that I retired from doing commentary. When they asked me to come back and do some events, I picked just a couple places I had not been, but I picked these U.S. Championships as the one classical event that I wanted to do because I love this event. There's always a storyline, there's always ups and downs, craziness going on, and contentious fights. And that's what we love about this tournament. In both sections, plenty of games, plenty of fight, anger, no love lost here, and everybody is just vying to win the most prestigious title in the world, national title, that is. Yeah. No other country can compete with this one.
It's a good one. Standings, Katya, let's do it. Let's start with the ladies.
So in the ladies section, as you can see, anybody can become the champion because now we have a tie for the first place. Alice Lee winning an important game yesterday against Nazi Paikidze, and Anna Sargsyan losing her first game to Carissa. So these ladies are at 3.5 points, but then there is a three-way tie for the third place. Irina Krush, Anna Zatonsky, and Tatev Abrahamian.
And even behind that group, look at Carissa, Nasi, Jennifer, all vying for the podium. And in the Open.
In the Open section, we also have leaders tied for the first place. Fabiano Caruana winning an important game yesterday against Dariusz, Swiercz. Hans-Niemann winning just an incredible game against Sam Shankland. And Wesley, making this quick draw with white pieces against Levon Aronian. I'm curious if he's going to regret it later or not. But anyway, these 3 players are tied for the first place. And then Levon Aronian, clear 4th.
And tell us about the format for these national championships, Ken.
We play 12-player round robins, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. Classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers are allowed until after the completion of Black's 16th move.
And our remaining schedule.
So today we have round 6. Then 2 more rounds, and players get to enjoy another rest day. Then 3 more rounds, and that's the end. But if there will be a tie for the first place, we will see playoffs on October 25th.
kind of reaching that halfway point. And Maurice, I got to ask you, in terms of who's on schedule compared to last year?
Well, we did get curious about that, and we did a little dive into last year's tournament to see just how players were doing at this point. And there were some interesting factoids that came out of that. So let's take a look. First of all, in the Open, where 3 players are tied for first, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and Hans-Niemann. Well, these 3 players obviously played last year as well. And when we take a look, we see some interesting numbers. First of all, in 2024, after 5 rounds, Caruana was at +2. He ended up at +4, and right now at +2. So he's well on schedule to making that +4 score as we're now at the halfway point. Hans-Niemann was at +1 at this exact same stage last year. He ended up the tournament at +1. He won 1 more game, but also lost the game. But right now, doing quite well, +2 at the halfway mark, and looking very good. His technical game yesterday was awesome against Abhimanyu Mishra. Wesley So last year was dead even after 5 rounds, actually made all draws and finished the entire tournament, not winning a single game and losing either. All draws all the way down. He's already changed that a lot this year, standing at +2. And if we look to the women's section, we can see that there, of course, Anastasiya at the top with Alice Lee. Anna did not play last year. She's making her debut, trying to become the first woman in 25 years as a newcomer to win this event. But Alice did play, and Alice started off +1 after 5 last year, ended up the event +3, actually won 4 games and lost 1, and right now she's at +2. So she's within range, but can definitely improve her score. As we said, Anastasiya, no data there. But we were intrigued by one Carissa Yip, who started off last year, bang, 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 5 in a row, and ended up +6 after actually going 8 in a row before losing 2 to close out. Right now, she's at even 50%. This great champion, she has won 3 out of the last 4 years and is absolutely everybody's favorite when she walks in, because she has just been dominating this event, but not doing so well right now. We should point out, however, she started poorly in this year's Cairns Cup against the world's best female players. And guess what? She ended up coming back at the very end and having a sterling result, so much so she won the whole tournament. So don't count that young lady out just because she started poorly.
Can't call her a slow starter when she starts 8-0. Gotcha. Pairings for the upcoming round 6.
We have some amazing matches today. Let's take a look. Immediately, first board, Irina Krush playing Carissa Yip.
Wow.
That's going to be an incredible game because Carissa, we said she started with her first win yesterday, and sometimes she's unstoppable once she starts. So this is going to be an interesting game to see how she continues. Then we have Alice Lee, the co-leader, playing Talia Cervantes, and Anna Sargsyan against Nazi Paikidze.
And in the Open?
In the Open section, we are here for a treat as well, as the leaders are playing each other. Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So, the co-leaders. Nice. And then a board above it, Levon Aronian challenging Hans-Niemann.
Fantastic. The players are fighting hard for the national championship titles, but good prize money as well.
Yes, incredible prize fund. In the ladies section is $152,000, with the first place earning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000. All players receive prize money. To the 12th place, $4,000. And if a player is clear first after 11 rounds, there is winner's bonus, $5,000.
Nice. And in the Open section, the prize fund there?
Yeah, the prize fund is even bigger here, $250,000. First place earning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place, $6,000. And again, there is this winner's bonus, $7,000.
Fantastic. As we go to the playing hall to get ready for this round 6 coming up. And you mentioned that the 2 co-leaders, Fabiano and Wesley, playing each other. Maurice, jump in on this one. Is this their 9th game in U.S. Championship history against one another?
It is their 9th game in U.S. Championship history, but of course they have played so many times already. I mean, they play all the time on the Grand Chess Tour. I mean, the overall scoreline must be ridiculous.
Right.
They played Rapid and Blitz. They played Classical. They played Chess 960. You name it, these two have had to see each other over and over and over again. So they know each other's styles, tendencies, ability to defend, what makes who crack. Even if you didn't play this player, you see him play on a board next to you. It's just great familiarity between these two amazing players, two top 10 players in the world. Fabi at number 3. Wesley, I believe, is now at number 8. So
had been number 3 himself also.
I mean, they were just talking about fantastic players who you would see if you saw this as not the national championship, but the candidates.
Yeah.
You would expect that. And there goes Hans-Niemann, who's going to be the bad boy out, as he's number 13 in the world right now.
And
Climbing
feeling
the ranks.
really good after his games here in this championship.
Yeah, well, yesterday especially. Levon, as always, very sartorially minded.
Secondly, there is a chance of some thunderstorms this afternoon. If it becomes too loud for you, hopefully it's not
Bird?
that
Chris
loud,
Bird, the
but we've
arbiter.
got
I'm just
earplugs
trying to
my
pick up on what
desk
he's
here.
saying.
Feel free to grab those and use those at some point. Hopefully nothing leaks and we don't need to have any umbrellas in the plane home today. So,
We're having thunderstorms in the central West End. He's saying, I hope nothing leaks and we won't have umbrellas in the playing hall today.
We saw an umbrella show up before, umbrella gate, as we called it.
Right. Knight F3. Again, we know that Fabi is ambidextrous. He can open up with E2, E4, or D2, D4. Is very, very comfortable in those two main opening systems. Knight F3 is usually played as a way of getting into a D4 system while somehow cutting down the opponent's chances of play. Knight F3.
I'm fascinated because he put Knight F3 on the board and walked away.
Like, yeah, go ahead, think about it. And Wesley's thinking
And
about
Wesley's
it.
thinking.
Right.
How did he know that Wesley would pause on this first move?
Right.
I mean, again, we know they played each other tremendous number of times. I wonder if VAR can figure out how many times Wesley has seen Knight F3 from Fabi when Fabi has had the white pieces. That definitely is a bit of intrigue because there's absolutely no reason for Fabi to make a move
And walk away.
and walk away on move 1.
Like, this is unexpected or something.
Right,
Yeah,
like
right.
a shocker.
Right.
And he's back at the board. And, of course, he must have anticipated D5 was a possible response. And now
Oh, C4
on the board.
Okay, in English, but he's inviting the move D5, D4. Very controversial in my time. The thought was that this was actually a poor decision by Black. In my time, the move B2, B4 was considered very strong because the pawn on D4 was artificially isolated. Today,
Fabi's already gotten up. Again. Walking around. There's
Right.
something going on here.
Wow. Today, D5, D4 is considered the most contentious way of playing the game. Of course, if you want to play C7, C6, transpose into a Slav, or E7, E6, transposing a Queen's Gambit decline, you're perfectly legit decisions. But Fabi is inviting the move D5, D4, in which case it could be a full-bodied fight.
What is Wesley doing? Did Wesley move?
Let me just...
Wesley
No,
hasn't
he's
moved
still
yet.
thinking.
No?
Wesley
Taking
hasn't
his
moved.
time.
And looking around? Why is he looking around as he should be staring at his board? But he's doing everything but looking at the chessboard right now.
Well, oftentimes what happens is, let's imagine that Wesley came and he spent his entire morning preparing against 1, E2, E4. So he had his whole systems prepared for E2, E4. On his way to the tournament hall, he asked himself, what if Fabi played D4? And then when he played Knight F3, he's thinking, okay, how do I transpose into the lines I've been studying? By the way, after C2, C4, Wesley ducked the whole conversation I was talking about, which was D5, D4. He played the move E7, E6, inviting a Queen's Gambit declined, and or, after g2, g3, a Catalan, if you will. Again, Wesley considering the move d5, d4, because that too, right here, has also become a very topical move. Nepo, for one, actually likes playing it in this move order. So g2, g3, and again, if you like, we can play a Catalan. Bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, castles. But in a kind of a funny way, White has ducked a lot of possibilities, including bishop b4 check, that sometimes occurs in a Catalan. So maybe he gets outfoxed.
Fabi has not sat at the board for more than 45 seconds by my count. And now we see the move d4 on the board. And
after the inclusions of these extra moves, knight f6 and e6 as well. d2, d4 on the board. What is this opening called, by the way? I've always kind of referred to it as the reverse Berlin.
It's neo-Catalan defense.
English opening neo-Catalan defense. Bite me.
Now knight c6.
What is
on the board? And
neo-Catalan?
Fabi is not
Pausing
for breath
at all.
It's just every single move, bang, 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 bang,
He's
bang.
ready. Let's go.
And Wesley's well aware. This is not an opening you play if you're expecting a nice, quiet draw.
No.
Fabi has made it very clear that he is here to try to win today.
Right.
And their record in the U.S. Championship is pretty close. 8 draws.
Nobody's got a single win, huh?
Not a single win, but Fabi playing this absolutely restrained opening with lots of potential. As we look at their matchup, overall, Fabi has a slight edge, 5 wins and 3 losses, 38 draws
overall.
In Classical. That's 46 times they've played each other, so a lot of experience. They barely beat each other when they play, but in the U.S. Championship, they never beat each other.
No.
0 wins, 0 losses, and only 8 draws.
Wow. Okay, by the way, they're both blitzing. H2, H3 for me is a little bit off the beaten track. I would have thought once you achieve, yeah, of course. E2, E3 is played overwhelmingly, virtually to the exclusion of everything else. 27 games in this position, and E2, E3 has been played 23 out of those 27 games. Only twice has H2, H3 been played. And a move I could support, Bishop F4, has only been played once. The idea behind Bishop F4, quickly play for knight E5. But H2, H3, and when this position has arisen, there's 2 moves that Black habitually plays. One is A5, which makes a lot of sense just to try to drive this knight back, as well as the central expansion E6, E5. And then they play E2, E3, and I guess the answer, why did we play H2, H3, is being answered because we don't want to see a pin after Bishop G4. Again, it looks to me like a reverse Benoni. Maybe this knight is a little bit weird. I could imagine the knight on C2 or even E4, but knight B3 is fine. Where would you like to guide this?
I'm sorry.
Please.
Can we just, we're going to jump away for sure, but
right.
This move H3,
yep.
These are 2 of best players in the world. You're not going to see a better matchup anywhere on the planet right now. Unless Magnus is playing Hikaru
Unless you join us for Clutch Chess. I have to be,
I'm talking about today right now. Not a week from now when Clutch Chess starts.
Right.
That's going to be some fantastic matches. But today, right now,
this is it.
If you're looking for an elite chess game, there is no bigger matchup anywhere on the planet than these 2 playing right now. So we're going to have to pay careful attention to these top 10 players as we see Carissa do her usual jaunts into the open section as she projects for future years, that she'll be qualified to play there. But H3, let's dig into this. What is the point of H3? I know 2 players have played it, but what do you give as the reason for H3? My guess was that if you play E3 and you take back with the bishop, that there's a knight G4.
Yeah, that could be a little bit, well, off-putting in the sense that knight E5, bishop F6. And it might just be that. But I think you know, it's one of those moves like looking ahead. What is black going to do with this bishop on c8? I mean, there's no way it's ever going to get on the long diagonal, and bishop d7 is far too passive. There's only one answer. You're going to have to play e6, e5. And e6, e5 in a lot of Benoni positions does come with the idea of bishop g4 as well. So h2, h3 is useful not only because of what you just said, stopping the knight from getting to g4, but eventually simply stopping the bishop. And if we play a very common looking move, e5, e3, and again, if we just continue down this pathway, takes, the bishop would probably like to play itself to g4. If the bishop plays itself to f5, okay, d4. I'm not saying that this is the greatest thing in the world. This is probably simply white slightly better for choice. But it's a game that Fabi can play. He can leverage the f5 square, bishop takes, queen f3, etc.
Before we jump away from this game, and I think the Hans-Niemann game is so fascinating that we need to go to that.
Right.
I would say that position you just showed
with e5
may be the main line that Fabi looked at.
I bet you it is.
And Wesley staring down this sequence, such a very natural sequence, takes 6, bishop f5, d4, etc.
Yep.
That Fabi may have prepared that 20 moves
further,
25 moves deep.
Exactly.
And Wesley's thinking, I don't want to walk into that because there may be a nuance that he has looked at that I might not know, figure out. H3 has come, may not be a novelty. To me, it's come as a novelty to Wesley.
You're right.
We will come back to this game, but yes, let's take a look at the game of Levon Aronian and Hans-Niemann, because these players are blitzing out their moves.
Just like Wesley and Fabi. Levon is white today. Yesterday, he had a very easy day at the office as black against Wesley. Okay, so again, we're seeing Nimzo Indian, Rubinstein, Nimzo Indian. And it's a same-ish where white has already committed himself to e2, e3. Now, the classical players said that was a no-no. So in the same-ish proper, you start with a3. Well, what do you got to do? You got to take.
Take, that was the reason I went there.
And then after castles, what our predecessors said is you want to play e4. So get on with business, play the move f2, f3, follow it up with e4. When you include the move e2, e3, the Capablancas of the world will chide you that that move is not appropriate. It blocks the bishop on c1. So let's catch up with the players. So now we have f3, an intimation. Hey, look, you know, I'm going to play e4. Yeah, but
I lost the tempo.
Yeah, but why did you play e3 if you were threatening me with e4? Hans says, I don't believe you. You're welcome to play e4 if you want. I just don't believe that's, and now we finally have it, e2, e4. So it's kind of tough. The argument that Levon is making is that you shouldn't have played your pawn to d6. You should have put your pawn on b6 instead. Many, many times in the same-ish, the knight goes to e8 and to d6, so your pawn is on d6. Ha, ha, ha. Aren't I clever?
I'm hearing, I believe I'm hearing from VAR that the move knight a5 was a novelty in this position?
Wow, that's hard for me to fathom. Knight a5, because it's so... I mean, you know, when you think about these positions, it's all about going after the c4 pawn, right? So b6, bishop a6, knight a5. It seems to me like a lot of times that's interchangeable. But actually, Hans came with a very different idea in mind. Again, in these positions, white is often playing for the pin. Give me the move bishop g5. Let me, like, I'm going to play some natural moves, if you will, for black. h6, b6, bishop g5, bishop a6, castles, bishop takes c4. Perhaps not the best, but there it is. And I get to play the move f4. These positions have been considered super dangerous for the second player. The move e5 is not what you want. So Hans said, let me play knight a5 first, which is a new way but follow it up, stopping bishop g5.
And he played it immediately, so he has that prepared.
Yeah, stopping bishop g5, sidestepping the pin. But more importantly, just going right after this pawn on b6, knight b6, Levon said, okay, castle, knight b6. Now, in these setups, very often white's losing the pawn on c4. But what white is getting in return is rather a free hand on the king side. f4, f5, f4, rook f3, rook h3. This knight on e2 makes a poor impression.
Didn't we see Abhimanyu play this same way against Dariusz?
Yeah, knight d7, knight f6 to d7.
Head after the c4 pawn and say you have nothing in your attack?
Yeah, I don't believe it. Go for it.
But the structural difference here is quite vast, as e5 has been played. And by the way, Levon, he saw knight a5 as a novelty. He's got an hour and 31 minutes on his clock. He's considered like, I don't care about your novelty. It's consistent with the position.
I knew what you were doing. I got no issues with that. E5. Now, that's a very committal move. When I see the move E5, two things immediately go through my mind. He's trying to exploit this diagonal. He's trying to restrain this bishop. Like, maybe white is saying to himself, you know what, go ahead and take my pawn. Please do me a solid favor. But I don't want to see you playing E5 and kind of shutting down my play on the king side. So E5, a double-edged move in my view, takes. Pause here for a second. No, I mean, if I take on, I was trying to win a tempo, right? I take on D6, take on D6, take on D4, take on C4. I was trying to win a tempo with bishop here. But it's not that meaningful. Nope. Levon recaptured. Whoa. C5. This looks like prep. I don't care about your knight a5 novelty, but you don't just come out and play c5. And look how fast the players are playing. This is crazy. Totally original.
Both are in preparation, or one of them is just faking it and playing fast.
Who's bluffing? Somebody's got to be bluffing, because they both can't have had this position on their boards at home, could they? And look at this.
This is an incredible position.
Just immediate play by Hans as well. Wow.
And with the black pieces to get this position, the Incr saying he's perfectly fine, right now. So
knight on d5.
It feels like black pieces are just getting the spots they want.
By the way, for those joining us, yesterday we saw an absolutely amazing game, a barn burner of a game by Aronian-Niemann. He won one of the best technical endings we've ever covered in the U.S. Championship. Let's just take a quick gander at what happened yesterday. Whoa! Say what?
Okay, he's being fancy.
Wow, king b8, and then we have king b6.
He's being fancy for no reason. And he's going to capture and take and under-promote to a bishop after king a7. That's why he picked up the bishop. That's just silly. That's just a silly way to win, just showing off, styling. He intentionally picked up a bishop to show that he was going to win.
This is what we're going to do.
Hilarious.
And a7 checkmate.
Allowing the checkmate.
Hilarious.
Wow, what a great game by Aronian-Niemann, winning against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Aronian-Niemann, who just managed to stop a winning streak of his opponent, who actually was unbeaten for 71 games. How do you feel, Hans?
It reminds me of the last time I broke an unbeaten streak in St. Louis.
I see. And actually...
There have actually been three. So first in Sinkfield, and then last year's championship, Lenier, and then now Mishra. So I suppose it's I'm the heartbreaker.
I see. This is it's your job now, yes, to stop people.
Someone has to be the villain.
Someone has to be the villain. I like that.
He embraces.
He likes the bad boy. B7, B6. Please, Levon, give us a chance to try to understand what's going on in that game. According to the engine, Black is doing just fine. He's got his knight on D5. Yeah, you've got the two bishops, but I'm not terrified because this bishop on c1 is not pinning anybody, and it's just kind of patrolling the diagonal. But so many games
White is
are going
regretting
on.
not having the knight on f3, because then there would be always some tricks with bishop take, maybe h7, knight g5, and some attacking potential.
Bishop
but on e2,
sacrifice.
that knight is not doing much.
This knight has got to get over to the e4 square and the d6 square as soon as possible. No
Look at
question
Levon,
about
though.
it.
Levon has finally pressed the pause button.
Right.
And
Well,
he's
he
definitely not in I'm fully prepared for this move mode.
Oh, well, for sure, he's playing the move queen c2. He does not want to capture on b6 and simply activate the rook on a8, activate the bishop coming to a6. So he wants to play the move queen c2. He would love to try to coax this move. This move, g7, g6, weakening the dark squares around black's king. That would be a gift. I would expect Hans to play the move h7, h6, and then from here you start thinking, should I be playing bishop d2? Should I be playing knight g3, knight h5?
One thing you don't want to do is to capture on b6.
Absolutely
right? Because
not.
that's if white decides to capture the pawn on b6, black queen gets to be developed.
That's for one instance for sure. That's with a gain of tempo. Another one that I just don't like playing against either. I consider this bishop actually a very good bishop. And white has the two bishops. So I'm thinking if black could play bishop a6, he just gets rid of all of the attacking potential that white's position have. And by the way, Levon played queen, he paused, and then he did play queen c2. And he's asking the salient question, how do you defend the pawn on h7?
That's a positional move with tempo.
Yeah,
right? So your
absolutely.
pawn is hanging.
Absolutely.
It's clear that Hans does not want to weaken that side. Now, what's clearer is that Levon hopes his queen could leapfrog his bishop.
Yeah.
Put the queen on e4
like
instead.
you play h6. Let me just put the position on the board that Maurice is talking about. Somehow the whoop, 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 the bishop, the queen went from c2, where it was behind the bishop, and then suddenly, and very unexpectedly, it shows up in front of the bishop. Having induced the move h6, you can't block the diagonal because of this. And by the way, again, the players, I'm anxious to go to the Ray Robson game.
Because that is a very unusual opening.
And the players just keeping up the tempo. And is there something psychological to that? Is it sort of like, I want you to know that I've prepared more than you
I mean, look, Levon, Rook B1, responding immediately.
Rook B1, and I think Hans is saying to himself, who's trapping who? Like something's. Was that the first move you thought of?
Not at all.
Not at all. I think this has to be some psychological battle right now.
This is
who's
what's going
gonna
on.
first tap out and think?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I think that's the point.
Okay, you got me. I'm going to go into a 10-minute tank right here, right now.
Oh, there's ego right now. There's ego.
something
There's some
going-
flexing going on. I'm better prepared
I like
than you. I'm not intimidated by your quick moves.
Rook B1.
Rook B1. It's a reasonable enough move, but it doesn't seem like the salient move at the moment right now. The rook absolutely belongs on this file. Why not the C file? Why not the D file? Why not somewhere else? Rook B1.
Right.
But it's and by the way, the engines don't like the move. They disapprove.
like the move.
Don't
Yeah.
like the move.
Right. So if we could just go back for a moment, more or less, Katya, what you were saying. This knight on e2 really makes a sorrowful impression. The rook on f1 is no great shakes either. I find myself drawn to moves like rook d1, bishop h7 check, bishop e4, but really knight e2 to g3 to e4, because I always ask myself, where does my knight belong? Well, that's a pretty nice outpost, knight d6.
But either way, we see an ocean of opportunities, not Rook B1 the only option that I'm going to blitz out immediately.
Exactly. Now, why could Levon have been drawn to this line? I'll show you a quick tactic, because I'm really anxious to get to the other games. Bishop b7, very logical looking move. Bishop d2, I'm threatening to take your knight and threatening to take your bishop. Hence, we understand the move rook b1. But imagine we played rook c8. Bishop takes. Rook takes, anticipating.
And queen takes rook.
Well, that would ruin your whole morning, wouldn't it? I mean, oh no, what did I just do? And the bishop recaptures the queen. So there are tricks, and there's a reason why the rook on b1 might be useful in case of bishop b7 and Levon.
Bishop b7 is on the board?
Levon is intimating he's about to play the move bishop d2.
No, it's not yet.
No, not yet. Finally, I'm going to pause, and I'm going to say, Maurice, do some work for a change.
I will try.
I will try.
I was really fascinated by this position, so I had to jump over to the big board to see what it looks like. And it turns out Rook B1 is given just simply a question mark.
Just, yeah, I see
it's right in the
orange
opening.
bubble.
Bar just drops right away, says, why this move in particular? And instead of this move, the move c6, which looks quite contentious, given that this pawn could be a potential weakness on the square, but you do stop the bishop from developing. The move queen c7 can now be met by knight to d4, and again, you're not getting rid of my pawn on the square, even though it looks as though there's a pawn that's dropping on this square. Bishop to b2 can be played, and we're playing for compensation in this position. The engine's not clear on it. It's giving triple zeros at a point where you just sacrifice the pawn. This bishop on the long diagonal is very strong. This pawn is constraining this bishop. It's very hard to figure out how to get this bishop into the game right away, with also some potential discovered threats. And the rook can go to e1, and lots of potential here. You can see this kind of play. Very, very sharp position. But rook b1, on the other hand, the engine gives Hans' move as the best move. What if I just develop my bishop? What is the pressure on this b line? Did you give a line here, Yaz? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop d2.
Bishop to d2 is possible.
I was showing a blunder, rook c8.
So knight c6 would be the simplest response to that, attacking the pawn. Rook c8 coming quite soon. If you defend this one, you could play rook c8. And it's not clear why this rook is on b1. It's just bucking up against granite on this square. So rook b1, a bit of a strange move, played quickly. Was there a response? He did not play bishop b7 just yet. So Hans is checking out this position to wonder what is exactly the point of this move. And I'm afraid Levon was just trying to play quickly to make the next move.
Could queen c7 reappear? That move you showed in a different line with c6.
In this position?
Yeah, queen c7 looks like I'm hitting the pawn on e5.
It's a possible move. It is a possible move. Bishop to b2? Bishop to d2, actually.
It's being that knight on a5? Yeah.
Hitting the knight.
We take on e5. I'm just still trying to puzzle. I'm seeing this position for the first time. It's a new one.
Now c6 is even stronger, actually. Here
it's not even. Before you had your bishop on b2 and your knight on d4.
Yes. So now, I mean, again,
it's just the constraint.
It's just the constraints of this. This feels like an alpha zero sacrifice,
right?
Where you can have my pawn. My bishops are awake. This pawn is controlling key squares. This bishop is preventing this one from coming into the game. So a tough position. This one would have been
And the knight on a5 is not going anywhere. It cannot go back to b7. It's never going to capture the pawn.
It's also constrained, right? So two pieces actually are constrained in this position. Not an easy position.
If you
actually, there is this line to think about, and king h1.
Yes.
And you still
e5-ish.
E5.
Get the bishop out. Whoa! I saw the bar just jump up like I blundered.
Yeah, it's giving all kinds of moves. Knight g3, c7 is possible. Rook to d1. It's just about this pawn. The position's about this pawn. Because you can't really move this bishop away without worrying about c7 and bishop a6 and some kind of queening, and that's going to be the potential in position. So we can see white having compensation here.
Clear.
This move, however, bishop here, and you're not playing c6 ever, right?
Right.
That's now gone. There's a rook coming to c8. It's very natural for black. Just what happens if black just develops pieces? What is the point of putting a giant rook on the b1 square? That's a big piece to put there to just have it on a semi-open file that is perfectly defended.
Wow. Fascinating game. We're definitely going to keep an eye on this. But the round just started, and we've focused only on the Wesley game and the Levon
Do we want to jump into the Ray Robson's games or the ladies section?
No.
Because that was such an unusual opening in the game of Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Ray Robson. And wow, they also proceeded playing quite fast.
Open Sicilian and open with bishop d3. Now that is a twist, and I'm more than curious. I mean, essentially for decades, and I mean many, many decades, maybe even a century or two, the go-to move has been knight c3. I know bishop d3 does exist, but let me just see how often it gets played compared to... So knight c3...
19,000...
no,
190,000 games, and bishop d3 played now, 700 times.
Now, the second most popular move, a shout out to a friend, Michael Spiegel, he liked to play f2, f3, and that's the second most popular move at a mere 5,000 6,000
Knight
games.
c3 easily dominating
and
this
bishop
variation.
d3 700 times.
But I think if we continue, look
quarter of a million games.
What happened after at knight c6, and now bishop e3. Like, when do we place bishops this way?
So only 101 games in our entire database, and we're talking millions of games in our database, have actually ever seen this position. And it's sort of like, yeah, Ray, yeah, I know this. I should be playing
If I
that.
can get that dark square bishop, I want to get it as soon as possible.
And why didn't he get it? Let's have a look-see. Is there an issue with knight takes e3? Maybe it's as simple as recapturing castles? Because I don't think white ever gets anything going down this pathway. The knight does get out on b2.
The knight takes f7 is with an
that's a
attack on the
tempo.
rook.
Excuse me. Apologies. That's a tempo. I was only looking at the knight going to b7. Knight takes f7. Okay. Fair enough. So that was why Ray recaptured. Bishop to d2. g6.
This bishop e3, bishop d2, bishop c3.
What's going on?
Make up your mind. Where do you want the bishop?
Morning coffee? What's going on here? My coach has told me don't move the same piece twice, and we've gone bishop e3 to d2 to c3, right out of the opening.
But look at Abhimanyu's time, 1 hour 31 minutes. He only gained time, so he knows what he's doing.
Clearly, knight f6, e5. Okay, sorry, I'm just, what? Takes. So, bishop g7 takes, and we've caught up with the players. Have we caught up with the players?
No,
Not
we
quite,
have one more
because
move.
we have
Bishop
bishop takes c3, check, b takes c3. I'm sure Ray is thinking about the move
Check.
queen e6 check. With these double pawns, I'm
so
not
what's the
afraid.
material? So white has 7 pawns as of now, and black has 5 pawns. So 2 extra pawns for white, but that pawn on d6 is going to be lost.
Correct. So it's only going to be a 1-pawn advantage, but with exposed.
Can I castle now? To say
no.
I'm going to quickly develop my rooks?
Oh, you mean can black castle?
Can black castle?
Oh, for sure. I think you're making it easier for me.
Right, but let's take a look in case you want to capture another pawn.
Okay,
if
I'm a
pawn
greedy
captures
man.
e7.
Let's do it.
Queen takes.
And I
Let's
guess.
say queen e2.
Yep. You have queen c5, queen f6, rook e. This might be a draw just after rook e8, by the way.
How?
Ray doesn't look.
Wait, king f8?
No, I
No.
think. So we did have the move castles.
Short castle.
Yeah, we did have the move. I thought Ray was about to play the move queen e6 check. Nope. Ray said short castle. I would short castle as well if I had this position as white. I'm not really interested in this. But Mishra might think, well, look, I mean, yeah, you're going to win a pawn back, but at least I'm the one with the extra pawn, right? You know, it may not be the prettiest pawn in the world, but wow. A very unusual opening, and this is called the Sicilian defense open variation. For those of you who have any curiosity about
Creative
openings.
name.
Creative.
And let's take a look at the lifetime score between these two players.
How do they match up?
Abhimanyu Mishra has 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw against Ray Robson. So this is an equal match.
I wouldn't have guessed that, considering that Mishra had such a long streak of not losing. If you had told me 3 draws, getting to 1.5 seems more plausible. But apparently, Ray took down Mishra previously. Where else would you like us?
I want to go to the ladies section and start with that game, Irina Krush against Carissa, because I saw it's a Kings Indian defense, and that's promising fighting position.
Wow, you bet. So let's kind of sum this up. We all love the Kings Indian, but the problem is the chess engines today just consider it so bad as black that white gets such a big grip in the center. It's like you get off the starting blocks with this huge advantage that a lot of players avoid the Kings Indian. It was a favorite of Bobby Fischer. It was a favorite of Garry Kasparov. And they won many, many, many beautiful games. But as we saw, for example, Nasi defeating the Kings Indian with this knight f5, it's considered a high-risk game. Carissa loves to play the Kings Indian, and it's served her well over the years. We see the early d4, d5, the classical Kings Indian, and it's just a starting moment. This one, knight castles, knight c6, d5, knight e7. I think Dr. John Nunn wrote a book starting from this position with 600 pages of dense analysis. Knight e1.
And b4.
b4, the bayonet attack. Bishop e3. So many moves here. Remember the Mar del Plata variation with knight e1 and g2, g4, the Grigoriy variation with bishop e3. Oh dear, you can run out of breath. d5, a5, all very, very classical. And in the classical Kings Indian, what black is trying to do is bring her knight to the c5 square, pressure this pawn on e4, and on a very good day, follow it up with f7, f5. With the center closed, play shifts to the flanks, the king side as well as the queen side. On a good day, b3, a3, rook b1, b4, expansion. And as we go through these opening moves, how do these two players match up?
Let's take a look. Irina Krush, 1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws.
No way.
Wow, I would expect them to play more games against each other.
Oh, for sure. I would have put the number well above 10. Only 4 games. Wow. Gosh, I'm thinking American Cup, U.S. Championships, Cairns Cups. How many Opens must they have?
I mean, Carissa played so many U.S. Championships.
Only
Irina
4?
too.
I think our database might be missing a game or two.
I think this is impossible.
Bishop to g5. Now, this is actually a very contentious moment. A lot of players, when they're black, they don't like including the move h6. They just simply don't. They kind of think that it's very, very useful in the future.
It can become a hook, right, in the future.
As well as a target, right? You play the move h6, the bishop comes back, white's going to go queen to d2. You've got this little awkward position. And so a lot of players like to play this move, queen e8, without including h7, h6. Queen e8 was Carissa's choice. This one deserves an explanation as well. So clearly, Carissa wants to play knight c5, attacking this pawn on e4. Let's say we do something like queen c2 right here. Since the pawn on e4 is already defended, there's this nifty little move, knight to h5. Let's just play just a few moves, g3. This is a very, very poor demonstration of what I want to show, which is after f5 takes. If you take with the bishop, there's a future g4 to deal with. In principle, Kings Indian players like to take with the pawn. Now, imagine that the move knight takes e5. There was no queen takes e5. Your queen on e8, yay, it's magic,
it's guarding
ends
the
up defending the knight on h5. So what white likes to do is stop the move knight h5, and Irina did it very cleverly with the move knight d2. You go to h5, bang, Irina wants to take it.
Carissa saying, okay, I cannot go to h5, let's go to d7 because I do want to play f5.
Exactly. g2, g4, very much like the Nasi Pikitsa game versus Tatev, where white tried to restrain the move f7, f5 by putting her pawns on e4 and g4. Let's see what happened next.
Carissa knows what she's doing. She's playing very fast. And by the way, after this move, knight dc5.
Yeah, I just want to point out the problem with f5 is not that, okay, takes and I win the e4 square. The problem is there's a Varasing. Surprise. The queen on e8 is kind of magically trapped on the board after the move bishop h5. So knight c5, the knights are kind of bucking one another, right? They're in the way.
Yeah, and
but she
Irina
wants to play
Krush suddenly
f5.
spent 17 minutes to play this move rook g1. So as you can see, she understands she's out of her book and now figuring out what she wishes to do.
Yeah, the mysterious rook move. You know, it's kind of a funny thing. Why did white put her rook on g1? Oh, she wants to attack the bishop on g7. Say, what? Like, there's all of these pawns.
She's expecting black to try to play for that f5.
Exactly. That's exactly what she's expecting. She's, in fact, not only expecting it, she's trying to stop it. The move rook g1 is geared towards this type of play where she's ready to exploit the pin on the g-file. So she's trying to stop Carissa from the freeing move f5. Nope, that's not what happened. I'm sure that's not what happened.
I think Carissa is still thinking.
Is thinking.
And she just played the move king h8.
King h8. And again, if the pawn were on h6, there'd be a little bit more of a weakness. The pawn on h7 does a little bit better job supporting her king. And she's basically saying, hey, come heck or high water, I'm going to play f5. I don't care.
Is what white wants to do next, because black may be thinking about some knight, maybe b4, targeting this square.
Exactly. More salient for me is like, you know, where am I going to be putting my king, right? Like, if I'm going to be castling queenside or not, well, my queen's in the way. And should I be playing, for example, a2, a3? Right?
And there's going to be a4 responded immediately.
Or
it's not
f5.
allowing any b3, b4.
And then again, I'm thinking, should I be putting my king? So the move a3 was designed to stop knight b4 and castles. Crazy stuff happening here, but Maurice, you've been keeping an eye on our co-leaders.
Yes, indeed. It's a big-time game for sure, and some very interesting happenings in the last few moves. We saw here that Fabi played this move h3. It was responded to by a5 in the position, and then quickly e3, and then e5 played. Now, at this point, everything is fairly normal. Takes, takes, and now this very committal a4 move. Obviously, this square is extremely weak, and a black piece, whether it be a knight or a bishop, could park on that square. Of course, if the knight goes there now, the pawn's hanging, so he played the move bishop to b4, did Wesley in this position. We're just following their moves. Bishop d2, and it turns out bishop b4, by the way, is a new move for this position. Bishop d2, however, by Fabi very quickly. I'm going to note just why in a second. After bishop f5, also queen c2, very quickly. It's not clear what impressed white, that is Fabiano Caruana, about this position. He's got a Benoni structure, yes. It looks like black is the one with more space, and black's pieces are perfectly developed on great squares. So it's not fully clear to me, maybe you guys have an opinion, as to why this is something that Fabi said, yes, I'm running full, two hands, pulling this line. This is the line I want to play. But I'll tell you one thing. His clock says that he is very well prepared for this setup because he's at 133.
Wow.
More time than he started with. Wesley's under an hour at 58.19. So he's keeping the pressure on Wesley from a competitive standpoint, from a clock standpoint, maybe not from a position standpoint, but hey, you're spotting your opponent right now, 35 minutes on the clock, right at the opening. We have rarely seen Fabi sitting at that board. I mean, every time we look over, it's Wesley by himself. When Fabi comes, just bangs down a move. And we see it here. Wesley again wondering, what's the deal here? What's so bad? Why am I supposed to be worried? But spending a lot of time trying to figure out this position.
And Maurice, if you just dive a little bit deeply, because you asked a very salient question, what is it about this position that attracts Fabi to it? And say H7, H6, just putting that. What does Fabi? He seemed very happy, just chilling out.
Doesn't look like he's going to work yet.
Not yet. He hasn't rolled up his sleeves completely. So I play H6, and what's the setup that White is trying to achieve? It wasn't clear to me either. You don't want to take on B4. That's clear.
Probably Rook E1. No, let's just get on that file.
This is the most natural move to play, right?
The most natural move in the position.
The problem is the potential competition along this file with something, but maybe you don't want to put Rook E8 now because takes might.
No, I was going to play Queen D7 actually.
Queen D7. Okay, so you got a straight tempo here.
Exactly.
Already the engine's giving G4.
Ooh.
Very committal.
I was wondering if you wanted. Okay, Bishop. Where do I want to put myself? H7. Okay, H7. Let's just throw it down.
Bishop H7.
Bishop H7.
And now some aggression starts.
Right. So we trade.
Queen on D7 was might be slightly misplaced.
And now you might want to take on B4. So I'll take on D2.
If you take on D2, this pawn starts to become a little isolated, no?
And then Rook E8.
Which rook? That pawn's hanging. You're okay with that?
So far.
This rook.
I'm hoping that I'm going to get some play on the king side.
Well, no, not yet. Knight C5.
No.
Other things are popping up.
No, this is not what I bargained for.
No.
Interesting. So it's just like, I should play Rook E8?
No, but here you can play Queen D6 and stop any incursion on this square. So you just slow that down.
Okay.
And then even here you can maybe get away with this.
Okay.
But it's allowing C5 with the tempo at some moment.
Yeah,
no?
but that was I was trying to
want to give up.
I wanted you to occupy the put it on the board if you don't mind for just a moment, Maurice. I was thinking that your knight wanted to go to C5 and you didn't want my knight to go to D5. So Queen D7. I thought I tricked you into a tempo.
Well, but now I have knight E5.
The same. Well, H3 is hanging again. So you needed
B7 too. So.
What? Yeah, but this is playable.
What?
But I think Yasser wanted to capture on H3. But if you capture bishop takes H3, bishop takes B7.
Okay.
There's also funny business tempo with this move to watch out for, the fluidity of this pawn.
Okay. I'm happy to sacrifice an exchange if I can. Munch, queen back to D6 or G4 or go somewhere.
It's all equal. I can make a bunch of moves, but it's all equal by the engine. Yeah, slightly better for White even.
Even. Wow.
Yeah, it gets wild. Takes on this square is possible. These are not these variations. What we're figuring out, or what we're working with now, is what Wesley's trying to figure out by himself at the board.
Right.
And I'm going to say, from a competitive standpoint, the position does not look great for White. It's not great for White, obviously.
Right.
But
it's a position.
But it's enough that they played 14 moves. Wesley has burned more clock. We've been talking this entire time. He had been thinking before we started talking, and he's still thinking. He's not clear on exactly what he should be doing in terms of a plan and why it is that Fabi is so attracted to this position. In some ways, Fabi is bluffing his opening. He's saying, got this, got this, got this, got this, and I know what to do. And if he does know what to do, then he might be playing another 2 or 3 moves a tempo
as well. Yeah.
And Wesley could end up in time pressure. A lot of times, people misunderstand from a competitive standpoint. It looks as though Wesley's about to move, and he did play the move Rook to E8. From a competitive standpoint, time is part of the game. Time is part of the game. You don't have to have a better position on the board. But if you have more time on the clock, that's part of the game. An hour from now, your opponent will be in time pressure, as we saw in the game yesterday with Dariusz Swiercz, excuse me. Dariusz got into time pressure and started making mistakes. Okay, now Wesley still is a different class player, but it's similar. the battle is similar.
Yeah. Rook E8 on the board. By the way, I'm just looking at the game of Irina Krush, and she took a very different approach, did Irina. Instead of making room for her queen, she's just played the move knight on D2 to F1. And I do have the strong echoes of the game that Nasi played with Tatev, where knight to G3 and knight to F5 was put on the board. And that turned out to be a brilliant piece sacrifice for Nasi. Nasi went on to win probably one of the best games of her career, a very impressive game.
So we will wait what Carissa decides to do in this position, and let's jump into the game of Anastasiya against Nasi Paikice, because Maurice was just talking about players enjoying time advantage. And Anastasiya, she has 1 hour 30 minutes on her clock, while Nasi is below 1 hour.
And Anna doubtlessly understood that if she wanted to play the move E4, that Nasi was going to be true to her roots and play a Karo Khan. Bishop takes on F3, queen takes F3, E7, E6, bishop E2, knight D7. Now, I've played these positions throughout much of my career. And when I got to these positions as black, I followed in the footsteps of world champion Vasily Smyslov. And Smyslov's approach to this position was the center is stuck, is closed. We're keeping this triangle of pawns right here in the middle of the board. If you want to capture the pawn, he would recapture with the C pawn happily. And what Smyslov put it into words, he's saying, you've got the two bishops, but your bishop on E2 is not going to have a great life and a great future. Black's problem, strangely enough, is the bishop on F8. You've got to figure out how to make that bishop aggressive. And the moves, it looks a little counterintuitively. You put the pawn on G6, you put the bishop on G7, and you start to think to yourself, you know, this is making a lot of sense. If white plays for F4, F5, you're kind of there, right? If white plays for F4, E5, you're kind of there. Your bishop's on G7, your knight goes to E7. Now, I have to confess that I played a lot of Swiss tournaments. And
with this G6 move?
Yeah, and in Swiss tournaments, you have to win 90% of your games to win a prize. So, you know, a lot of my openings were designed to be very provocative and double-edged because that was the nature of our tournaments. I think the move D5 takes E4 is a completely different approach than what Smyslov does. Knight takes E4, let's go. Knight F6, takes, Queen E3, and basically Anna is saying, look, I don't really have too much. What I have is the two bishops. I want to play C2, C3, bishop D2, rook E2, and very, 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 very slow game ahead. H7, H6, bishop D2, and a moment ago, I kind of said, well, black has a problem with the bishop. We know what the move bishop C7 preps, right?
Preparing the queen to get there.
Right. Okay, so C2, C3 to protect the pawn against queen takes D4. And in case of queen D6, G2, G3. I would say it really isn't that much. I think the position is pretty balanced, you know. And Nasi will come out of this game feeling like she's doing okay. Statistically speaking.
Now is the time to look at pie charts. And
before it's too late, right? The day's over.
So in the ladies section, the chances to win the tournament, pre-tournament, this was Carissa with 29%, Alice Lee second with 18%, and Irina Krush 14.3%. But we move on after round one. It's Irina Krush because Carissa, she suffered a loss in her game. So it's Irina Krush with 30% chances, but now you see Anastasiya. She started incredibly well, and I mean 41.5%. That seemed a lot for a newcomer to this tournament only after a few rounds, but she kept that advantage because she continued being the leader of the event.
Undefeated. Alice Lee right behind her, but then a huge loss by Anna opened up the tournament.
But, you know, Anastasiya having 41%, suddenly 25%, there are a lot of jumps after each round. And now it's Alice Lee with 39.4% chances to win the event.
even though they're tied for first. That's looking at the future schedule.
I mean, we have to know that, Alice Lee, she won the American Cup twice.
Ooh,
or at least she finished second like 2 times and probably won once.
Exactly.
So she's a player that she knows how to win a tournament.
No question. What's the statistics for the Open?
Let's get the statistics for the Open section. Here, pre-tournament, it's Fabiano Caruana. Everyone expected that with 24.8% chances to win Wesley, so second, and Levon Aronian. But let's see how that continued throughout the rounds. Fabiano kept on increasing his chances to win the event with now 42.5% after day one.
He defeated his longtime second, Grigoriy.
With an incredible game after day two. You see Wesley, so going there, kind of trying to catch up with Fabiano. Now after day three, it's Wesley, so he was the sole leader after 3 rounds with 53.1%. Wow.
Wow.
But after day 4, it's still, wow, Wesley, that's a big percentage. And Fabiano, I mean, he was second. He wasn't like really losing that much. He was just made a draw. 21.5% chances. Okay, now we are talking. So after day 5, when the players are tight for the first place, the stats are favoring Fabiano for the championship title.
Weird. Okay, that was very, very strange. By the way, while you were telling us statistically what's what, Anna just played a move I find very, very unexpected. She played the move Rook D1. I was playing C2, C3, automatically defending the pawn on D4, and she's saying,
take it.
Go ahead if you want. Take my pawn.
Probably.
Because there's a bishop h7 check business.
So we start with bishop captures h6.
And then I take a pawn here and I say, okay, you've snipped 1, I've snipped 2. 1 and 2. Do we play Rook B1? Try to chase the queen around the board?
I was even looking at bishop g5.
Bishop g5 is totally legit. I don't know. I've got a pass pawn. I'm just saying, do your worst over here. I don't know if you can or not.
I want to bring more pieces to the attack, so I will start with c3 now.
Now
you cannot take that pawn, but I'm blocking now the
crafty.
queen from, defending the knight.
That is a very crafty move, and bishop takes f6. Huge threat. I have to do something not very attractive in my view, play a move like bishop d8. This is too risky. I think Anna's decision to offer the d4 pawn as a bait.
And again, look at Anna Sargsyan time, 1 hour 28 minutes.
Queen d5. She resisted.
Let's not take that. But Anna is playing immediately. Queen d5, queen e3.
Queen d5. Let's trade queens. No. I'm not allowing you to trade queens, says Anna. Queen to e3. Pause, because I start to think about the move e5 here for just a moment. Again, kind of I'm behind with the rook. Ideas even of bishop b6 and e5 as well. Queen on e3 looks a little bit awkward. We're going to keep this game on pause because, Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, the speed demons in the game between Aronian-Niemann and Levon Aronian, Levon actually with the white pieces, they've definitely slowed down, and Hans more so than Levon. If you take a look at this position here, after rook to b1, it took Hans quite some time before he finally did play the move bishop d7.
Whoa.
As opposed to bishop to b7.
That's a wrinkle.
We didn't think it would go here. We thought it would go here. The bishop on d7, of course, does stop the c6 pawn. Puts it on an intriguing diagonal in this direction. This diagonal is biting on a pawn on f3, so that might have been why he decided he didn't want to do that. Knight g3 in response, the Indian preferred knight to c3. Knight g3 is clear. Knight e4, guard this pawn and target the square that is d6. And now the move queen c7. I should point out on his move bishop d7, he took 10 minutes. And on this one, queen c7, he took 14 minutes. So 2 moves, 24 minutes that he burned. But now it's Levon's turn to think because there are 2 pawns under attack, this one and this one. If he takes on this square, this endgame is not favorable for white.
No.
Despite having the 2 bishops, structure is terrible. This pawn's a target. The knights have squares that they're very stable. Even this knight looks like it's off base on this square. It will find a future in the middle of the board. And a rook coming over to the c file. Black is just fine. No problem there. So queen c7. This move is now saying to white, if you're not going to take on b6, which gives you nothing, what are you going to do about these 2 pawns under attack?
Right.
This is a challenging position for white. Knight to e4 is a move to go after this position here. The engine actually likes black in this position, but not by much after bishop to b2. Queen drops back to c7 and says you have insufficient compensation for your pawn, but it's not a full pawn. It's a little bit, it's actually quite close. In this position, just playing rook f to c1.
Wow.
Kind of an intriguing position where you just lost a pawn here and you're now cementing your forces on this side. And here c6 is actually not a threat. So this move would be a challenge. I'm stunned by the choice here, rook f to b8. That's
wow.
Not a move anybody plays. Rook to c8 looks logical, but bishop a6 might happen. Maybe even rook to d8. This is an ultra-sharp position where white will have to sack something, probably a pawn, for some nebulous compensation, and not very clear how you proceed in this position.
He has, in fact, sacrificed a pawn, and it is nebulous. Maurice, if you don't mind, f3, f4, and I'm inviting you to win the pawn on c5.
Yes.
My rook on b1 is giving me some kind of play after bishop d2. Bishop d2, knight c6, rook.
But we have c4, no?
c4. Okay, bishop has to go somewhere. E4,
the knight's going to go
perhaps?
here, though, right?
Or c3,
Knight.
depending
Or
where you
even
go.
more, or
Yeah, I was going to
push
go
forward.
bishop e4, c3, bishop d5, but knight b3 bothers me. Ouch. Knight b3 is excellent. No. This is not. I mean, you've got a pawn and you have to play as well.
Levon is now, as you see his face right there, it's clear to him that this is a challenging position. And he is wondering between like a straight sack. I mean, it looks like a sack of a pawn. Should it be an end game that you go into?
Right.
Should it be a middle game with some compensation with your 2 bishops, particularly the dark square bishop? This is a puzzle. This position right here. Most critical. Hans is playing the most critical lines right now. Queen c7 is saying, let's see it. What do you actually have? And forcing his opponent to prove it right at this moment. This is a big game because if Hans wins this game, odds are that the other game is a draw because those 2 draw all the time.
All the time.
Hans will be in first place in the U.S. Championship. That'll be extraordinary.
That would be impressive. Thank you, Maurice. Kate, we've reached the time in our show. We're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask what the family specials are. So let's take a look. Elevate your look with this exclusive pullover. This long sleeve is perfect for year-round wear. Honor the of American chess with the official logos of the St. Louis Chess Club and the 2025 U.S. Chess Championships. It is available online at qboutiquestl.com, or please come in person, visit our shop for all your chess shopping needs. And it is a very comfy sweater.
You have one, right?
Oh
Yasser?
yeah. Don't be eyeballing my sweater. What else?
And we have Stamp the Commentators. We have a question.
It's back.
So, in 1904, Frank James Marshall won the 7th U.S. Chess Congress in St. Louis, Missouri. At which city landmark was the tournament held? Wow. Flight Cage, now at the St. Louis Zoo. Missouri Athletic Club. University Hall, now Brookings Hall at WashU. And Palace of Fine Arts, now St. Louis Art Museum.
Wow. If it was D, that was a tournament that Frank would probably really enjoyed himself at. That is a nice We
I
were
like
just
the
at the art museum.
It was
We were just
beautiful there. I
a
love
week
it there
ago.
to get inspired to walk
Wow.
that building. So I'm picking the D.
Me too, just because I wanted to believe that it was such
So, Maurice, you have
it
to
was
pick something
probably
different.
something like the Missouri Athletic Club, because I must say that in my time I've played at a number of athletic clubs around the nation, and they host a number of chess events.
Well, at 11:07 today.
11:07? Yeah,
Central Time today.
Was that when?
That was when Kate agreed with me on something.
Yeah, that was remarkable.
We're not seeing that again for another 75 years. So I'm not going to say D. I'm telling you that right now. That's not going to happen.
Not a Haley's Comet moment, right?
And as we go to break, Yasser took the opportunity to sit down one-on-one with Grandmaster Irina Krush. Take a look, and we'll be right back.
Irina Krush, thank you so much for joining me and being in studio. It's a delight to have you here.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Yasser.
Talk about your history at these U.S. championships. You could say you're the veteran with all of these young girls, ladies coming at you. But over the years.
Well, my history at the U.S. championships, it actually goes back to 1995.
Stop it.
Yes, I have to say that, Yasser. 1995, my first U.S. championship. I was 11 years old, and I played my first championship, and I played a couple of them before I won my first one in 98, where you also played. So yes, I started playing a long time ago, and I've played every single edition since it started in St. Louis in 2009. I think I played the very first championship they had here, which was like the Open US Championship.
Yes.
But I played a couple of those, and those were also great events for me, and one of them I was close to getting a GM norm. So yeah, long history, and my last championship that I won was in 2020. It was the online one.
Event at that time.
Yeah, and since then, you know, I've gotten very close one more time a couple of years ago in that went down to the Armageddon game with Jennifer.
Yes,
yeah.
I remember that piece up. Yeah. Catch us up on your world. Where are your goals? Where's your focus? What are you doing?
Well, I would say that chess is definitely a focus, right? Like I've sort of refocused after like many years of focusing more on coaching and having like a chess, teaching company. So I would say the last few years I've definitely refocused more on chess, and that's why I try to play more. I try to spend my summers in Europe so I can get in like a few good tournaments. But I also balance that with like my other interests in life, you know, with my personal relationships, like my fitness things, my dance hobby,
Yes.
you know, so it's not like chess is the only thing, but it's certainly quite high up there on the list of things that I put my time into and care about.
Sometimes when you're teaching, your focus becomes the student and not yourself.
Oh yeah.
So talk to me about that contrast, if you will.
Well, first of all, I'm teaching right now at a pretty minimal amount. I mean, yeah, that's part of like the sort of refocus back on my own chess, because I mean, I don't want to leave teaching altogether, but I'm not trying to do it at like the maximum number of students I can have. Definitely when I'm teaching, it's about the students and their needs, right?
Right.
Sometimes it can sort of intermesh. Like sometimes it can happen that I work on an opening with a student and I actually wind up using it.
Right.
I do use it, right?
Right,
So
right.
it's not totally useless for me, but that will only happen, right, with students that have gotten to a certain level.
Exactly.
So it's only my most advanced students
Exactly.
where I can see that work can be useful to me as well. Like, yeah, it happened pretty recently where I worked on something with a student of mine and I got to use that idea in the Grand Swiss.
That's always nice when that happens. Irina Krush, thank you so much for joining me, and really good luck on your journey in this year's U.S. Championships.
I'm very excited about it. Thank you, Yasser.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to four, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and four superstars take the stage. World number one, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
Welcome back to round 6 of the U.S. Championships. And before we look at the games, we have a question to answer.
Absolutely. First of all, I've got to get your answer too, Maurice, because I think we...
Right. So the question is, in 1904, Frank James Marshall won the 7th U.S. Chess Congress in St. Louis, Missouri. At which city landmark was the tournament held? So Yasser and I were picking D.
And
we hope it's
agreeing
D.
with you already, Kate, is hard enough. Agreeing with both of you is just impossible.
Correct.
I'm going to go with B.
Missouri
Athletic Club. And the answer is, drum roll, please.
Bang, bang, bang.
That hurt.
Oh.
Yasser, how did we?
That hurt. My day's not the same now. I mean,
I'm remembering this forever, like forever, ever.
The quality of my life just went right
You will
down.
hear about this very often now, right?
Anastasiya.
Let's go to Anastasiya's interview. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, good job with the question. Yes, I have here Jennifer Caro, the manager of the Q Boutique store. So it's again time for shopping today. Jennifer, thank you for joining us once again. Please tell us about Q Boutique so everybody knows where to find some nice chess boards or chess books.
So Q Boutique is in the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries, and we are their gift store. We're right across the street from the St. Louis Chess Club, so if you're coming for a tournament, please stop by and see us. We have all kinds of chess items. We've got a lot of variety of chess boards as well as chess books. We also have some jewelry, some toys, lots of little craft items. It's just a fun little store. And we also have a St. Louis section if you're looking for some city merchandise.
Yeah, and speaking about merch, you have many items for these U.S. Chess Championships. Can you speak a little bit about them? First of all, I can see many T-shirts, right, this time?
Yeah, we do. We are carrying the red for the U.S. Chess Championships, as well as a blue with a quarter zip pullover. Those are available on our website, qboutique.scl.com, as well as if you want to come in and see us.
Yeah, it's better to come in person because you have so many things, and many chess fans, they also looking forward to see some items which they can collect for the future. And I can see you're holding a very special chessboard. Please tell us about it.
This is from this tournament, the U.S. Chess Championship, that all of the players have signed. We have a very limited amount of these, so if you are interested in one, I highly recommend that you get that ordered as soon as possible.
Yeah, I can see also like signatures of Fabi, Levon. I can recognize them already, and as well as all women chess players, right?
Yes.
On this chessboard, so 24 signatures in total.
Right.
As far as I understand, yes, that's a great thing. But I think also we have a very special guest in St. Louis these days, right? I can see also a chess book next to you.
Yeah, we actually just got in Dark Squares by Danny Wrench, who is the co-founder of chess.com, as well as, there it is, as well as many, very, very active in the chess world. He has this new book out, which is about his life and how chess was an integral part of helping him to survive an abusive cult. He will be here on October 26th at Q Boutique in the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries from 3 to 4 for a book signing. And we sell these books in Q, so if you don't have it yet, you can stop by, get his book, and get his autograph and meet him.
Wow, I mean, I know that's a very inspiring story. I heard Danny Wrench talking about it, and many chess players already had the feedback. This book is, I will take this book for sure now after this interview, because I'm also looking forward to read it before Danny will come to St. Louis. I think it's great that we are going to have him soon here.
Yeah. I agree.
Yes. And yes, as you said, he's face of Chess.com, and his story may inspire also many of those who watched Queen's Gambit and didn't have enough. So I think his book is also a very interesting, inspiring story if you're interested about chess world. Thank you so much, Jennifer, and we hope to see you once again. Thank you for everything you are doing. I know that we also have this very special prize for the ladies in U.S. Women's Championship. So far, many items. They got a few items. What will wait for the winner of the first match today? What are we going to?
I think it is another Charlie Hauska T-shirt.
Ah, great. Okay, this pink T-shirt. Great. Thank you so much. And
you're welcome.
See you again.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Jennifer, for all you do for making our lives very interesting. I see that Wesley did not go queen d7. He went queen d6. I was trying to play the move queen d7 to provoke g4. And unprovoked, guess what? Fabi played g4 anyway. That's number one. But the game that really caught my eye was a game between Levon and Hans. Right here, right now, I think is a very crucial moment, not just because the e5 pawn is hanging and the c5 pawn is hanging. Anytime I'm trading, I'm thinking that this ending is nothing. Like really nothing for white. If Levon's ambitious at all, I think a lot has to do with the move knight f6 check.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. I'm a natural headhunter. I keep informing people. So let's just imagine a crazy idea. The idea of why do I find myself drawn to this move knight f6 check? Because I really want to play the move queen d2 and queen takes h6. Now, the problem I'm having actually is with the c5.
Because it's with
pawn.
a check, right?
It's with a check. So I'm thinking that I really ought to throw this guy away. Like, just go ahead and play a move like c7, c5, pardon me, c6. Now, imagine you want to take it with
the queen.
With the queen. So if you take it with the bishop, just because I think queen takes is much more natural. I'm looking at this check, right? Again, I'm thinking you're going to take, right? Queen d2, sorry. And I'm looking at this queen takes h6, and it.
But how dangerous it is if I play queen takes e5.
Let's have a look. And I took a pawn.
And I play f5.
And f5 is a very good move too.
And you don't have this bishop b2 move because queen e3 and I'm forcing a queen trade.
Queen trade's no good. No, I'm not allowing queen trades here. I'm looking at rook over ideas. This is where I think Levon is headed in this game. Not to allow queen trades, right? But to be thinking about bishop takes h6, knight f6 check, types of sacrifices, and taking advantage of, well, there's not that many defenders around the king.
But it feels quite solid for black, I have to say, because that pawn on e5 is under attack when the queen is still on c7. Like, I have checks on, since the king is still on g1 for white.
I remember father, Bill Lombardi, telling me, Yasser, we were at a Lone Pine tournament together, Lone Pine, California, and we were analyzing. He said, you got to learn to count the number of attackers and count the number of defenders. It seems to me the knight on b7, the bishop on d7, the queen on c7 are not defending. If there's a moment Levon is actually thinking about it, and Maurice, you have it up on your screen. Give me some insights on what's going on in this position.
Some wonderful lines. Your instincts are spot on, Yaz, and there's some variations that really need to be calculated, and there's no question that Levon is, in fact, calculating them. It'd be really curious to see if he does end up playing the move c6. Oh, he backed away and played c takes b6 in this position.
Oh, I wanted to avoid that.
Yes. The engineer gives c6 as the #1 move to play, and black must be extremely careful in this position. Bishop takes c6 is already bad. It's already actually quite bad after knight to f6 with check, creating massive disruption on the king side here. Now, if you take, the correct way to attack actually is to lead with the bishop.
Oh.
And you're going to love this line. The king moves.
Yeah.
Now queen d2. You sacked one piece. You're going to sack another one. And if you dare take this one, well, you can see a check.
Yeah.
You say, but how do we get in exactly? You're going to sack a third.
Rook b4.
Bang, bang. Well done. Rook to b4.
Woo.
And this piece obviously cannot be taken because you're going to get mated on this side, but you also can't stop rook to g4 after this beautiful move. Rook to b4. Double piece sacrifice. The lines are just all better for white if you play like this.
Nice.
The correct move to play after this move c6 is actually take with the queen in this position. This changes the construction quite a bit. You can always take with the knight with the queen's about to come off the board.
I want to go queen f2.
So now queen f2, looking to get to this side, and black challenges the piece immediately and says, these two are under attack right here, right now. You need a move. And
bishop.
Queen g3 is playable. Bishop h6 is also playable with this line going this way. And white is guaranteed a draw in this line, although the engine shows no more after c6, queen takes c6, knight c5. So that's the only place it ended up. Maybe Levon was turned off by the queen c6 line, realizing that the counterplay was coming very quickly and forcing his hand. Taking on b6, however, is something we really didn't like too much but the engine doesn't decry it at all. Queen c2, bishop c2, and I think pawn takes is necessary. We get this position. This is a very different position. Talk about a completely different character of a position in the endgame. Going for this, basically an equal position, and oh man, the fireworks that could have happened if you had played c6 instead could have been super interesting. But instead, we do have this endgame in front of us, and he has played bishop to b3, it looks like. Yes, bishop to b3. Nothing special here. It looks like this one is going quickly with accurate play towards a draw.
Wow. Had he sacrificed the bishop on h6, bishop on h7, rook on b4.
Oh, how lovely would that have been?
That would have gone right across the street to the World Chess Hall of Fame. Bishop b3 on the board, and it's an ending. It's two bishops. Maybe Levon can squeeze something out of this. Normally speaking, when it's two bishops versus bishop and knight, I'd ask a salient question. Does the knight have an anchored outpost? And if the answer is yes, then two bishops advantage is not that great. I'm looking at this knight on d5, and I'm answering my question with a yes, so I'm thinking it's a balanced position. We'll keep an eye on this one. Katja.
So I have a list of novelties here that were played in this round, so maybe we can go to the game of Andy Woodward.
Okay.
Because Var said it on move 7 already. Andy made a novelty, which is bishop g5.
Okay, so it looks kind of like a Catalan with an early b7, b6. So now it's more like a Queen's Gambit accepted. Bishop g5. This is the novelty.
So castling for white, that's the regular move in this position. That's the theory.
Castling. I can imagine queen takes c4 already exists as well. But bishop g5, new move. First impressions are, though, it's not that great, because what has white achieved? He's forced the trade of the bishops, and black is the first to connect the rooks. So black's development looks pretty decent. Dariusz is not too unhappy about the outcome of the opening, and he can play.
It feels like black has no trouble, right? We like that bishop on b7.
We love the bishop on b7.
We got to play c5 to challenge the center.
I don't think that this should be issues for black at all here. Other
Grigoriy Oparin against Sam Shankland?
Now, whenever I hear Sam Shankland in opening novelties, I say, yeah, because that guy is working his tail off, and he comes with lots of great ideas.
So here, move 8, d takes c5, that's a novelty.
By
the
Grigoriy.
main move is c3, just to hold, create a pawn chain, and hold that d4 pawn.
So the move because what you're saying, c2, c3, as you say, maintaining the integrity of the pawn chain, keeping the pawn on e5, that's the old move. This move is a completely different animal.
I don't care I have a weakness, I don't care this is attacked.
Exactly.
Wow.
And the idea that you could lose the e5 pawn makes a completely different approach from Grigoriy. Queen c7 looks reasonable. I'm not 100% sure which pawn I want to capture, and it feels like a good flexible move. Knight takes e5, knight f3, knight takes e4, bishop takes f3, knight f6, queen e2, bishop e7, c4, bishop e4. Well, first impressions are, I actually like black's position.
Me too, because we have those center pawns.
Yeah, and right now I'm not seeing a great role for the knight on b3.
I can imagine having troubles maybe if the knight manages to go here, here, and then target that d6 square, but that's not going to happen.
And 3 moves. It's an eternity.
Yeah.
When you get into these kinds of openings. So at the moment, I think Sam is going to be happy with his outcome. Tell me more.
So let's jump to the ladies section.
Absolutely.
And see what Alice Lee is doing.
Alice is up against Talia, and when I left it, I thought Talia was doing just great. Again, we have one of these very, very typical Queen's Gambit accepted endings. Like, seriously, if you put the pawn back on b2 and put the knight back on f3, this is a typical 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. Now, when we put the pawn on c3, oh, wait a minute, that's a pawn island. That's the second pawn island. They're supposed to be weaker when they're split, and that is indeed the case. Bishop d7, rook b1, e5, right here, right now. Stop. Sign me up. I like black. I mean, I
don't have a pawn problem as white has on c3.
Exactly. So queen d5 Alice is actually, in my opinion, trying to equalize at the moment. I mean, put her pawn on e4 and a bishop on e3, she might be better. But that's 2 moves, and Talia gets to play as well. And she's just played the move rook b8. This looks fine for black. Want to go to Anna's game for just a moment? Because Anna versus Nasi, because when I left it, I thought that Nasi was doing fine with the move e5 and or inclusive bishop to b6 with the same idea of e5. Nasi began with e5, queen g3.
Oh, that's an interesting move because we are making a pin here.
Exactly.
You cannot that easily recapture, and we are threatening some bishop takes h6.
Exactly. Knight h5, tickling the queen, queen to g4, captures, and now Nasi is saying, okay, I want a pawn. I've got the knight protected. What are you going to do? c4. Whoa, 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 whoa. c4.
I mean, you can take en passant, but I don't think that's what the position is about, right? Because white recaptures with the bishop.
Well, I do have the defensive reaction.
Rook takes e1.
Rook takes e1 is a very good defensive reaction. I was actually being far too defensive, thinking I have queen g5. c4, so let's try again. D takes, now you could include, for whatever reasons you may or may not want to, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, check. But I still have this move, queen g5, and this looks, I'm a safe.
Yeah, you're a pawn up.
Okay.
That's all you need to know, I know.
I'll take it, I'll take it.
You can stay a pawn up with queen d6, though.
And
after c4.
c4, we can stay up, because we're threatening mate in 2.
And it makes kind of sense. If white has the pair of bishops, we do not want to necessarily open the center.
Right. c2, c4, queen to d6, threatening mate in 2, because now the king's not running. I'm guessing Anna's going to have to play g3. The knight
f6 back.
I'm not feeling it for Anna. I don't see why this sacrifice should bring her success. Like, what do we got here?
No, we saw yesterday her being overly ambitious, sacrificing a pawn against Carissa.
Oh, that boomerang, that opening choice that she made. I mean, it's a risky, that whole Kalashnikov line is very risky, but boy, it really boomerang. Right now, I'm just trying to understand what it is that Anna feels she has as compensation. And again, was this completely that clear as well? You don't. I mean, I'm threatening to take the bishop, right? So you have to take so that you could recapture with a rook. And I was thinking queen g5. I mean, okay, but rook takes, bishop takes for a pawn. Crickets in the...
I mean, unless I take the queen.
Okay. I think you're begging
and then
for
say
draws.
I'm going to try to quickly get to the 7th rank.
I understand, but I'm just saying, I think you're begging for a draw here because, again, the knight's got a good purchase, whether it be f4, f6.
So if I go bishop f5 here?
But my question is, are you playing to draw? Or are you playing for
I think
advantage?
white has compensation for a draw. Yes.
The maximum is draw.
Draw.
The maximum. Black is going to definitely try to win this position.
2-result game.
By the way, Nasi played queen d6.
Queen d6, which was the suggestion of Maurice, saying, hey, look, checkmate. Pay attention. Queen h2, queen h1. I mean, I feel I have to play the move G3, Anna as well.
And she made the move, and she's playing fast. Anna has 1 hour, 13 minutes. Nazi only 36 minutes.
She's playing fast. And again, as Maurice reminds us, the clock is a part of the game, right? But advantage Nazi here, just extra pawn, should be good. Maurice, bring us good tidings.
Well, I don't know about good tidings, but at least interesting for sure, as the game between Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, a big-time game in this tournament. Obviously, it's 8 championships for Irina, 3 championships for Carissa. That's 11 championships between these two players, and recent championships as well. I believe they're the winners of the last 4 championships. Or did Jennifer win in 2022?
Jennifer might have interrupted.
Jennifer might have interrupted. I know Irina won for sure in 2020. So, at any rate, these are 2 of the favorites in the event. In this position here, the move queen to d2 was played. And here the engine thinks you could develop with bishop d7, you could play f4. But Carissa, ever optimistic, put her knight on b4.
Knight b4?
Knight b4. The engine is not in favor of this move because it gives away the advantage. But it took a long time for Irina to find the best move, which is the move bishop to e3, to recognize that she has nothing just yet on this side. Now, this looks as though she's prepared to take this knight on c5. It's going to be interesting to see what Carissa does here, because she could take on e4, for sure. But she has a very interesting move, knight to e6.
Say what?
Not the first move you think about.
Say what?
100%. The point is, after you take, the move f4 shows up on the board, spotting the fact that this bishop is trapped on the square. Very different position. Now, you could play bishop to c5, for example. In other words, you would pretend you took the piece on this square. The problem is the pawn is no longer on d5. So after this piece is captured, that pawn is about to go. And so this is a busted position. So knight b4, bishop e3 on the board. Knight e6 is the top move in this position. Not going to be that easy to find. I would anticipate something like knight takes on e4, but you can't be a real fan of this move because this pawn is a problem after knight to g3. This is what white wants. And as far as Irina is concerned, stylistically, you couldn't have 2 more opposed players. Carissa, rock'em sock'em attack, go after you, try to kill you, sack pieces, pawns, who cares? It doesn't matter. But Irina is slow, control, positional, just limit your play and use that as a springboard to squeeze you like a ball constrictor. So here, she just wants to take and play chess. Carissa wants a sack. So this is not a position that Carissa is going to look at. I get the feeling that after this move, I kind of suspect Carissa's going to find knight e6. She's just that kind of young lady finding moves like that.
Yeah. Your description of the 2 players reminded me the fire and ice of Kasparov and Karpov. They were 2 very, very different, but very, very successful players. Gary was fire and brimstone, and Anatoly was all about technical prowess. For me, a question that I would have would be not the move bishop g5 to e3. For me, the question I would have, why isn't white playing g4, captures f5? She's played the move rook g1. You would recapture. I would play bishop e3. And I would think in my mind, or maybe even bishop h6, okay, hey, I got the open lines on the king side.
So does black, though, unfortunately. Black has
okay, if that's the answer, that's
also,
the answer.
bishop is suddenly eyeballing this pawn on h3. You have to make sure, obviously you're sacking the pawn.
Yes.
But you have to make sure that you're not...
So, for example, bishop e3 in this situation, Maurice.
Okay, now we go for the same line.
Right, and we go knight g3 for argument's sake. Just, throw it out there. You take the pawn on h3, and you're right, the open lines, but isn't it the king on h8, bishop h3, knight e4, and knight can go to g5?
Well, there are lines to think about as well. Like this one. You have to get rid of this.
Yeah, I got to take that.
And now you got to take on this square. And now black does potentially have this diagonal.
Yes, yes.
Black also can play moves like a4 to just soften up where you're going to live.
Because the question is, what is White going to do about the king?
Castle.
Well, it's clear White's going.
All right, so then let's go a4, because I want to push a3 to make sure the dark square diagonal is really excellent.
And it will be.
a3, thank you.
G3, B3, yeah, I'm not going to let that guy...
and now we could get saucy.
Okay.
I mean, it's a game.
I was thinking, you know, it's the weirdest thing. I'm thinking I'm playing G takes F5 because
It's a logical concept.
Yeah, I'm opening up the king side, and you're playing Rook F3, and I'm like, whoa, okay, great stuff. And why is this?
But
game
the bishop
so
can't go on F5, and the queen showing up. This move is always a problem.
E5.
This is the position. This is the position Irina doesn't necessarily want.
Right.
Because again, stylistically, she wants to suppress the action.
Right.
You're okay with like, no, let's open it up. Let's get some stuff going. But Irina has to be very mindful. We've seen Irina play over the years. She will absolutely avoid the complications. If she doesn't have to play that way, she's not playing that way.
She likes the positional chess.
She absolutely adores that. She, in principle, feels like that's the way you should play chess. That's the way I'm comfortable. You can tell me about your sacrifices and all that. It's great. I'm not going to play well under those conditions.
Right.
Let me play where I'm comfortable. It kind of holds her back a little bit from getting the maximum out of positions.
Right.
And
knight takes E4.
Knight takes on E4. This is exactly what Irina wanted. Carissa did not find knight E6. She took on E4. This is exactly what Irina wants. As far as I'm concerned, this is the youngster walking into a position that Irina will relish. Although I think after knight G3, she probably thinks she's going to play knight D3 check anyway and try to create some kind of opening on that side. But
I've just seen so many blistering attacks by Garry Kasparov, not to mention Dr. John Nunn and many other Fischer, where they do say, I'm sacrificing in exchange for one purpose and one purpose only, to get this bishop on G7, which will be a monster on this long diagonal. I've seen Rook F4 types of sacrifices in their games. Why is this game so crucial for these two players?
So let's take a look. Irina Krush, she's
half a point out.
Yeah, and she's tied for the third place, but only half a point behind the leaders Alice Lee and Anastasiya. Carissa with 2.5 points, so half a point behind Irina, as you are saying. But you know, she's back.
Oh, exactly.
Because she started terribly, but she won her last game, so she's back and thinking about, okay, maybe I can take a run at this title.
Exactly. Get myself back in the tournament.
I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
I'm just putting this out there.
Yeah.
You might disagree, and it might be a little early. If Carissa wins this game,
yes,
I'm predicting she wins the tournament.
Because of her streaky
She is so streaky. That girl, once you set her on fire, she's just like a bonfire. She just
now, remember,
lights it up.
She's coming into today's game with a mere 50%.
Oh, that means nothing.
Win gets her only to +1.
Yeah,
and
I heard you.
Anna and Alice are both enjoying a +2 result.
And she got 3 other players in front of her.
And by the way, that brings to mind
the Finish Strong prize. That's the new prize for this year's edition, $5,000 for both sections. And this is awarded to players with the highest score starting today in round 6 through 11. And if there is a tie, there will be a prize split.
It's funny to see this $5,000 award for the best finish. In my day, that was first prize for the whole tournament. So you better have a good finish, a good start, and a good middle game.
And then maybe you can try.
Maurice, since your picks, it didn't work out so far for you.
Excuse me, didn't I just win?
That was a
trivia question.
A trivia.
Yes, sir.
You said it very well yourself.
I'll give you a chance to go first.
Choose your best finish prize person?
Best finished prize. Okay, so I'm not going to go with Carissa because that's what Maurice is going with. So I will go, you know what, I'm considering Alice Lee or Tatev Abrahamian because I feel like Tatev started now very well. She won her last 2 games. She has great position. I'm picking Tatev.
Tatev. Okay, and in the Open?
In the Open, okay, I'm going to pick somebody maybe a little unexpected. I'm going to go with Awonder.
Wow.
Awonder.
Wow.
Why did you guys pick Awonder? He hasn't won a game.
I haven't. We're talking about the second half.
It's about the trends. It's about the trends.
But there's the thing, you play maybe more risky. I mean, he's having an excellent year of chess.
And he's had good position. He just hasn't converted them to wins.
Okay, so your answer is Awonder and
Hold on. No, I've just taken hers, Tatev and Awonder. Look, I chose Carissa.
What?
I chose Carissa.
Carissa. Wait a second.
I chose Carissa at the start of the tournament.
Oh, okay.
So I expect I have to choose.
So you're sticking with your horse.
Otherwise, it looks strange when she's at 50%, right?
You know
so
what?
Carissa,
maybe you could change your pick because her trend hasn't been going so well.
Just a second, Hans.
You just like to steal my picks.
Hold on.
No, but
Dariusz,
we cannot look at...
Wesley.
You can't look at results.
No.
Or the road ahead.
I'm just looking at who I got in the tournament. Andy Woodward had a very bad start, but he's played good. Will he have some results? You said Awonder, right?
Yes. Also, he's from Webster. I graduated Webster. You know, we have to stick
too late,
together.
Too late. You should have done that at the beginning of the tournament. No. Don't even try it.
You know what? I am going to say Levon. Levon is +1.
Mm-hmm.
He's had a terrific summer. I'm going to say Carissa and Levon. Okay, it's on you, Maurice.
I'm going to say Carissa because you knew I was going to say Carissa.
Okay, we're going to double down. And again, you have Awonder, I have Levon. In the Open, you can only choose one.
I'm going to go with Hans.
Hans, who's already had a great result so far.
Yeah, I'm trending with Hans. I'm feeling like Hans is going to shock the world and probably win this tournament.
I mean, he's playing amazingly. He had yesterday, I mean, that was a masterpiece.
Yeah, but he's got a big game today. In fact, it's such a big game.
And he still has to play Awonder, so.
And by the way, Carissa, you chose Carissa.
Yes,
we both got
Carissa.
You got Tatev. Very good. Where would you like to? Var will.
And by the way, Var, he's picking Levon as well as you, Yasser.
And if he says,
and then he's going to pick Tatev or Anna, right?
If he says
probably Anna
Anna.
Sargsyan.
Alliance, Anna. Var, you're supposed to just pick. You can't just pick your country people.
Exactly. Where would you like to guide this catch-up?
I want to go to the ladies section to see. Well, my pick, Tatev. Let's see what's happening there.
Well, now that you've got skin in the game, let's do
because
it.
Irina Krush, yes, that's Carissa is thinking there. Alice Lee, that's just draw.
Oh, wait.
against Rose Atwell.
Correct.
I'm sorry. We need to go back to the Carissa game in a second when you guys have a chance because this move, Yasser, is just so fantastic. You suggested it. It's one of those moves that we see often happen in the King's Indian. And you can't touch this rook. I mean, it'd be a disaster to open up the long diagonal. And the top move here by the engine, you're not guessing. I'll give you 4 picks.
A3.
You get 2. A3, no.
King D1.
I thought you say he gets
King
2
D1,
and I get
no.
1.
You get another.
So no A3.
No King
D1. No A3. I thought it was as ridiculous a move as I could think of. Rook G2.
Rook G2. Nope, you're out. Last one.
Rook G2 with the idea of King F1, King
A3
H.
Stupid.
King F1? No, I don't know.
I don't nailed it.
King F1.
King F1.
I was about to
I
was about to play Rook G2 so I could go King F1.
Oh, castling by hand.
You were looking for a ridiculous move.
Exactly.
And
castle, and there it is.
Castle by. You don't want to live on that side because there's going to be play.
Queen A4, Knight
And then
A2.
when you see it, and that's the funny thing about these moves, when the engine plays it, you go,
why didn't it come to me?
that's reasonable, but it's after the fact. Many creative ideas only make sense after they have been stated or suggested.
Yeah.
So it turns out we have a confessional.
By the way, we have a professional. Carissa, she was there yesterday. It worked well for her. She was talking about that Christmas sweater drama. So let's hear her today.
Christmas
You
sweater.
can tell I'm super bored. I will pretend like there's someone who keeps listening to me. Should I move the camera down a little bit? Like, man, I am bored. Oh, they have a list of questions. Can't think of what to say to the camera? Here's a few questions to get you thinking. Wait 5 seconds and then start talking. Remember to smile at the camera. I always remember, guys. Don't worry. Oh, if you win this game, what are you ordering for dinner? Man. Oh, actually, I have a great story. For no one, I guess. Last year, I was, like, winning all my games, right? And then at some point, I think Awonder and I went out to Yellow Belly. They have, like, oysters for $4 each. Got a dozen oysters on his dime. Yeah. What random song is stuck in your head right now? So many random songs, guys. You know Boys by Charlie XCX? Yeah, that one's a funny one. Shut up. Walk us through your outfit today. What's the inspiration? Who do you think has the best fashion sense in this tournament? They were inspired by me. That's so funny.
What goes through the mind of a chess great?
You think how serious she is during the game, really calculating everything, making sure. No,
Yeah,
she's
no.
just walking to the confessional booth
Right.
and just
Well, bored. I'm bored. What should I
remembering
do?
funny scenes and
Right.
stories.
She had to give away her phone, so no TikTok. Can't look at a game scroll and like, oh, please hurry up and move already so I can move.
Right. But by the way, not for nothing, the move Rook F4 is very intriguing. The move Knight D3 check is certainly going through Carissa's mind. But I think in many ways this is actually a very, very key moment. If you make a terrible waiting move, I'm just going to make a pass move. After the move B7, B6, Knight takes E4, there is nothing that I really like about Black's position.
I mean, the knight is amazing. I'm going to kick that knight from B4.
Exactly.
Your bishop on C8 is just going to do nothing.
This bishop on G7 is no great shakes either. Maybe on a good day, White is just going to go H4, H5 and blast open the king side. So this is the pressure, I want to say, the onus is on Carissa right now to do something. Again, Rook F4, King
I have
F1
a feeling she may play Rook F4. That is
F4,
Carissa's style.
100% that's on her, agenda. The other move that has to be there as well, Knight D3 check, bishop takes, pawn takes, selling yourself dearly. I don't want to see the move E5, E4 land, but after queen takes D3, you have to look at E4 as well. I don't really want to trade this guy for this guy. I ask myself, where am I putting my king? So I move back with the queen, maybe to play bishop to D4. Maurice landed Rook F3 in a position where the G pawns were gone, by the way. So I can imagine that this is like one of the main lines that Carissa is analyzing.
Can we just go there
Oh,
one
please.
more time?
Of course. Knight D3 check, as well as Rook F4 are her two main moves. Yep.
So E4.
Yep.
What about moves such as B5 now?
B5, good move, by the way. Strangely enough, I wanted actually to keep the queen side closed because I wanted to park my king over there. I wanted to castle and on a good day play bishop to D4, maybe trade. Now this bishop, by the way, has become a monster. I'm going to kill that bishop. I'm going to play bishop D4 and make sure it doesn't.
And if I play queen E5 first?
Queen E5, okay. This kind of still stays with my whole concept of playing for bishop to D4.
My goodness, this position.
But this is what Carissa is struggling with. I mean, in her judgment, should she play Rook F4, sacrifice an exchange? Should she play Knight D3, return the pawn, but open up the position for her bishop on G7? Difficult moments for our defending champion.
If she knows her opponent, she puts the rook on F4 and walks away.
And says, Irina, you deal with it. How's Hans dealing with Levon?
This position, if I had seen this before I had my pick, I might.
I already got Levon on my dance card. Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not bad. It's just not what I was hoping. We saw an endgame occur and more trades. And now
B6
picking
is
up a
hanging.
pawn. And of course, Yasser is happy because he's
a pawn
just taking a pawn. Okay, Rook FB8. The engine doesn't really like that move, but after knight to B3, we're in a position where Hans is looking to get rid of this bishop, get his pawn back.
Clear.
Get into an endgame potentially that is fairly equal.
Okay.
But it's only white that's thinking of anything here. It's clearly something. But is it enough? We don't know. But we have
breaking news.
Breaking news.
Fabi.
That Fabi, who somebody stole that pick. Where's Fabi? He is here.
Stole that pick.
We're being told that Fabi is much better in this position after this move B6. We should back up because the game went a little bit haywire and we hadn't looked at it in a while.
Queen D6.
Queen D6, G4, Bishop D7, C5, Queen F8, give me this. And now the move, he could take this pawn. Let's be clear. He could just take it, but the compensation is there for black after multiple trades. So if you take here, takes, give me that. And also, by the way, I get my pawn back on C5. So that's actually nothing special. Bishop to F4 instead. The rook shifted back to C8 defensive square. Rook to C1, guarding his pawn. And now G5 after H5. What a committal move on his part. Bishop to G3. And now B6. Trying to get rid of this bind on this side of the board is Wesley. But loosening some squares, there's some discos possible. Actually turns out that there's a devastating move here. Coming from the right side with G6.
Wow, because then we're emptying also, I mean, clearing that square knight G5.
Yeah, and giving this bishop a lot of scope if you take now.
You start with Queen C4, maybe.
Yeah, you can actually start with Queen C4 and then bishop to E6, trying to defend. Now we can just clock, and now your bishop is hanging, and this bishop, and everything collapses along the long diagonal. This is completely winning.
Right.
If Fabi finds G6 right now, already the engine is saying he has to bail with this move, get the knight off of that square, allow this really unattractive line. The knight lands on G5. This diagonal is about to be taken advantage of. Wesley
in big trouble.
In massive trouble if G6 lands on the board right here, right now. Fabi will be in control of this game. And I'll tell you, there is almost no doubt Fabi's going to play G6.
And he has so much time on the clock. He has 1 hour. Wesley only 27 minutes, so Fabi can spend time now because he's well prepared in this position. And I think he is surprised by the way Wesley is taking and playing this position because we're looking at some Rook E8 playing on that E file, and Wesley is choosing something completely different.
Yeah, I am very, very mystified by the move Rook C8. In the worst case scenario, just imagine the worst case scenario, you take the pawn. Well, I mean, I've got play. I can start with the move knight d5, but rook c8, that's very defensive. And now comes the key question. Fabi just wants to pick off this pawn. And we understand, therefore, why Wesley felt it necessary to play the move h5 to try to drum up some play. But once he got to this position, for sure he underestimated the power of g6. G6 is just a great move, which prepares the way for knight G5. I mean, you guys were talking about queen C4 and knight takes D4. I see G6 headhunting with knight G5. Like, please, again, you know, lots of winning moves here for white. But when the moment you see this move, you kind of just stop and go, I'm not happy here. And for those of you who just joined us, let's just say that these two players, in 8 U.S. championships, neither player has ever been able to get a victory against the other. And Fabi is, at this exact moment, standing on a very unusual precipice for him. He could play the move G5, G6, follow it up with knight G5, and get what we think to be a winning position. Will he find this key move, G6, prepping queen c4, prepping knight g5? If he finds that, Wesley So in big trouble.
And I think since Fabi is still thinking, he's considering g6. He's looking at
100%. you know, it's the funniest thing. Whenever you're playing a Benoni, or if you will, a reverse Benoni, to my way of thinking, your position has strategic deficits. And what you're really trying to do is get into a tactical melee. Because somehow in a Benoni, your pieces are adaptable. They get to play tactically very well. And the move G5, G6, your pawn's on G5. You know, like, you always think, how can I leverage that pawn? And G6 just...
Even if it's a sacrifice, which now is.
Yes.
But by the way, one thing that also differentiates strong players from the weaker ones is when somebody plays this move, you don't necessarily pick immediately. Right? You don't trade, because we are in this habit sometimes that they offer us a trade and we don't like the tension. It's difficult to deal with that. So you want to release the tension and capture back. Right. But if you are a strong player, you are kind of fine with that. You can keep the tension on the board and you are looking for more opportunities. Exactly.
Knight takes D4 is the other thing. I mean, again, you start to think, you know, why should I take any risk? I could play knight takes d4.
Because you could win.
Exactly.
That's why.
That's why. So sometimes you do get, you talk yourself out of a very, very good move when you have an attractive alternative. But no, g6, I think, all day. What do you have for us, Maurice?
I so want to stay on this game, though.
Okay.
I see the moment in play.
This is a big moment. Let's do it.
Let's actually... Because I feel like G6 is just coming with...
But the question is, knight E7, if that's the best move to hold the position, I mean, what is there to look at? I mean, this is all one-way traffic. The knight takes up a beautiful square. You're about to play queen C4 with a check.
You can play H4.
You can anchor the knight to that beautiful outpost.
Let's continue this line. Queen G6.
Okay, we got a check.
We got a check, and now the king.
Where else?
Has to go. Yeah.
Somewhere.
I mean,
H4. I've got knight F7 always in my pocket.
That's the thing. Maybe you could have played immediately knight F7, bishop E4. Look for some forcing continuation.
Exactly. I mean. It looks very, very tempting, I must say. Knight F7 check. I think I lose, actually, if I have to avoid King G8, and here I hate putting myself in pins, so I'll play bishop F5, not knight F5.
This doesn't quite land the blow.
You want to land the blow, but
it doesn't look like I don't have, like, I would need one more piece now to increase that pressure. But that knight on b3, yes, knight takes d4 is not doing much. Okay, so we need to wait with knight f7.
But wait. Let's continue this line just momentarily. This. Oh no, what I want to do doesn't work. So yeah, I think h4 has to be played.
H4 is just a very, very nasty move, and it basically says, do something. You know, what if you play knight f5? Well, then that whole variation a moment ago with bishop e4 really takes on greater force, because you don't get to play bishop f5, and you know, let me just put that position on the board. Bishop e4. Now this bishop is kind of a target. Queen d5, knight takes d4 still on the card.
This guy is just
Wesley
like, what am I
like
doing?
Yeah, and the bishop on b4 is suffering. Like, what am I doing? Captures.
The only thing about this position is you have to really decide to judge it positionally, right? Meaning, you're not mating the person, you're not winning any material.
Right.
You're just better, and you have to say, this is the way I'm supposed to be better long term.
Increase the advantage. Yeah.
And that's what might convince him not to do it, because this line suggests maybe I should be winning in this variation, but I'm actually not winning, like by force. I'm just better. Is there a simpler way for me to be better?
But I'm not sacrificing a pawn, right? The material
no
is equal there.
No sack, I understand. But you are weakening that side somewhat. You're giving up some squares as well as you make these moves.
When I make G6.
And your kingside security. So you might talk yourself out of it just for that reason. But man, that looks just so juicy.
Looks sweet.
And I think Wesley's most worried about this move.
What could be the alternative? Could I think about knight h4?
No. No. Forcing moves, captures.
But I don't want to simplify that position.
No, 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 no. You always, you must. It's just, you must look at forcing moves first.
But knight h4 is a forcing. I'm attacking your knight.
Any check. Yeah, no, hold on. How does it work? Sorry. So forcing moves, checks.
Captures and attacks.
Exactly. Checks, captures. So I just capture. So that's the second in line.
They are equal.
No.
Checks come first. Captures.
What is an attack? It's threatening to capture. What's a capture?
Exactly. The number one, let's get the order right, because I teach this to my students. Checks come first. No.
What?
No. Well, I got to
go.
Checkmate threats?
Threat to checkmate is the second one. Check is the most forcing move. If I threaten to checkmate, you want to go capture something?
No, that's the most forcing move. No. If you want to put it that way.
No. Because if I check you, you have no choice
to respond.
You have to respond to the check. If I threaten mate, you might mate me.
Okay.
Right?
Go ahead.
That's number 2.
Checks. Checkmate, threats.
Yes. Number 3 is capture.
Okay.
Because you just took something.
Okay.
And then number 4 is an attack, a threat to capture something.
Okay, exactly. So
that's number 4.
So let's look at the most forcing, because.
By the way, I'm sorry. For a long time, I thought those were the only 4, and then I found somebody mentioned a guess that proved me that there's another one. Promotion. That's winning material. The threat to promote and promotion itself is actually a winning material. You're adding material.
Yeah.
That one comes alongside captures, promotion itself. Because you just won material.
Yeah.
So that's the 5th one.
I'm a little bit more, my list is shorter, let's say. So I'm looking at checks and captures as my priority. So I started with a capture. We'll look at your knight h4 in just a moment. But I captured a pawn. You captured my knight. I captured a knight. Now, a moment ago, you wanted to play knight h4 to threaten the bishop. You captured, right?
I could capture with a queen also. But
yes,
that's
we're going to get more or less the same position. So by force, in his mind, Fabi could have this position, and he's saying, why isn't this wonderful for me? I want to play bishop takes check, queen e2, and threaten checkmate, right? So did I do everything right? Was everything captured? So in his mind, he might reach this position and say, this is the way I should be playing. Knight takes d4. Otherwise, g6, move that we prefer, but why isn't this very good for him as well?
That's the problem.
I'm trying to convince myself that g6 is much better than this, and I'm having a hard time. A moment ago, I think you suggested queen takes c5? Oh, sorry. Again, takes, g6,
Here, can I go
e.
bishop e6?
So perfectly legal. Perfectly legal.
By the way, g6 is on the board.
Okay, so he
the
did.
Best move in the position.
He did come out with I was thinking takes and queen c4. No, you do have.
I have queen f6
as a way of defending. That is a good point. Queen c4. In any case, and by the way, sorry, I did want to give your move knight h4 credit, in the sense that, yes, you're attacking the knight. I move the knight.
No, my idea was queen e2.
You wanted to take on d4, you said?
Yes, knight takes d4.
And after takes, you were...
Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4.
So all captures on d4?
Yeah. We've played bishop takes c5.
Yeah,
as well as queen takes c5, and we play.
Well, there's an off move here.
Uh-oh.
Along the lines of forcing moves, the move h4.
h4 here.
Yes.
Okay, we did not look at h4 here.
It is a forcing move.
It is a forcing move, so I could take on g3, g6. I was trying to promote the pawn, which is very forcing, according to Maurice. A forcing move is to take. Interesting, but We got
it's a very complicated position.
we got the move we wanted, and we thought G5, G6. And Maurice, jump in here. Wesley, back to the wall. How is he going to handle this move?
This is the biggest move by far. Did he move yet? He did.
Okay.
He was aware that this
G6.
was the best move.
And
fully aware of the danger after the move G6.
He played Knight D.
And Fabi was not perturbed in any way or deterred. He has now played Knight G5.
This is our main line, right?
This is the main line. And Fabi understands, and so does Wesley. This is bad. This is bad news. Will Wesley be able to defend this position?
There are going to be so many light squares that are weak.
It's not a mate.
Yes.
It's not win of material. It just sucks. And that's official chess nomenclature.
Scientology.
It just sucks.
H4.
Yeah. Push. He dropped back. He took. Knight here. We're waiting for Queen G6.
I think we were looking at Queen. Oh, yes, you're right. Queen G6 was it? I put
we got a
Queen
check.
F6 wrongly.
We got a King H8 sighting. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That was simply H4.
It said
lockdown.
Make a move. And it's not pretty. I mean, Bishop E4 is on White's agenda. Knight takes D4. Another possibility. Now
there's only one thing missing. One thing is that Rook.
Oh, Rook. Well,
but by the way, Black's Rook is out of play also because it's busy defending the C7 square. So, but if you could bring that Rook in somehow, it's oof.
But the Knight on G5 is so beautiful.
So strong.
Yep. No, this feels like it's just play on one goal, and at the moment, Wesley's pieces are just watching White swarming. Knight E5, you just can't play it. I mean, you really, really desperately want to, but you got this bishop. So is it completely ridiculous to try to...
What are we looking at? Because we don't have...
Whoa.
We don't have the move.
Well, again, we are seeing on the right two of our tournament co-leaders playing against one another. Should either one of these players win, then it will be left to Hans. Hans would have to win to stay in a tie for first. And not too much effort went into H4. I mean, mental effort, that is to say. Fabi said, the knight on G5 is superb. Let me just protect it, leave it there. And, this will be their 9th game that Wesley and Fabi played against each other in U.S. championships. And it took 9 games for one of them to win.
Well, it ain't over yet.
But it ain't over yet.
Ain't over yet. Meantime, the other game is proceeding
Levon,
apace.
Yeah.
Levon was up a pawn. We remember that.
Yes.
H4. Give me that.
H4.
And let me go after this. A very strange looking choice, yeah? Bishop A3, D3.
Hey.
Whoa. What are you doing with this rambunctious character?
Who invited you?
Now, there's some interesting ideas. Maybe a bishop showing up to attack this rook. I don't see exactly how you pull it off.
Okay.
Oh, but there's also this rook coming down to here.
To hang on.
Creating some problems. Levon said, I'll give you the pawn back. Bishop to B2. I'll take it. And by the way, your H4 pawn is hanging at the moment.
What?
And by the way, I might play bishop to A4.
What?
Those are all paradoxical moves, but he settled on these choices. Not sure what else he could have done here. Let's go back. In this position, the position is still even according to the engine, so H4
Black
is a
has
choice.
compensation for his pawn, according to the engine. Yeah.
And you could have tried something else. Anyway, we can jump to this position. Here, Black is perfectly fine. I'm sure most of us would be excited about this pawn.
Definitely.
More than anything White's doing.
Definitely.
Can we win? Can we play this somehow?
So can we play bishop C3 as White and just go and take it?
There's a rook D4.
Yeah, but I have a knight E4 also. I will have just a lot of pressure on that pawn.
Yeah, but that's dead.
Okay, knight E4.
And knight back. And now let's go kill that.
Okay, I take on D2 with knight.
It's a draw.
Oh.
There's no advantage. It's just equal.
Oh, I thought... Sorry.
All I said was...
You were like killing a B pawn. You were killing an H pawn.
You're promoting.
The D2 pawn was
scaring
me.
has all our attention. So.
Okay. Agreed.
This game will end in a draw.
All right.
Which puts more eyes now on that Fabi game.
Wow. Okay.
And making Wesley regret, even more so, playing in that speed championship thing.
Yesterday.
Throwing away his white yesterday.
Right.
And now watching himself play black against this monster, knowing he has a horrible position that he's going to have to defend. And Fabi knowing I can get him finally in these U.S. Championship.
Right. By the way, I just wanted to go quickly to the game between Grigoriy and Sam Shankland, because there's some kind of a confusing moves that went on in that game. Bishop takes h4. Check this one out.
Queen
Alpha
h1.
0.
That's
Alpha
a beautiful
0.
move.
Style. f5. e5. Check. And I was expecting rook f7 here.
So what's the material? So it's completely balanced. It's even.
Right, but Sam is basically saying this pawn is more vulnerable than anything else, so I'm going to capture it. And what do you got? Say bishop c3.
Moving it away.
Let me just refresh
I think
my
we have
board.
some moves on the board. Yep. Rook
We do
f7.
have rook f7 as expected.
So bishop c3.
Right, and I was going to take a pawn. I don't know if I should include a5, but let's say I take a pawn. Start to think that Grigory's king.
Okay, but I take your bishop.
Yep.
You recapture with the queen.
I do.
And rook a to d1.
Rook on a1 to d1. Fair. This queen bothers me. It's sort of like
that
in my
pin
business.
is uncomfortable, right?
It's in my business, yeah. Queen e7, queen c6 are moves to be. I would love to play rook e8 and just bump the queen away. Can't do it. So queen e7, just I'll take my extra pawn to the bank and say, could you please cash my check? I don't know. Is it? It's something. We'll keep an eye on this one. Maurice, a huge game between Irina and Carissa.
Yes, and as we suspected, the game blew up, not in the way we suspected, but very consistent with Carissa's personality. In this case here, knight g3 was played.
Yep.
We're going after this pawn to get it back, to get a clamp, excuse me.
Not at all.
In this position. Yep. Knight d3 check, not rook f4.
Yep.
Takes, takes, takes.
Yep.
What would Carissa do here in a blade?
e4.
No question. She just did it. It's not great.
But
Ninja doesn't think it's the best move.
She wants to open up her pieces.
And more importantly, she understands it's not going to be so easy for you to castle.
Right.
Castle right now would be a little dubious.
Not advisable.
But very important, who's playing white?
Pardon me, Irina.
Irina Krush. Irina Krush does not like these kind of positions.
Knight c3.
She doesn't want to be here. She doesn't want to be attacked. She doesn't like you just going after her.
No.
She wants to control, control, control.
Right.
Carissa has played her many times. I don't know that 4 games result. They said it was only played 4 games.
I think
That's
they had
impossible.
to play more games.
It's crazy.
Because Carissa played so many U.S. championships already.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's impossible. That has to be
our database.
above.
Yeah.
But she also played on the Olympic team with her.
Yeah.
She knows this woman very well.
Yep.
From the experience of playing against her and alongside her. What is Irina going to do now that we are at the halfway point in terms of the time control? 20 moves in.
She usually gets into time trouble around these parts, doesn't she?
She has only 22 minutes left to make 20 moves.
Ooh.
22 minutes.
And not easy moves because she has to really commit.
What's her king going to do? Yes, black has the 2 bishops. Black has this bishop. There's going to be all kinds of attacks coming at her. She has to settle this down.
Oh, yeah, I'll chill with knight c3.
Knight c3 is one move, but that allows rook f3 immediately.
Okay, but I'll deal with it.
She'll probably end up in this realm. She might have to give the pawn back. Something to not let this explode. And this is Carissa's territory. She's not really down the pawn as far as she's concerned. She's going to play with aggression. She's going to play forward thinking. This is what she does.
Right.
You can have the pawn, whatever. She plays dynamically, and yes, an engine might defend this position, but we're talking about humans trying to handle compensation in a position that's not so easy. When you still want to keep the advantage, you don't want to just get the pawn back.
No, no, no.
So now you're going to look for ways to keep the advantage. I want to win this game. Clock burning. This is the fire we were hoping for in a game between these two heavyweights.
Was it correct of Irina to capture the pawn on e4?
Yes, absolutely.
Because our main move was queen to d2. We had looked at queen to d2, queen e5, castles, long for white.
That's already worse, apparently, because of this amazing move.
c5.
Guarding the square, that's your whole point.
That was my bishop d4.
That's your bishop d4.
I wanted to
blow up the position.
c5.
c5, very instructive move.
Did not see that coming.
Right? Guard. Once you guard this square, you're not competing with this bishop anymore. Now this diagonal is all blacks. Queen can land on this square.
Yeah.
That's it.
So knight takes e4 was correct, and we do have queen e5 on the board. Without knight c3, what was the alternative for Irina?
The best move?
Yes.
You don't want to see it.
Better not be king f1.
Rook g3.
Stopping
rook f3.
Inviting queen takes b2.
She's not playing rook g3. Sorry.
I know.
Queen takes on b2. Rook to b1. Come on.
So I gave up my pawn advantage to get a pawn disadvantage.
To play the move bishop to d4.
So
is this queen being trapped somehow?
But I can only capture the pawn on b2 and then just come back, right? Why to capture on a2? I'm worried about...
even this is crazy. This is chaos. This is not what she's looking at.
But I don't like allowing bishop d4.
This is wild. So what you're saying after rook
I take on b2 and now queen e5 back.
And she
retreats. The only queen here, unfortunately.
f4.
But like you have king in the center now, you are completely weakening the e-file.
The king will move. The king will move. And this game has ended in a draw, so very comfortable for Hans. Hans is currently leading the tournament.
Correct.
That should not last.
Clear first.
Yeah, he's in clear first at the moment only.
Right. And wow. Rook g3, I just don't see that as...
That's not happening.
As happening, no. Oh, they haven't agreed to a draw.
Oh, so they are still playing, but we have opposite colored bishops, same amount of pawns. Levon's structure is kind of damaged, but yeah, this is going to be draw very soon.
Sorry, I should bring up that game on my board. I've got the wrong game. Levon.
And here we will see perpetual or repetition. King f2, the bishop will go back to d3 to attack that pawn. The king will come back to defend the pawn. Yep.
Well, I must say it was a very intriguing game, and this same-ish Nimzo-Indian that Levon essayed, first of all, I find that to be very interesting, but the reaction, knight a5, knight
excellent
b7,
preparation by Hans-Niemann.
Yeah, knight b6 by Hans.
And both players blitzing out moves so fast that Levon actually made that mistake, rook b1, and maybe Hans could have tried for a little more accurate moves and then bigger advantage. And here it is, a draw between Levon Aronian and Hans-Niemann.
They're whispering to one another. I thought it was very funny in the Legends Clutch match that both Kasparov and Vichy, after the game, they were whispering, even though they're the only ones in the playing hall.
But you know, so friendly,
that it's respectful,
these
respectful to one another, you know, respectful to the tournament, to speak in a whisper.
Very interesting game.
Fantastic game. Yeah, I'm going to go back and study that because in my day the same-ish was considered a very risky way of playing for an attack, and many times a lot of players would play the same-ish, and they'd just be strategically lost if they didn't get in a winning combination on the king side. That was how they lost. So it felt like like Levon was really willing to take a big risk in this game and made a draw.
And by the way, we have Alice Lee in the confessional room.
Oh,
let's take a look.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So, I think my position is I have a bit more winning chances than I did a few moves ago, which I'm happy about. I feel like she should have played, after I played Rook B3, instead of Rook D8, she should have taken on B3, and then A takes B3, like Queen B6, and then I can't really prevent Queen B5. My bishop's still on C1, and I can't really develop it anywhere. So I would probably play Queen A4 somewhere there, but by that point I was ready to kind of build and make a draw. I don't think I'm better in the position right now, but I feel like maybe Queen A5 is the move that I'm most concerned about, but even there I have a ton of options. I can consider Rook A3, I can consider Rook B4, I can even consider like taking on B8 and playing A4. So yeah, I don't think I'm better, but I think I have some chances to press, especially if she doesn't play Queen A5, then A7 pawn and C6 pawn I can target. I kind of hope she plays Bishop E7 because I think that's not too unreasonable a move. Although of course she has to consider if I take, but yeah, I have like Rook A3 idea, so it's all good. Oh, and there's some questions. I had bacon for breakfast.
Alice very carefully reading the instruction guide for if you're going to make a confession. Here are the sins that you can discuss. Good to know. Thank you, Alice, for that. No, what she really was saying in her confession is that while she didn't believe she had any advantage, it was Talia making a mistake. At exactly this point at Rook B3, Alice, was thinking that she didn't have an advantage, and that if Talia had captured on B3, she'd intended A takes B3, but against the move Queen B6, intending Queen B5, she didn't have a way, she explained it, of playing for an advantage. However, because Talia included the move Rook D8, E4, Bishop E3, and Bishop C5, now Alice was feeling, look, hey, I've got opportunities here. I could play for the move Rook A3 on a good day, targeting this pawn, maybe even Queen A4, same ideas of hitting C6 and A7, and Alice is saying, I'm enjoying an advantage. And I think she's right.
But she was hoping that Talia is not going to play Queen A5, and that happened on the board.
Right, and she said against Queen A5, she could play Rook A3, she could play Rook takes B8 and A4. She eventually settled on the move Rook B1, and we're now up to date. Maurice, breaking news.
Big development in 2 games. First of all, the game between Carissa and Irina. In this position, we were wondering what Irina would do. She finally played the move Rook to B1. This, of course, means that she's not castling queenside. We know she's not castling kingside. The rook is more passive on this square. You can feel that Carissa, this is the kind of position Carissa wants. She likes it. She plays it more naturally. And she just quickly played Bishop D7 in response. She's preparing the possibility of B5. Start to put this game in her realm. Aggression, fire, attack. Now, and also her rook is connected, of course. It could come into the game. Irina is still supposed to be better after the move F4. How likely are you going to see F4 on the board?
No.
I'm going to bet like 15% because it's not what Irina really wants to do, to weaken her pawn shield even more.
Right.
So I don't suspect that's going to happen. Only 15 minutes to make 19 moves. This game is trending south for Irina. Look at her head in hand right now, and that tells you everything. As we could get a close-up on her. That is a woman who's not thrilled about her position and feels like the complications are maybe getting out of hand for her. So we will be keeping an eye on this game, and she's going to have to make some really crucial decisions as this game proceeds. Now, big development in another game, this one between Fabi and Wesley. In this position, we saw the move King H8, Queen G6 and King H8. Here, Fabi decided to take the pawn
Whoa.
on b6. A very big decision. The engine hates it. Allowing this capture, there was no reason to free this bishop off the square. Your pawn was perfectly okay where it was. But Fabi decided he wanted to weaken this one, soften it up right now. Now play queen c4. He could have done that immediately. His idea is to get over here a little bit, maybe, while also looking at this side. So he's got two weaknesses. That's how you play chess, is we have the principle of two weaknesses. Create a weakness on one side, another weakness on the other side. Then you're able to exploit both, and your opponent can't defend both. Turns out here the very best move and only way to keep himself in the game, really, is queen e8 by Wesley.
What?
Yes, and that's exactly what Wesley said. After such a move, knight f7 doesn't really do anything. After king here, this check can be met by knight f5. You don't really want your knight pinned. But here, you're somewhat in the game, according to the engine. However, just like you said, what? And we all said, what? Wesley played a different move, queen f6. A move he could have played before, by the way, instead of playing queen g6. So he's lost the tempo playing this move. The engine does not believe it at all and thinks now, Fabi hasn't quite moved yet,
queen a6.
That the very best move is this curious move.
Pinning the knight.
By the way, not only pinning the knight, but also you got to be careful about this pawn.
Knight e4, queen h5.
Sneaky business that may happen on this side. And suddenly, his main point is this, the b6 pawn. Now it's back, Fabi's point of taking on b6 to create a secondary weakness. He's playing on both sides of the board. Wesley had to find perfect defense. It's not easy with your clock ticking down as well once you get in time pressure. And remember we talked about that early time deficit? We were talking about it a while ago. Where it starts to compound itself, where now you have to find precise defensive moves, but you feel like you need to play a little bit faster. You don't find those moves. You get into more trouble and start making more mistakes. It becomes easier for your opponent. We'll see whether or not Fabi finds this great move, queen to b5, which seems consistent with what he was after in the first place.
By the way, we have a breaking news in the games of Irina Krush and Carissa because Irina made a big blunder. Let's take a look at that game.
She played the move king e2 and f3, a defensive setup I don't like at all. I like what Maurice was saying earlier. Play your rook to g3. I'm sure Carissa was planning on attacking the knight. The knight could retreat, let's say. And again, you know, you're just like holding the extra pawn. Irina marched her king in the board
and this f3
checked.
is just allowing the queen to go to the second rank. And the problem is you don't have anything like bishop f2.
Why?
Because I think rook takes e4.
Bingo.
Rook takes e4, and now we are in trouble. If you capture with the queen, or if you capture with the pawn, well, then I'm going to take your bishop.
Exactly. The capturing of the queen.
And now there's a skew, or rook e8.
Exactly. And you'll have won a knight and a queen for two rooks.
So that means you cannot block with the bishop. You have to go
to
somewhere with the king, but this is just going to be...
Well, if I move with the king, rook takes f3. If I move with the knight, then I'm allowing or inviting bishop h6, right? Or, yeah, I think bishop h6. Ooh, this looks dreadful with a capital D.
Knight f2 is the only move.
Knight f2. Well, bishop f2, rook e4, what Katja said, that's death. That's just over.
No, knight f2, by the way, is death also.
Because of bishop h6?
No,
or?
We could go down the line. It actually is the one move that doesn't lose in a straightforward way.
On the spot,
Yeah, bishop f2, you're dead.
Correct.
Move your king, I take your pawn.
Dead.
You have to play this position and pray she doesn't find all the other moves that you're still dead. And there are multiple moves.
Oh, can I go c5 actually now?
Exactly. c5 is a fantastic move. b5 is a fantastic move. Anything in this sector is fantastic. Just breaking open lines. Your queen needs to stay near your king. Remember we were saying rook b1, where's your king going to go? And then she played f3 and king e2 and f3, hoping that she could stay in the middle only to see queen h2 happen.
Terrible.
This is where one side plays naturally, the other side is not comfortable in these types of positions, and you can see inside the mind of a player who's very strong, but doesn't like positions like this.
Yeah.
And so she tried to solidify things around this sector and missed this check. Here, by the way, this is a good move also. G5 is the move, and just drop back.
No,
you did
I was
lose the
looking
tempo.
for something more.
Something more concrete.
It's nice to weaken, but if we play that c5 move, if you can, Maurice, put it on
Exactly.
the board.
You put c5
because
on the
I'm
board.
threatening bishop d4. That's a
Yep.
big thing. And if you capture en passant, saying like, okay, you're no longer guarding that, I'm going to recapture with bishop, and now f3 is under attack.
Zoop, zoop, whoop. Those are all sound effects that are also in the
it's in the video
the
game.
commentator's manual. You have
Right.
to practice those.
And even
this is over.
And even in the c5, excellent move. Excellent move. Queen f4?
Instead of c5, you mean?
Yeah. Queen f. How am I dealing
back
with
here.
rook, queen f3?
You're trying to end the game right here, right now. Yeah, this and this. You do get a pawn. Rook bf1. You're winning,
Yeah,
obviously winning.
But yeah, but c5, excellent, excellent. I just saw queen f4 takes.
No, all this is good. Did she?
Looks terrible.
Queen check played. I don't think knight f2 is on the board, is it? Or
Not yet. She's thinking, and she has 11 minutes on the clock.
I think Irina is just
she's gone,
petrified of this attack.
She's
that-
realizing just everything went wrong in her position.
Right. She
was trying to play
control-
quickly.
Yeah, and
she tried to play quickly because she felt the pressure of the clock. And it's incredible as, you know, when we sit here as commentators, it was so different. So much I learned as a commentator that I didn't know as a player.
You're watching them.
Yeah, because you're watching players now. You're learning their tendencies. You're also watching how time is managed and what effect it has. You might look and say, oh, what are you talking about? They'll make up for the time later in the game. No, they won't. I mean, that time just eats at you, especially when you're in positions you don't like. And you can just predict what's going to happen in a game just based on how it's trending with the clock alone. We need to get some kind of clock metric. You know, like, what is this time deficit going to mean in the long run? And of course, right now, what it means is that she's dead, is what it means. She is in so much trouble, and Carissa knows it. Irina is feeling the heat right now. Incredible how the game turned within like 4 moves.
It truly did. It was a very, very quick. I mean, essentially from e4 to queen h2, terrible things happened to White's position. I thought that Irina was still maintaining control of the position. She's just completely lost it. Just going around the other games, I see that I like Tatev's
So you have
position.
Rose Atwell against Tatev Abrahamian.
I like what Tatev has done. It just seems to me that Rose's pieces, the knight on e1, the rook on a1 in particular, those two pieces are not as active as Black's pieces, and Tatev is looking at an opportunity in the very near future of playing moves like bishop to e3 check, followed by bishop takes d4. So I like her position. I'm going to do this very quickly. As we mentioned in the confessional, we do think Alice is, for choice, an advantage in that one. Now the big one, Anna versus Nasi. When we left it, Nasi had actually just snipped a pawn and said, you know what? I've got an extra pawn.
Extra healthy pawn. Yasser will be proud of me.
I'm very
That's
proud.
what Nazi is thinking.
Yeah. And she's in a position, by the way, of bishops of opposite colors. So it really has become a position where it's a 2-result game. Anna needs, by the way, she lost, so she does not need to lose this game, as we're going to just play quickly. And Maurice, over to you.
Big development in this game. Alice is not better at all.
Is not?
Like 0 better.
Oh, well.
She can't, after this move, she can't stop a5.
Ah.
She just, a5 is coming. Like, if you play...
A decent move, h3.
You play h3.
Yeah.
a5 is coming.
Queen a6. You have takes on b4.
Yes.
Bishop
and
b6?
I think the move you want to play is bishop to b6 in this case.
Right.
And shockingly, and this I love this move, like, shockingly, rook to a8. And once again, you cannot take on a5.
Rook takes a5. Nice.
Because of
That's
rook takes
a nice
a5.
pin.
It's a fantastic move.
Surprise.
Yes, quite a bit of... She may have even seen this and thought this was okay for her, but rook a8 is going to wake her up.
Right.
And what do you do about the b pawn? You're going to lose your pawn right back, and then you have no advantage.
No advantage.
It's an amazing, amazing move. This one, geometrically weird, but let's look at the standings.
Yes, this game is very important. As you can see, Alice Lishi is tied for the first place with 3.5 points. Talia Cervantes so far clear 10th with 2 points.
Well, it's one of those situations as a tournament leader, when you're playing somebody who's on the bottom of the cross table, I don't care who they are, they might be the highest rated player in the field, they're in bad shape, so you almost feel like you should play for a win, you know, not necessarily that you get it. So Alice, I'm sure, was thinking coming into this game, I've got the white pieces, I'm playing a tail ender on terms of the cross table, let me get a result. Well, sounds like a good plan. Talia didn't seem to agree with the script, though.
Maybe let's go to the position of Jennifer Yu and Megan Paragua. Jennifer is known for being a very active player. Yesterday, she had such an advantage. I checked the game afterwards. She was like +5, completely winning 7 different ways. But then she just was really low on time, made a number of inaccuracies, and had to settle for a draw.
Yeah, I think in some ways, players, including myself, I think we're all guilty of this. We check out at a certain moment, +7. My position plays itself, and you forget to win the game. Or something happened, and for Jennifer, that something happened when she played moves like Rook H5, and her advantages went whoop. She was definitely winning, and she left a lot on the table. Today, she's up against Megan, and I'm looking at these pawns, what we famously call the hanging pawns. They don't have the ability to protect one another. And they're just vulnerable.
Also looking at, you know, this bishop at this diagonal. And beautiful. That's why I'm thinking, can I play G4? Maybe get my rook to H1, and then I want to checkmate.
Yep, that's definitely on your agenda, no question about it. Rook C6. I see this move, Rook C6, by the way, as almost a kind of a defensive move. To play F6 and shut down that diagonal that you just want to blast open with the move G4. I love Jennifer's position. I think that she has a clear advantage in this one. Game we haven't looked at very much. Anna Zatansky, very much in this competition, looking to play for first place as well. Talk about the two bishops versus bishop and knight. Is the knight anchored? Well, it does have an anchor square, but right now,
far away from it.
It's far away from it. Let's see what Atusa has done. It looks like
and we have to say that Atusa started the tournament really well, winning against Carissa, but then lost everything since the first move, since the first round.
Yeah. Queen B7, F2, F3, knight takes, pawn takes, knight D7. We're up to date on the players.
Yes, can I go rook lift?
Yes, rook to D4, just... I mean, you're kind of intimating about these sacrifices because, again, there's not many defenders around the Black King, but maybe rook to D8, knight F8. We'll keep an eye on this one. Maurice, I mean, will one of these two players, Fabi or Wesley, one of these two players are going to get a win, aren't they?
It ain't Wesley.
It ain't Wesley.
No, it's whether or not Fabi actually seals the deal.
Okay.
Fabi did find Queen B5. And Wesley has responded with the move Queen to F5. He's figuring, here's an attack. Let me get my counterattack. The problem is, it's white for choice with this knight, this super piece on the G5 square, constraining this king. This king has so much protection, it's like.
Yeah.
I love it. I got my two boys in front of me. I was going to say two Bs, but however you want. Find the word for B that fits. But these bishops are defending perfectly while this king is always under some kind of mating watch. Why do I say that? Well, if white doesn't have to take. White could actually play bishop H3 here, but if white plays the move queen takes and you take, and now white says, okay, it's my turn.
Yeah, give me the bishop.
What are you going to do with your bishop? Well, just let us know. Well, looks like a good idea since that's hitting. Let's move the bishop back and guard everything. Well, right here, right now, white has a fantastic move. This piece is holding this together. Really? How? Talk out of nowhere.
Back rank mate.
Beautiful. Starts to set up some issues on the back row. In this position, if you play, well, obviously the back rank is saying you can't play knight takes because suddenly rook takes. and you can't touch the queen. And as we were saying about this knight, constraining the king, these variations start to pop up again and again.
Wait, there's knight g8? What's...
I can play knight f7, bishop e4, but I can also play bishop
Let's go down the
e5.
But it's not a checkmate immediately. But yes, okay, it's winning.
Bishop d5. Well, that wins the queen back.
That wins a queen and plus 5.
And bishop d5?
Bishop d5 again in this position.
Correct.
Also winning.
Is it plus more than 5?
It's mate and fort.
Good job, Yasser.
Thank you.
Good job. Well pointed out.
I was waiting for the stroke. I mean, I work hard for these moments.
So knight takes a5. The other move
bishop takes a5?
is bishop takes a5.
Right.
So how do you do it now? Well, you find the best move. Bam! Rook takes on c6. A fantastic move. It's defended 3 ways.
Right.
How are you taking this piece? Well, this knight is overworked defending this rook. This knight is hanging at the moment. Who takes back? I mean, there's nothing to take back with.
With the bishop,
If you take with the rook, we play queen takes.
Nope.
And we're currently down only an exchange. We're threatening a bishop. We're threatening mate. Good luck defending against all that. Again, this king can always move.
Perfect.
The difference between the two kings is telling. If he takes right now on b6 and plays queen b7, Wesley, good luck finding a move. He has not yet moved, however, has Fabi. We've been talking for quite some time in this variation. He has not yet moved, and his time is creepy crawly getting closer to Wesley's. But if he takes on b6...
So that variation, queen takes b6, queen takes d3, queen b7, and this is the point. If you go back with your queen to f5, you have that bishop h3 nasty skewer move.
For sure.
I can't defend the bishop on d7 with the queen.
In fact, knight a5 is coming on everything. Like, this move is so good.
Crazy.
The thing is, queen d3 does hit the knight.
So we could take it.
So, for example, you could maybe think of this in this position.
Rook d8, perhaps.
And then maybe play with rook d8. But here, and this is what he's calculating. Because here, he doesn't have a hit.
Right.
None of the hits work. And if it doesn't, then he just needs to be very calm about the position and play this move.
And not worry about d3?
What's amazing about this position, by the way, yes, a move like that, that he's ready to sack. What a line. Ooh, there's a rook check and a check here.
Wow.
No, that doesn't. Is the queen? Oh, something's weird is going.
d2?
Let's say we push again.
You're going to let me make a queen and your king is going to be perfect.
Your knight's hanging.
h2?
Your
rook is hanging. Apologies.
Your rook's hanging. So takes, check, and moves and mate. So
that's clear. Sorry.
But isn't Fabi looking maybe for like bishop h3 here, forcing the queen trade, just not allowing the black queen to be active, and just Wesley being in all kinds of pins?
Let's take
also
a look at that
excellent. I mean, also excellent.
You have to play queen b5, a
queen
b5. Now the knight, well, the bishop has to capture.
So you have to capture.
Okay, I take on c6. I want to go to c7. I mean, that's an incredible pawn.
This piece has to move.
Yep.
And now
we plant our flag on c7.
That's a nice flag planted.
Right.
That's
I
hanging.
want to capture on d4.
This looks
also
excellent. Well, thank you. Again, the scientific chess jargon.
In the commentator's manual.
And
wow,
that is
this
just
is a huge game for the standings, and it looks like Fabi is the one now really pushing for a win.
Any moment we're going to see a move, but yeah.
As we try to sneak in a break,
Yes.
what are we going to leave our audience with?
Well, arbiter in the women's section, Katie Lynn, stopped in the confessional booth. So let's listen, and we'll be right back.
I think arbiters have a lot to confess.
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I'm one of the deputy arbiters here. And I'm here to do a segment called Ask an Arbiter. So today's question is, what was with the whole umbrella thing? So if you didn't know this, St. Louis Chess Club has recently been renovated. And apparently they they did have the skylights, but I think they were covered in previous years. But during the renovations, this is what I'm told. During the renovations, they removed the tarps and didn't put them back. And so in round 1, the light was shining directly into Wesley So's eyes, and Hans-Niemann could feel the heat on his back. And so Chris Bird immediately said, I need an umbrella. And they got him an umbrella, and he stood there with the umbrella over the board. The reason I think that was a much better solution than to move the players to a different board is the tech people here spend many hours setting up all the DGT boards and the clocks and the cameras. And so if they were to move it to a different room, then the thousands of people watching couldn't follow live. And even if we put another camera on them, then that's one less camera person for the rest of the tournament. So I really liked Chris's idea. And afterwards I told him, I said, hey, Chris, you're the chief arbiter. I'm like the deputy arbiter with the least amount of experience. I would have gladly held the umbrella so you could do more important things. And he said, no, Kathy, I would not wish that burden upon anyone. So shout out to Chris Bird for his quick solution and being a wonderful mentor and arbiter.
When you play in a tournament like the U.S. Championships, do you develop a routine?
Yeah, I think I usually have a routine when I play in tournaments, especially like U.S. Championship when, for example, you start a tournament at 12 or 1 and, you just prepare, you eat your brunch and then you come to the tournament and then you have your dinner, you analyze your games and so on.
I think I kind of know how much time I need to prepare, how much time I need to sleep. So it's pretty consistent also for the American Cup, the Cairns Cup, and the other tournaments I've played here. So usually what I do is, well, actually I probably shouldn't say my prep routine here, but yeah, I do a good prep here.
Good routine.
Yeah, I have a good routine.
I tend to follow a routine even when I'm not in the tournament, but I feel like it's just the universal feeling that when you play a tournament, especially one as important as a U.S. Championship, you just kind of lose sense of anything that's going on around outside of the little bubble of the tournament.
Right.
So I tend to lose track of which day of the week it is, or what the dates are, or what people are doing outside. But I just kind of stick to my waking up early, having breakfast, training routine, maybe going for a walk or workout later. It's pretty simple.
I love routines, so I usually go to bed really early, and then early in the morning I work out first, then I do all my prep, have small breakfast, and to the game. After the game, light dinner, check the game a little bit. Before I go to sleep, I have an idea of what I'm gonna play tomorrow, but no big prep the night before. I do that in the morning.
I'm not very good at keeping routines. I get bored quite easily, but when you're playing a tournament, the routine kind of happens naturally because you have your playing times. So we have the 12 o'clock time, so you figure out when you're going to eat and when you're going to prepare. Well, actually the 12 o'clock time does give you a lot of time in the evening, so you do have a lot of time to yourself, but usually after the game, just try to relax, maybe think about the next game a bit, have dinner, go for a walk, do some. I like to decide what I'm going to play the next day. I like to go to bed knowing what I'm going to play, at least have an idea, and then prep in the morning, eat, chess, and rinse and repeat.
I think before the tournament, I've been trying something a little bit different, a little bit new. And I'm also, usually during the tournament, I kind of settle into my own sort of routine. So this year is also going to be completely new just because I don't have to be doing homework, I don't have to be pulling those all-nighters anymore, which is I'm so excited about. But yeah, I just feel like I'm on summer break right now or something.
There are certain elements of the routine, right? I don't like to prepare on the mornings of the games, so my preparation has to finish before I go to sleep. And there's always a 1 hour walk in the evening. That will happen at some point. Those are like the pillars of the day. I feel like, you know, the 1 hour walk is my, let's say, I call it my bare minimum of exercise, right? It certainly gets me outside, it gets me out into nature. So it is a very calming thing. In terms of going to the gym, it sort of depends on how much energy and time I have, right? So I'm not against doing that, but it's not like a must for me either.
Oh yeah, my routine, like I wake up, normally I do some openings and tactics in the morning and for the game. After the game, more of the same. Sometimes I go to the gym after, take a shower, all that. Right. More openings, more tactics, yeah. Well, I've played in this, like a similar tournament like this US Juniors 2 times. But like, let's say in the summer, this recent US Juniors, I mean, I've like developed a consistent routine every single day. Like I wake up, eat breakfast, prepare, like take a shower, get all those things done, and then go to my game and then repeat. So I feel like I do develop like a consistent routine.
I used to as a kid, but I would say not anymore, you know, just trying to go to bed early, I guess prepare for the games 2 to 3 hours. Well, depending on the, I guess, opponent's repertoire. Not really, maybe try to stay as much physically active as possible. Like I love walking and like I'll definitely like walk a lot again and exercise a little, yeah, that's all.
I think last year, I would do my prep in the mornings, get back, do my homework with my friend Awonder.
Yes.
Who's also a university student at that time. Be super locked in.
Right.
I'll get dinner with my dad afterwards. Continue the work.
Right.
Hit the gym at some point, then go to bed, do it all again the next day.
I do develop routine and I have very strict routine. Let's say when I won Karen's Cup 2 years ago, I was really afraid to move like one step in the wrong direction. I had like the same like routine, the same food, the same like videos. I was listening
everything was just
yes, and yeah, to bring my mind where it can work like really hard, and concentration, like level of concentration is still very important.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back to round 6 of the US Championships, and we will go straight to the game of Irina Krush against Carissa, because a lot of things are happening there, and it's all in Carissa's favor.
Absolutely. It's just gone south, and it's going south, and Irina's clock is also not a friend of her position either. She's down to 30 seconds. She just made a move with 37 seconds for, I don't know, she's got another dozen moves to be played. When we left it, we were looking at the move Bishop H6. Loved your move C5 as well, Katya. And it's traffic all in Carissa's favor. I mean,
11 more moves left for Irina to make, and she has only 1 minute. But she has so many issues.
Yeah, her king is trapped in the center. Every one of Black's pieces, I mean, talk about harmonic play. This is it. I mean, Carissa's pieces are all just looking really, really great.
You take a B2 with check and then play
harvest.
B4, it looks like.
Yeah, queen takes B2, rook D2, queen B4 going after this pawn. Nothing but problems problems. I think Arena is going down. And for Carissa, my goodness, what that would mean for her tournament. She beat the tournament leader, Anna, in the previous round, got herself to 50%. With a win today, she'd get into +1, while it's simultaneously knocking Arena down.
With black pieces?
With the black pieces. Suddenly, Carissa she's a phoenix.
That's
rising.
That's Carissa Yip. And when she starts winning, she just keeps winning. So she might be trying to win that Finish Strong prize.
As well as the overall
same score
tournament.
she did from last time. She also, by the way, could take on E4 right now.
Not bad.
And then take on B2 and then just go collect other stuff. Queen C3 afterwards.
The thing is, I just see that white king on this file. Knight's not moving anywhere anytime soon. The bishop's not moving anytime soon. So queen takes B2 check, rook D2, and go pawn hunting.
And she has actually...
She's starting with bishop captures the knight.
We have to take with the pawn because there's queen H2 check in case of queen takes E4. So we have to take with the pawn. There's simply no choice. Now, you said we could go piece hunting. How are we supposed to do that?
No, you could just go pawn. Queen takes a check on B2.
Okay.
And then when the rook blocks, play queen C3.
Go ahead.
You're threatening that with check. The king is just in the middle. It's just nothing. Nowhere you're going.
Yeah.
The discussion that she has taken very quickly on B2.
Right.
Where can your king hide now?
No, there's no hiding here.
And by the way, this is her getting her pawn back. So material is even.
Right.
Your king is stuck in the middle.
Right.
My pieces are swarming. Where is anything that you have?
No.
There's not even a whisper of a counterplay anywhere on the board that's going to deter black. And how do you even guard after rook to D2 in this position right here, right now, queen C3?
Queen C3. White is going to regret all these pawns being so just not protected and so much pushed forward.
Exactly.
She's not going to regret it.
She's regretted.
It's past tense now. She's regretted. And 2 pawns are going to drop right now.
Oh, yeah.
And once those 2 drop, everything, I mean, it's just, there's no shield.
And exactly.
She's down to 12 seconds.
I think it's almost a resignation position. Irina's letting her clock tick down, but she knows queen C3, she doesn't have a continuation. So does Carissa, by the way. Look how quickly Carissa played that one.
Carissa could play this in blitz, and it's another 8 moves to make. But you could have an hour on your clock. You're not going to solve the puzzle that is this position. You can't play E5 to guard your C-pawn because the rook simply captures and says, well, what'd you do this for? Thanks for the straight avenue.
Right.
Actually, this last move could prompt resignation. I don't even see a waiting move.
Me either. No, seriously.
No, the position is completely collapsing.
The one...
Again,
by the way, 5 seconds on the clock?
She's playing E5, the move I said she couldn't play. You shouldn't be using present participles. It's not collapsing. It's collapsed.
Yeah, it's done. It's gone. It's dusted.
E5. The kids would say, she's cooked.
She's cooked.
She's cooked. It's not even close to maybe, and you might have a chance. Now you just play rook takes, and I guess she's hoping for queen D4?
That's it. That's her hope. You nailed it. Not that I'm so joyful.
I mean, I can go in queen A3.
Yeah, exactly.
Saying okay, you offered a queen tray, no thank you, and I want to double my rooks on the E file.
Look, I mean, we're just, figuring out how many wins there are. Queen takes E5 just strikes me as a little bit simpler.
Still kind of looking at that square, right, with the queen.
I am, but I'm looking at the one.
But right now, maybe the bishop.
The square in front of the white king.
Well, here,
the bishop.
And she has played queen takes.
Yeah.
Here you might have to play rook G.
There is rook F4. Rook G3.
Look at that, rook G3.
Stop it.
Rook F4. Oh my gosh.
What are you gonna do?
Oh my gosh, that's really painful.
13 seconds on the clock.
So
it's
queen,
not the clock.
Queen G3 then?
Queen G3. Yep, that's a good move. Yay.
Oh no, she tried.
She was
down to 4 seconds, and she was going to play one or the other.
She was going to play Queen G3.
And then she played this one, but Rook F4 is the most embarrassing queen trap
ever.
I think Carissa is just about to play Rook F4, and we will see resignation.
Oh. This is, and here it comes.
Wow.
It's on the board, and
what a move.
Oof.
She's not going to make another move here.
No.
It's just nothing to do.
This is definitely resigned.
What a complete slaughter this became.
Well, it was an intriguing middle game, and there was no question that I thought Arena was just a move or two away from getting her position. But it was the knight d3 and e4 that upset her, and there is a resignation.
Congratulations to
Wow.
Carissa.
Huge
Important
victory.
second win in a row.
Telling you, watch out for that lady.
Who could have picked Carissa at the start? Never mind. We won't go there.
She only won 3 out of the last 4 championships. Yeah,
I know.
It was such an astute pick of yours.
Thank you very much.
Counterintuitive pick. Amazing.
I get it. Rose Atwell versus Tatev. Again, I do like what Tatev is doing.
Whoa. We got to get back to the Fabi game, though.
We do.
What's happening there?
Okay. Because I was on the ladies section, I think Nasi, it's a 2-result game. Probably a draw is likely, but okay, let's go. Let's go. I'm feeling the heat. Levon Aronian drew with Hans-Niemann, for those who joining us late. That was a very interesting game.
And now for the game of Fabiano Caruana against Wesley.
And check it out, Queen F5. We had been looking at Queen takes B6 with fabulous results for Fabi, for white. Fabi erred with the move Queen A6, Queen B7, Bishop E8. We've just caught up with the players, and what am I looking at? I'm looking at pawn on D3, but I'm looking at Bishop takes C6.
But it's kind of interesting that the queen was here on B5 and just like it dances around this pawn that is up for grabs.
Exactly. By the way, I'm getting breaking news that the young Andy Woodward is maybe putting back-to-back victories together. He is playing the white side of 2 extra pawns. Count them, 2 extra pawns against Dariusz.
Oh, and that knight is pinned now.
This looks super sweet. Queen to D2, pinning the knight, just as you were saying.
Threatening knight E5 potentially?
Knight E5. Ooh.
Because that's a skewer on the back rank.
Oh, my goodness.
So King H7 to maybe sidestep.
Yes.
That looks kind of necessary.
Still, you can't move your knight because there's the Rook D8
He's done.
It's trapping the queen.
Now, is Dariusz down to a minute on his clock?
Yes, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
You can always count on Dariusz. It doesn't really matter the position, but you can count on him being in time trouble.
The problem with this position, you can't move your knight. If you're black, you can't move your knight. You can't move your rook. Your queen can't leave your knight.
No, so...
What can you play?
Some kind of a posting up move and say, your turn.
Correct.
Make a move.
What about move E5 to just getting some space?
Just to emphasize the point, you can't move the knight because there's Rook D8. Rook D6,
Rook D6 on the board.
Sorry, and you were suggesting E.
Wait, really? No, okay. The engine is saying, like, no, that was weird. It's a good move.
Maybe it wanted B6.
No, but your E5 is also a very good move.
Yeah, I was suggesting if we don't go Rook D6, just I want to get more space on the board.
Yeah, so do I. Sort of like...
No, I meant for white, sorry.
Oh,
Instead of Rook D6,
yes,
just E5.
Oh,
no, E5 is a very good move.
No question. Just enjoying everything there is to enjoy about the position. And Queen C8.
This does intimate that Rook takes on B5.
Is a possibility.
Because the knight will hang.
Although, just a second, Knight A5 is a rather nice little move, by the way. Because I got B6, B7.
And I'm distracting the rook. Like, I want the rook to go away from the 7th rank so I can capture the knight for free.
Exactly. That would be the easiest. Capturing the knight for free. Knight A5. And in case of rook here, are we pushing?
Yeah.
And in case of rook here, we're pushing
B7.
some more.
Ruh-roh.
I love that.
Played. Knight A5. Getting it done. The young man. 15 years young, U.S. junior champ.
Won the previous round against Sam Sevian.
Wow.
A guy who never loses in these U.S. championships.
How many games? But he did lose 2 games already, right? Did Andy? So
Yes,
he should be making himself back to
that-
50%.
But yeah, well, exactly. He's getting back to 50%. But think of the games he lost. Those games where he was bringing the heat against Fabiano. I mean, that was just fantastic. And now he's looking at Rook to C2.
But he drew with
D7.
Fabiano, right?
Yes,
he lost
that-
with Levon the first round,
Yes.
where he rejected a draw offer.
Exactly.
Who else did he lose to, though? I feel like he had a... Was it
Yeah.
Hans?
He's lost 2 drawn. Now we think he's winning 2. We'll just double
I will
check.
check. I'm checking, and he lost to Grigoriy. Levon and Grigoriy. Oparin.
By the way, Grigoriy played a really good game there as well. Rook C2 on the board, and Dariusz knows that after the move B7, he's going to give it a rest.
And B7 on the board.
There's nothing to do.
Queen C7 is hit by Rook takes on D7.
That's a nice one.
And where else can you put your queen? You have to defend your rook.
Yeah, if you go Queen B8, I was actually thinking of just sacking.
That's winning too, for sure.
The queen, you know. But yeah, I'm sure Queen takes and E5 discover check. Roro, that will hurt.
Just 6 different ways to win this position.
6 exactly. I'm counting 8.
I
And
am
a handshake.
counting a handshake.
Congratulations to Andy Woodward for
Very
this
impressive.
win against Dariusz Swiercz.
He's at 50% in his first U.S. championship, winning 2 in a row. Could have collapsed after
Easily.
losing 2. Oh, he doesn't belong with the big boys.
Yeah.
Excuse you. Give me a couple more years. I'll tell you what you big boys can take.
Right.
This young man is going to be a star in these events and here for a long time to come.
And by the way, Awonder Liang drew with Sam Sevian.
Excuse me. Apologies. We do have some interesting moments here going on in the game between Wesley and Fabi. So after Queen B7, Bishop E8, Fabi said, give me that knight. I was wondering about the intermezzo Bishop E4. No, Fabi said, give me that knight. Give me that bishop. And Wesley said, okay, give me that pawn.
Wow.
What is going on here? So Wesley's saying, let me return. I want to give some punches of my own. And
Okay, Queen D1 is not so serious, though.
No.
What's more
Well, I was
serious-
thinking in case of Knight C1, I would go Queen D1 check.
So he must be looking at either Rook C7 or Rook E6, right?
Okay. Rook E7 or Rook C7 or Rook E6. Let's choose one. Yeah.
Yeah. And now you have to
We
take it right
munch.
back.
You munch. We hit you with a Hakasito.
King H2.
Getting out of dodge. This guy needs to... Nope.
Wait.
There's nothing.
piece.
There's nothing. D3, D2, D1. Rook G7 is going to hurt.
Badly.
Oh,
How
do
do
you?
you survive here?
I'm not sure. So for those of you joining us late, Queen takes D3, and we're looking at a very straightforward possibility of Rook to E6 for Fabi, just going after this knight. Can I... Maybe Rook C7 was better, because maybe the knight should move? It looks weird.
But after
going.
this move, I can just play Queen E4.
What am I doing? Let me go here. So at least I have Queen E4.
At least you defend the pawn, because I was trying to play Bishop E5.
Exactly.
So at least you defend the pawn.
Let's pause our analysis of this key game to throw it to Anastasiya, who's with Carissa.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm here with Carissa, who managed to win the second game in a row. Congratulations, Carissa. Good job. And not only that you won the second game, you also won it once again, the first one. So you get another present from Q Boutique.
Oh my gosh, another
This time,
one.
yes.
You guys are too good to
Looks
me.
like you were inspired and decided to take it all, right? So this is another small present.
Oh, this is like a little tote bag.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
So you can carry your
Cute.
stuff.
Love it. I
Yes.
can bring a bag to this tournament, so this will be handy.
Yep, we hope so. And it was a big victory, I guess. Today you played with Irina Krush, your long-term rival, but I think you always had quite good results with her. Does it give you some extra confidence?
Not really. I mean, Irina's a very strong player, so every time I'm facing off against her, I have to take it very seriously.
Yeah, and today, I mean, was one of these games where you managed to win even with black pieces. What was the moment you became optimistic?
I think, you know, after she played this sort of king e2 f3 idea, I think possibly she just missed after bishop f2, rook takes e4. Queen
Yeah,
h4,
we can
rook
see, we can show it a little bit. So you think after this queen h2, yes, you think
I think
she
maybe
missed?
she originally wanted bishop f2, because knight looks super solid, right? But I could just take it. Obviously, if pawn takes, I'll just take on f2. So she has to go queen takes.
Yes,
rook
you cannot
e8.
take with the pawn because of rook f2. Yes, so you have to take with the queen. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and then rook e8.
Rook e8,
so I think that's might be what she missed, because then she had to play knight f2, and after that,
after knight f2
is quite
position is
bad.
not good. Maybe also after knight f2, bishop h6, maybe she was hoping to play g5 here, for example, instead of queen d4. But I think the problem is after g5, all the pawns become also really weak, right?
Yeah, the
what
thing
you were
after
planning to do?
g5 is that, you know, I kind of want bishop f5 probably.
Here, bishop f5.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the only point bishop h6 is to provoke g5, so my light squared bishop can get out, right?
You're right.
And yeah, eventually when the rook gets kicked off b1, I bring my queen back to e5 and then take all the queenside pawns.
Yeah, it
So
looks
that's that
really
here.
dangerous for white, this position, yes, with the king in the center. So already here you felt that it's much better, right, for you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so and you managed to win this game. During the game, you came also to the confessional, and we were happy to hear some news from you.
I have to explain.
Yes.
So basically, Chris, the arbiter, Chris Bird,
Yes.
he was all like, oh, you know, the confessional is not working. But, you know, I get a little bored during the game, I guess. But he was like, you can go in and just, like, talk if you want. And I was like, sure, why not? So I go in, and I'm like, you know what? It's, like, broken. Audio isn't working, supposedly. There's, like, a list of questions. I think you guys had added there as prompts.
Yes, just in case, yes,
So-
if you have something.
Yeah,
we heard the
very
whole
bored.
thing, yes,
You heard
everybody.
the whole thing?
Yes, yes, yes. So you should know that now it's published. Now we know a lot of things, yes,
Oh.
that where you're going to have a dinner and things like that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Be
just,
careful.
I was talking a lot of nonsense. So don't take it too seriously.
We appreciate it. We really appreciate it. You're invited always to the confessional. Please come back and share all your thoughts. We will prepare a few more questions.
Honestly, I appreciate a soundproof room where I could just talk about absolutely nothing.
Do you think it helps you during the game somehow to release the pressure?
Yeah, I think it definitely keeps me relaxed, in a good mood, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it's also important to be in a good mood. And now Chris Bird also announced before the tournament, before the round, that it's time for the special prize, yes, for the best finish.
Oh,
what are you
yeah?
thinking about it today?
No, not
Let's
at
say
all.
Finish strong, yes, award. It's
No, I
called.
mean, I feel like I'm still sort of trying to find my form in this tournament. So
You take it easy for the moment.
yeah, keeping it chill.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Carissa, and all the best of luck for you in the next
Thank you.
round. And we go back to the studio.
Thank you, Carissa. We enjoyed your free-floating ideas, your philosophical musings. Very, very impressive. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, we have a situation.
Yes.
Because Anna Sargsyan is in big trouble.
She was a pawn down. And
she's a pawn down against Nazi Paikidze.
Right.
She's going to have to beg to save that position. She'll defend as much as she can. Alice Lee has drawn her game. Alice Lee and Talia have drawn, so Alice has kept her score. She's still atop the leaderboard.
Right.
Anna goes down, she'll be by herself.
Correct.
Except there's a big game going on between Anna Zatonsky and Atusa Pokosyan. Anna wins that game. She joins Alice in first place. Makes it even more critical for Anna to try to draw her game. Meantime, right behind them right now is one Carissa Yip, who just won 2 in a row, and we know how she can win plenty of games. So that's critical. Jennifer Yu's also hunting down the youngster Megan Paragua. They're both youngsters, but 10 years younger is Megan. So we have this situation in that. Meantime, Wesley, Fabi did play the move Rook E6. He had a number of ways to win. Played Rook E6, Knight F5, begging for some kind of play.
Knight F5.
But Bishop E5 is so strong.
Beautiful.
It's just so strong. Pinning this pawn, and
Freezes the knight.
preparing an assault on this. You can't move this knight, obviously, because that's mate. You go get your piece back.
Right.
You hope, why not? Then there's several ways to win here. I'm going to show you one cool way. This check and that move.
That's cold-blooded.
That's pretty nasty as a move. But also simply retreat, and then Engine gives that as actually just the best way to play with not much to do. Actually, let's go down this line a little bit longer because Rook F7, a little tricky. If you take with the knight, this rook is hanging, but it is the best thing to do still. And these pieces are on the wrong side. Like, why are you over here? The action is happening on this side. Excuse me, I'm going to play this move, and stuff's just collapsing, and you're busted.
And Maurice, there is one more nice line. After Rook H7, if you just move a little bit back, and instead of Rook F7, if you play Bishop E7 to just saying, like, you want to close that rank, I can do Queen takes E7.
Nice, nice.
Knight takes E7, Rook takes G7.
Nice.
Now back to H7, and Rook H8 checkmate.
And, sorry, Rook H8
H7,
you said, yes.
And Rook H8.
All very nice. And with Hans and Fabi going at it tomorrow, but Fabi will be in clear first. He just needs to find a couple of good moves right now. I'm not
He
seeing...
does have Bishop E5 and Queen takes B3 on the board.
Bishop E5, double exclam played. I don't know.
Following...
It's because he's giving back this knight, of course.
Right.
But Bishop E5, Queen takes B3, and now he just has different ways. Rook H6 is one. Queen E4 is another.
Queen E4?
Yeah, Queen E4.
I feel Rook H6, Rook H7 is
very hard
extremely
to resist Rook H6. You can't touch that because of mate on G7, and now this position with threats.
What did we say? Checks?
If
checkmates.
If Bishop to E7, a queen sack will end the game. And did Wesley's away from the board.
Yeah.
Wesley knows full well
he's busted.
that he's busted. His only chance is Fabi's clock is ticking. But Fabi just has to make 5 moves in 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Fabi is just exploring, what is my winning try here? And he knows exactly what it is. This is huge news that will resonate throughout the tournament. Fabiano Caruana taking the lead, beating his second opponent in a row, taking down Wesley So, who has is it a 32-game unbeaten streak?
Oh, my.
Fabi continues his, I believe it's 43-game unbeaten streak, and shows why he is the boss of these U.S. championships. And Hans will have his hands full as he tries to take down Fabi tomorrow. That will be an absolutely enormous big deal for the tournament. And if Fabi beats him, the tournament's over.
Fabi has only 5 minutes here. Are we concerned?
No.
No, the position just plays so easily. Rook H6 check. King G8.
The best move is on the board, King G8. Now we are expecting Rook H7. By the way, Rook H6 has 2 exclamation marks. Rook H7 on the board. And this is smooth sailing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the funniest thing. The move Rook H7 didn't resonate quite so well with me as Rook G6 because I just thought, isn't it nice to post up in front of the pawn, as opposed to the side? But Rook H7 does the, there's no Queen E1 checks on the first, Queen D1 checks on the first rank that disturb the very straightforward threat of
the problem with Rook G6, if we may call it a problem,
please,
is your opponent might give up the exchange here with Rook F7, which is silly, but just stops the mate.
The whole
just get your exchange, take pawns, and just laugh.
I see.
But Rook H7, we saw the line with Rook F7 now, that you just get mated.
Yep.
Or just lose an inordinate amount of material after this check, because you have to step up.
Isn't that knight on G5 just beautiful?
That's a hero. MVP in this game.
MVP. There you go.
Since the move G6.
Most valuable piece, by the way, not player. Most valuable piece.
Yes.
The MVP. Rook H7, and Wesley, for the first time in 9 U.S. Championships appearance where he's faced Fabi, is looking at defeat.
Is there a trick? You got this exposed white king. If only queen d1 check, he had to play king g2. If only.
Then we're in business.
Then you're back. Maybe. Yeah, you're surviving that. But unfortunately, king h2 is available, and then that will be the end.
You run out of checks immediately after queen d1, king h2. Yeah. Oops.
We saw Wesley fix that rook on h7 ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'm left struggling. Rook f7, bishop e7. Those are my only moves.
We don't want to see it from the black side. It feels like you're hitting hammered.
True that.
Look at the white pieces. The rook on h7, the knight on g5, the bishop on e5, the queen on b7. Every white piece is just, it's got only one thought.
Yeah, beautiful.
Kill the king.
Beautiful outposts.
And compared to that, the black queen on b3, the black bishop on b4, just completely useless pieces there.
Love the knight on f5. That's the French knight, by the way.
Can we say you don't often see a top 10 player get mated?
No.
Right? You lose some endgame, you bail, you pitch, okay, fine, here's a pawn. Beat me some rook and pawn ending.
Right.
To get mated before the time control, this does not happen to Wesley so very often.
And for Fabi, he will be at +3, so he's at 50%. 3 wins, 3 draws, right?
He will be at +3, yes.
Yeah, 50%.
And Maurice, remember after
50?
the
3 wins, 3 draws.
That's not 50.
That was the way we calculated 50%.
75%.
Maurice, remember after the opening, you were asking like what Fabi sees in this opening, right? He's getting nothing. Black is developed. Everything is fine. But it just seems that he is more familiar with the position. That it was not that easy for Black to figure out how to continue there.
Yes, and I also think the time mattered a lot.
Yeah.
Remember that? We said the time edge matters a lot. It doesn't seem like it should. But if I got just 20 more minutes, 30 more minutes than you, it was 30 minutes plus.
Right.
And he was blitzing out his moves, and Wesley was nervous. Psychology plays such a role. We saw it in the Arena Krush game. Psychology plays such a role. You're fine. Excuse me, but you don't feel fine.
Right. You
just don't feel fine.
You don't like the position.
Yeah, you don't like what you're in. Your opponent's playing fast. They seem confident. You just don't feel fine. Like I don't feel fine now with a little bit of a cough.
Right.
But it's worse when somebody's putting the pressure on you and they're like, I'm moving quickly. I prepared this. Yeah, it's equal. But that's still, I prepared it. You don't know what I'm coming with.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And that's what happened to Wesley. Eventually, he started making these little soft moves.
Inaccuracy.
Rook C8 you didn't like?
Didn't like.
For example?
Oh, no.
B6 was not a good move.
Oh, I
B6
hated B6.
was a bad move. Starts playing these soft moves, and Fabi just said, bloop, bloop, bloop. Fabi didn't play perfectly, but he's the one who had the advantage. He could give some of it away. We're talking a lot. Wesley now going under Fabi on the clock, if we look at those clock times.
Yeah.
Wesley's now dipping below Fabi.
I think we're just waiting for to Wesley to resign. Just while we're watching, just going to double check in on Grigoriy and Sam Shankland. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, that's a very unusual position. I don't know what to think of the Sam Shankland game. You think White was better because of the rook's position, but
so this is the game Grigoriy Oparin against Sam Shankland.
But there's counterspiel here for Sam. I don't know what's going on here. Levon, we already know, Drew. Fabi, we're just waiting for Wesley to resign. There's no question about that. I'm just looking at the other games. Awonder has drawn, by the way. I didn't realize Awonder Liang, who
they drew with Sam Sevian,
who I just picked to have the best. No, I
picked him.
You just picked. I wanted to pick him.
But he had a good position, I believe.
Right. And Mishra and Ray Robson are just playing, are still playing. Wesley looking for Lorne at the board. His opponent's not at the board. I think if Fabi was there, he would resign.
It's move 37, so he still has 3 more moves to make and only 5 minutes on the clock, but position completely busted.
Yeah. The engine's top move is Rook F. He wants to resign. The engine's top move is Rook F6. which nobody.
Wesley doesn't want to move.
He feels like, yeah, this is the face of Wesley. It's not looking good.
No.
The thing about this loss that's so big is Fabi will have 3 plus 3. He'll be at +1.
Well, Wesley will be knocked down.
Tumbling down to +1.
Yes.
That's a 2-point swing.
Big, yeah.
That's huge. If Fabi drew out the rest of the tournament, you have to win 2. And Fabi's not looking to draw out the rest of the tournament.
No.
So this is so huge. This is essentially the championship as far as Wesley is concerned. He might check out after this.
Well, I mean, because of the huge game tomorrow between Fabi and Hans.
Rook F7 on the board.
And no hesitation whatsoever by Fabi. He expected that, and he expected that after knight G5 check, there's just no way that Black's king can fly to safety. You can't go backwards. King
Because
G8.
if you do that, there's Queen C8, double attack.
And whoop, that picks up a knight. So you have to come up the board. King H6, I think, is what was chosen. Then we're looking at Queen takes B6 check. You
But
have
can
to
we be
play
looking
G6.
also at...
Yes, please, tell me.
No, okay, I thought maybe, but this is just, it's too much because I was looking
It's
here.
a nice
You know,
fantasy.
trying to kind of checkmate the king, but it's not working. They can just drop back.
Well, it's something to think about.
I mean, that bishop is great, so there's no reason to sacrifice it
Mhm.
if it's not leading to a checkmate. So we can give a check here.
Right? I was thinking that we would take the pawn
Mhm.
and then just pause for a moment because Queen H8 is mate. So, you know, heading in that direction.
And the problem
looks
is Black
good
does not
enough.
have any counterplay. It's only one check,
King H2 always.
and that's it.
That
King
we're always
H2.
meeting King check with King H2.
No more checks.
Yeah. Knight takes H4. No, then yeah. Knight. Why do I find myself looking at this? Is there a force mate here? There should be, right?
Well, I'm looking at bishop f4.
He did play Queen takes B6 check, by the way.
Mhm.
We do have this position on the board. I'm just refreshing. Queen takes B6 check. G6 immediately. Was there a better move than Queen B8?
I mean, we can
Queen D8?
Queen F6 on the board.
That looks pretty strong. You're threatening Knight F7 check. Queen H8 mate.
Wait, what just happened? He played Queen F6?
Correct.
Oh my goodness, a massive error.
What?
Really?
Massive mistake by Fabi. We were saying this is over. It is no longer over.
What?
A massive mistake. The move Queen G8 defends the entire position. He should have put a queen on the back rank to stop this move. Queen F6 looks like it's over.
Right, it does.
And it's bad, but it's not what it was. It was +6 before. It's now only okay, it's almost +2, so it's bad. Really bad, in fact.
But how do you survive? He has bishop f4.
Bishop f4 is met by bishop to e7. And
There are no strong discovered attacks.
there's no mate.
Remarkable.
There's no mate. He played quickly here. He's winning. What do we got? First of all, it's still only, it's even material.
So
Okay.
Queen G8 is a star defensive
Queen
move.
G8
Will Wesley
keeps him in the game, at least to try to hang on by his fingernails. He was dead with any queen move to the back rank.
Right.
Completely dead. Fabi has played a suboptimal move. And Wesley, if he can find Queen G8 and realize that all these discoveries don't kill him, he's still in the game.
That's crazy because in some ways, Wesley might have checked out. Wesley might have, you saw him when he was playing the move Rook F7. I think he was fiddling with the idea of, and there he goes.
Queen G8 on the
He
board.
found a remarkable move that keeps
I'm going to tell you
him
something that's
alive.
absolutely crazy.
This is crazy. Bishop
You know
E7
what's
pawn.
absolutely, absolutely insane?
No, please tell us.
Queen F6 was move 41.
Really? So he could have just taken a break.
Exactly.
I just thought it.
All Fabi has to do was sit right here after G6. Move 40 has been played.
How sweet.
He gets
Breathe,
extra 30 minutes.
Relax, wash my face. I have 30 extra minutes. Let me figure out the kill. And the kill was either of these two moves. Queen D8 or queen to B8.
We were just
We were
trying
looking
to
at
make.
knight take H4 here.
knight takes h4 can now be met by queen to f6.
No, queen. Yes, yes.
Queen
Yes.
g8 no longer works, as you can simply drop your knight back.
Oh my goodness.
And you're caught in, well, it looks like knight f5.
Knight f5.
The
It's
queen
forced.
g5 check and
Queen
knight
g5
f6.
and then knight f6.
Wow.
He had to work this out. He had to work this out. It
It's
looks
a
like it may have
beautiful-
been very, very easy, but in fact, he had to calculate this. And Fabi did the unforgivable. When you're at move 40,
41.
don't play quickly. Move 41.
Even.
Don't play quickly. No matter if you know the move. Sit back, breathe for a second, and look and see what is going to happen now. Because you may miss something. The curse of move 41.
Right.
That is a technical term. We all know it. The curse of move 41. Right after the time control, stop and look. You've been calculating for so long, and you've been on adrenaline only. He continued with adrenaline. He's winning. He's still much better, I should say. But after queen g8, there's no forced win. There is no forced win.
Let's take a pause and toss it to Anastasiya, who has Andy Woodward.
Yes, Yasser, thank you. Actually, we are for a long time here watching together with Andy this game, and I must tell you, he's really good. He was finding all this move before they happened on the board, and also we checked some lines. Andy, are you considering one day to become a commentator?
Well, of course, I'll try to become a professional player first.
Yes.
And then if it doesn't turn out that way, then possibly a commentator.
It seems like a good plan, but for now, of course, you are playing in the tournament and you managed to win 2 games in a row. My congratulations. What can you say about today's encounter?
Yeah, today I was trying to play it a bit more safe, and he tricked me a little bit in the opening and got, I think, a very pleasant position fast. But then some complications happened in the middle. So,
is it any specific moment you would like to show us, like a critical moment, think, where you managed to win a pawn or
yeah,
later?
I thought already here with knight fe5 it was starting to get unpleasant for black, because if after takes, it's like if b5, then I always have knight e3, and then if b4, queen a5, so you probably want to take on e5, and then de.
But from certain moment, it felt like such a smooth journey for you. Like you got one pawn, then the second one. Like, what was his critical mistake, you think, in this game?
Yeah, I thought maybe after I took on d7, he took with the knight. I thought taking with the rook was better.
Was better, yes. So instead of knight takes d7, rook d7.
And then I was planning to play knight e5. And then probably, because if rook d4, then rook d4.
If rook takes d4, yes.
Rook d4, cd, rook c8. And then if queen c8, queen a7. And then I hit both f7 and b6, so I get another
Hanging, yes.
pawn. So after knight e5, probably rook c7.
Was better, yes. So not rook d4, but rook c7, yes. And the game would just continue.
Yeah, it's probably slightly better for white after dc, but.
Yeah, but later on you managed to win one more pawn, and the position was and converted it so smoothly. I was wondering now with +1, what are your hopes in the tournament?
Well, I guess I'm still on equal score, but I guess my hopes are just to finish strong. Still, I guess 5 more games.
Yes, so, exactly.
Yeah, I'll just try to play my best and see what happens.
And tomorrow you're going to face Wesley, so, so
yeah.
Are you looking forward? Have you played against him before?
No, I've never played him before, actually. I've played him in Blitz a couple times online, but never played him in classical games.
Yeah, we are all looking forward for this game. Thank you so much for joining us today, and all the best of luck for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Andy Woodward, 15 years young, playing in his first U.S. championship and acquitting himself really, really well.
Back-to-back wins.
When he started the tournament, he went after Fabi with some fabulous moves, refusing draws with Levon. I mean, he came to play, and well, you've just seen him back-to-back victories. He's a force.
I mean,
Well
he's
done.
the U.S. junior champion,
Yeah.
right? So he's an extremely strong and talented player.
Yeah, when you think about Mishra was in that U.S. Junior Championship as well.
Mhm.
I mean, that was a powerful junior championship. By the way, a big result, well, not big result, but a big game going on between our tournament leader in the ladies section, that's Anna. She's up against our favorite chess commentator. Sorry, Katja. Had to get that in. Nasi has been nursing an extra pawn for quite some time, but it's almost like a checkers game. All of white's pieces are on light squares, all of black's pieces on the dark squares, but we can see that Nasi is, marching forwards into the camp, white's camp. So something like b7, b6, not to allow queen takes. She's got an extra pawn. That's a pass pawn on d4. That's
And
her
that
extra pawn.
pawn will play a role because once Nazi goes to b4, targeting this pawn, the bishop cannot just drop back because guess what? This pawn is going to start marching.
Precisely. That's it. And Anna, who started incredibly well, 3.5 out of 4. By the way, we were like saying she will be the first winner of the tournament, first time winner.
But she was a little lucky, in the game against Rose Atwell, I believe the first round, Rose had a really nice combination to get a big advantage in the opening.
And and she survived that. That is true. But should Anna go down in this game, and it's still a lot to be played, it will really hurt because again, she was leading the tournament, and now. Well, that means Alice,
and today,
it will be in clear first.
Sorry?
Alice drew.
Alice drew.
Can we jump, please, very quickly to the game with Anna Zatonsky and Atusa Bukashian, because
that's another
it's
game.
Move 38.
Potentially for first.
It's move 38, and it's completely winning. There was a sacrifice in bishop g4, winning immediately. A sacrifice on d5 and bishop g4 would have really just aced the game. She played bishop to e2. I'll go back just one move. She could have sacrificed here and played this move. And whoop,
that's it.
You just fold. This knight is hanging. It's going to be taken. You have 2 bishops, a pass pawn. That was it. They're both in heavy time pressure, though. So let's go to the board itself.
13 seconds.
Let's go to the board with only seconds left. Let's see. See if we can.
Atusa.
Can we just get this, even the shot over her shoulder?
Well, we see.
If we could close in on that shot.
There we go.
We don't really have the clock here, and I'm quite a camera with
I'm
the right
seeing
angle.
no time for Atusa.
I see move rook on b8. So Atusa moved rook b8 back.
I didn't get it. Rook on b7 back to b8. Well, there was a nasty idea for Anna, which was bishop a6
to a6 now,
and she's done it. That's a winner. That looks crushing. Because
so bishop a6?
If the rook moves, for example, to d8, the knight on c6, I just kick out the defender. And rook takes c6, and that's it. Anna is going to win this game.
Big game.
And we haven't been talking about her chances of winning this tournament, but she's won it. Yep. What?
And
97.
if she wins, she's going to join Alice Lee for the tie in the first place.
Exactly. And undefeated. By the way, knight e7 was made with just, do I see that?
2 seconds on the clock.
How they do that. It tickles
But now
my
bishop
funny.
captures the knight.
Yeah. Well, bishop captures the rook, you mean?
I mean, sorry, bishop captures the rook.
That is absolutely the simplest. For some reason, I'm not exactly sure. The move rook c7 did go through my mind, and she's captured the rook. Take the pawn. Looks like the simplest.
You can also play just rook b5. Hang on to that pawn on b6.
Very, very strong as well. Rook b5. Love it. Very good move.
Because the idea is if I go rook b5, I invite your bishop c6 to force this. But after you capture knight takes b6, I have rook d6.
That is a nice one. Tactic.
And now you're going to lose one of the pieces.
It's like
Unless
suddenly all
you
the...
have knight d5, but okay, yeah, it's still very bad.
Yeah. And she has played knight takes c8. So, yeah, And by the way, if you just joined us, Anna Satansky is winning very important game against Atusa. With a victory, Anna will bring herself into a tie for first with Alice, and with Anna losing, suddenly it's Anna Satansky and Alice in a clear first. Maurice.
Well, you're not going to believe this, but if you just joined us, Fabiano Caruana played a surprising opening move and an opening sequence. Wesley got into deep time pressure and then started playing some bad moves. It was Fabi who was absolutely controlling the game, but on move 41, he played a really poor move, and he has now compounded it. You will not believe the game is now even. Even.
It was it like +5?
It was +6, actually, and more. Queen f6, this is the mistake on move 41. He could have thought. Instead, he played quickly. He's continued to do so. And now he took the pawn on d4. The bar goes whoop, all the way down. And now all that has to happen is kill this guy and play the move queen g7. And the engine's almost at triple zeros. No advantage to speak of. Now, that's hard to believe. Given that you can come on this diagonal, it seems like there's some kind of action happening.
Don't believe you.
We don't believe you. Beat us on the dark squares. We actually dominate the dark squares, and there's no easy answer here. Your king is exposed. There are some checks that may start back here if your queen leaves. The game is now even. If he takes on d4, Fabiano Caruana, that is, if Wesley captures now on d4, it's, by the way, bishop e7, it's still bad. No, you want to kill this right now. Kill it right here, right now. Wesley will draw the game. Take on d4, play queen g7, and Wesley is back. And Fabi is going to kick himself for not winning this game.
Wow. Bishop takes d4. At first, I thought Black's threat was to play bishop e7, but just that you meant... Could you give me that variation again? Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, queen g7. It's so hard to believe. Queen f4, queen takes b2, knight e6 check, king h7, queen f7, and you're telling me there's nothing here.
The problem is...
Yeah?
Oh, sorry. What?
You have to play king h6.
Yes. Now, the problem is this. How do you create the attack? Like this, maybe?
Well, you've got queen b1 to deal with anything like that. I have to go like king g2, some really warped, crazy move. And
well, the queen's coming back.
Okay.
You're not breaking in on the dark squares. And you can only break in on the light squares.
Knight g5, queen g7 again, right?
Knight g5,
queen g7, queen f4. And this is where you took on b2 previously. So we've been here before.
You could play a lot of moves. You could play a check, you could play queen e7.
Remarkable.
And Wesley has 30 minutes to figure it out. He doesn't have to rush.
Fabi had 36 minutes for move 41, and he played queen f6, and now he's played this knight d4 move. I mean, this bishop d4 move, and it's gone.
Wow.
It's gone. If Wesley now takes, this will be a remarkable turnaround. They will still all three be atop the leaderboard. Hans, Wesley, Fabi. But Fabi could have been at +3 right now.
Wow.
Overwhelming advantage. It just shows you that even the most elite players in the world, they can get excited, be excitable, and make mistakes.
Yep.
And it's funny because people talk about classical games being more pure.
Right.
You know, the time
fewer
control.
mistakes.
This is the true chess. Yeah, I agree with that. But don't think that mistakes don't get made, and large ones, in fact, in classical chess.
Yeah.
Absolutely. With increment, doesn't matter. Chess is hard. And this is what we're seeing in front of us. Fabi looks calm. It looks like he thinks he's still winning.
And I don't blame him, because it's so unusual to have a position where you're dominating with a queen and a knight, and you just can't land the checkmating blow. By the way, I think we might have been a little premature in writing Anna off for her game, because I just see that
against Nasi by Kitsa.
Yeah, I thought Nasi was, making a royal visit with King B4. I thought she was going to play B7, B6. She played the move King B6, and it's sort of like she's now moves away from bringing her king to the right square.
Yeah, if you move back,
yes,
then the engine does not really like Queen B6. King B6, pardon me.
Oh, no, I don't either, I think.
But then also doesn't like White's response, Queen E8, and then really doesn't like Bishop B4, the engine, well. And then doesn't like King F1. It's just screaming at you like, no, these players, I don't like anything.
The wrong way. In Nasi's favor, I could ask the question, what is the bishop doing on C3? Maybe, I'm sure, well, not maybe, I'm certain, her intention is to put the bishop on D6 with an idea of maybe playing for the move F4, F5 and softening. Maybe she felt that the king is going to go to B4, but...
But then you have to be careful, right? Because anytime you wish for some F4, you are allowing this bishop suddenly to be careful, to be active and to target these pawns.
Absolutely. The bishop was on C3. Mm-hmm. Maybe in Nasi's mind, she had the idea that her king should be and zagging its way to the C3 square.
The only problem with that is anytime the king gets here, I can get my queen here, and I don't think you want to capture that pawn afterwards when my queen can go here and go even for some checkmating patterns.
Right. No, I was simply trying to explain why I think Nasi brought her bishop back to D6, that she had the idea of playing king to C3. It doesn't work, you say.
But maybe she can try to...
She had the idea to play F4. It doesn't work, you say.
Maybe she can try to block off the queen on the E file and then walk the king.
Okay.
Because the good thing is that this queen is guarding any checks here, any checks there. So after the bishop blocks that file, then maybe we can march the king.
Just because the white king is so far away from the B3 pawn, imagine, okay, in this position, whose turn is it?
Bishop E7 was played, by the way.
King E2, Bishop E7 on the board. Imagine I'm an idiot and I go, oh, Queen G6. I was about to suggest, could I force the trade of a pawn, trade of the queen? If I trade queens, I think Black's king actually gets to B3 very, very fast.
Yeah, that's winning for Black immediately.
Okay, so Bishop E7 on the board, and maybe, again, she's thinking, I'm going to go King B4 to C3, and I'm not going to allow you Queen E1 check.
So I need to go probably something like Queen D7 to try to target that pawn on B7, not allowing your king to proceed.
Makes a lot of sense. Let's have a look at these just pure bishop endings. Normally speaking, you never want to trade, but the king is getting to C3 so fast, maybe I can.
What if I play something brute 4C and take on D6 and then play C5?
Take on D6, take on C5.
And by the way, Ray Robson drew against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yeah. And should I... Whoop.
King?
King.
Not sure if it's up or back. But I think back is better.
Back is better?
Because King D4 bothers me.
In any case, King D4 is coming, right?
Bring it over.
Bring it over. King is coming.
Got to go over.
Got to go over. So it's a mutual slaughter on the king side, no? Took.
Yeah, I want to see slaughter.
Okay, so how does it go?
But how do I?
Takes. And then at the end of the day, I think it's just the fact that the king is so far up the board, it's enough. Yeah. And the A pawn helps, right? That the fact that there's an extra pair, if you ever get to play bishop takes C2. And the worst news?
Wrong color. or right color.
Or right color if you're a Nazi. So
News, by the way, Wesley
please.
so captured the bishop against Fabiano Caruana.
Sometimes when your back is to the wall and you have nothing but only moves, they're easy to find. Wesley just found an only move. Will he find Queen G7?
Because the thing about Queen G7 is you're accepting that a queen trade, you're down a pawn.
But because you've got a strong anchored bishop.
The knight can get to C6. If White's king were centralized,
right,
you may feel
that you're close to winning.
You know, like if I just play King E4 in one
King
move,
D5, yeah,
King D5,
easy.
Bring my knight over to C6.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
But the problem is,
there's a
pawn on H4 will never change color,
right?
And which means, and she's
Look
found the moves.
Wow, Queen G7 on the board.
He has found. This is extraordinary. What a turnaround!
Yeah, and it just goes to show. Yeah, it just goes to show how I really had this problem with the Garry Kasparovs, Anatoly Karapovs of the world. You know, when they had an advantage against me, they never let me get back in the game. When I had an advantage against them, and if I made the slightest slip, they were squeezing their bodies through the window and out the door and underneath and over the transponder, and they'd get away. This
it's
is
like an
one
eel, right? Those little things. It seems like there's no air. How do you get out?
You're done.
And they just go right through that little space.
For those of you joining, I just want to point out where Fabi made this mistake. The moment I show you the move Queen F6, you go, "Wow, that's terrific. That's a stand-up mate threat. I got Knight F7, I got Queen H8, mate threats. Oh yeah, no, that's a really, really powerful move. Queen G8 rocks your world." If Fabi had played either Queen to D8 or Queen to B8, the computer's shouting +5 and more, and there's no Queen G8 defense. One slip after 5 hours of play.
And we have to emphasize, it was move 41. After you reach the time control, you get extra 30 minutes. Fabi just played really quickly this move, Queen F6.
And now he's really, Fabi, I think, is in a state of shock. No, genuinely. It's like, what just happened?
And we talk about psychology.
Yeah.
Moving forward, if Wesley does draw this game,
remarkable.
The effect on both players.
Oh, for Wesley, he feels like he's been given a pardon.
And I think we just saw Fabi's reaction. I think he just realized that he just completely blew it.
My goodness, what a shock.
He cannot believe this has actually transpired. His beautiful win, which we would have just lauded so highly if he had finished it off. It just goes to show, like you said, you cannot blink against elite players because they just keep finding moves. And Fabi,
look at that disgusted. You saw the same thing I saw.
As much as reaction we can get from Fabi.
Yeah, no, Fabi does not wear his emotions on his sleeve openly, not like Hikaru. But take a look at that face, like, oh. I mean, we're talking about the national championship.
Frustration.
Here. Absolutely.
And you play this game with G6, so much precision. The opening preparation worked out.
G6 is a beautiful move, right?
Yeah.
And you could beat your main rival.
Right.
This guy's top 10. You get a game like this.
You drew him in the last 8 games at the
Right.
U.S. Championships.
This is when you put in your best games collection. Look how I school this guy.
Right.
On my way to my 4th in a row.
Right.
Now, I threw it away, and I've got 5 more rounds. Yes, that's true. But I could have put him in the coffin.
Yeah. No. Taking out a key rival. Again, coming into today's play, there was a 3-way tie between Fabi, Wesley, and Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann is already drawn, so Hans is basically in first place.
Hans is gleeful.
Gleeful, absolutely.
I mean,
gleeful.
hey, he would have had to deal with Fabi tomorrow.
And he will, yeah.
But better to have to not have to beat the guy, and especially better to play him when he's feeling demoralized.
Absolutely. No, it was always funny in my day that whenever there was a drawing of lots, the idea was you wanted to be the number directly behind Garry Kasparov. So Gary was going through these fields and just destroying people. You wanted to play them immediately after Gary dealt with them. Normally, they were not in the best of shape. Let's just say they wobbled.
Normally, they were traumatized.
Oh, yeah, they were traumatized, trust me.
They were feeling so much. They might just give you a draw.
Like they just hadn't recovered.
Thinking, no. We wanted you to.
Yeah. Just peeking ahead, Kate.
For the round 7 pairings in the open section, what do we have here? Hans-Niemann against Fabiano Caruana.
On board 5.
That's a really big one.
Right. Check. And Wesley, so Andy Woodward.
Andy Woodward just won his 2nd game in a row.
Ray Robson is kind of running out of road. He's drawing his way out of the tournament. He lost a game. Maybe he could right a ship with an upset win over Levon.
And Anastasiya is with Ray Robson. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Ray Robson. Ray, today you made a draw against Mishra, but tell us a little bit about the tournament, how it goes for you so far.
Not that amazing. I mean, I had all draws and 1 loss to Wesley, where I was white, and I could have drawn that one also. So not super happy in general. Today's game, I mean, I was black, and like a draw was okay, so I'm not super upset or anything about this game.
Yeah, we were discussing a little bit. There was the moment you think your opponent could maybe take a better path. Can you please point it out?
Yeah, I thought in the end game, I didn't like Rook B8 check from him.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this obviously should be very close to a draw. Rook FB1 was a good move, the only try, I think. And then I wasn't super happy with what I did, but okay, yeah. If we continue forward, his rook got to the 7th rank, which is a bit scary. I went Rook C5, so my rook can come to F5, but yeah.
But then you had to move, yes.
Yeah, I had to go back. So here he played Rook B8 check, which I didn't like in general because it just helps my king. I mean, he had some specific reason in one line. It was better to force my king there, but yeah. I thought he had to try like Rook B7, or at least that was the most natural. And now, yeah, I mean, I can do what I did in the game, but my king is on G8 instead of G7, which maybe I'm still just fine there, but definitely it helped me to put my king here.
So he should have left your king on G8, yes, which is like a little bit out of play compared to what
in the game. I mean, I'm down the pawn, but yeah, and then he went Rook B2. I mean, I thought he had to try Rook D7 if he wanted to try anything. Rook D7
instead of Rook B2.
Yeah, Rook D7. If I play Rook A6, it looks like I'm just going to bring my king and then protect D6 and attack his rook. But he can try King C1. So he tries to put his king to B2 to protect the A pawn. And okay, I thought probably I will take A2 and check and bring my rook behind and it should be fine. But yeah, if I bring my king and say he gets his rook to B7, he can continue playing. So I thought those were like, that was the last chance. After his rook's on B2, it's so passive, like he never really has realistic chances.
Yeah. Ray, we don't see you that often in chess events, so I was just wondering, like, what's happening with your life right now? Like, are you still pursue the career of the professional player? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, still pursuing, not very successfully this year, but I mean, I've been playing some tournaments. I just played Grand Swiss, I played Chennai before that. I played some tournaments early in the year, and I have World Cup coming up, obviously, after this. So I feel like I'm playing, but the problem is I'm winning. I'm not losing that many games, but I'm winning. Like, I've never won so few games in my life. Like, somehow I'm too cautious when I need to be aggressive. But at least if you're a cautious player, you need to like make sure you never lose. But then when I need to make sure that I need to make a draw, like against Wesley in the end game, I should have been able to make a draw there. But then sometimes I manage to lose those games. So something is a little bit off right now. So things haven't been going that great. But I don't feel like I'm playing so badly overall. So I'm hopeful that in the near future I will get back to doing how I usually used to do.
Yeah, and also, like, are you excited about this new prize which was created for especially this event, for the strong finish, if you manage to play strongly in the last rounds? Is it something which will motivate you a little bit more?
Maybe, yeah. It reminds me, like, my dad took me to tournaments, all the tournaments when I was growing up, and one of the like mantras he would say to me is like finish strong. So I always tried to finish very well in the last round, the last few rounds. So yeah, I mean, obviously you always want to do that, but yeah, I will try. I'll try to fight and maybe somehow win a game miraculously and finish as well as I can.
Yep, step by step for sure. Thank you so much, Ray, for coming here today, and I hope we'll see you again.
Hope so too. Thanks.
Thank you, Anastasiya. I understand Ray very, very well. I think a lot of players go through these phases where, like Carissa, you just win all of these games in a row. Everything is fantastic. You can't believe your success. And then you have a very, very difficult time winning games, as did Carissa through the first 4 rounds. She's had a terrible start. And Ray saying, how do I make that adjustment? You know, I'm solid, I'm playing safe, but I'm not winning when I should be winning.
Is Andy leading right now?
Pardon me?
Is Andy leading in the Finnish Strong Prize? Andy Woodward.
He won today.
Right,
so
he won the game.
Yeah,
He won today?
Yeah.
And nobody else has won, right?
So
Not
far.
yet.
No, I mean,
We thought Fabi's gonna
Fabi
win.
was going to win.
We thought Fabi was going to join in, but maybe
No.
who picked Andy to win the Finnish Strong?
I did not.
I think you were considering him, no, Yasser?
I was thinking, yeah, because I liked the way he was playing. He wasn't getting the results.
And who did you pick in the end?
I wrote it down. Now you're making... Okay, who did I pick in the
Levon.
end? Levon. Levon.
You mean you went with the traditional?
Hey man, I was looking for somebody. I mean, I was fighting. Kate, where are we going? What are we doing?
So let's take a look at the game between Jennifer Yu and Megan Paragua, because Jennifer Yu got a similar position that she got yesterday. 2 rooks against a rook and a bishop, but this time she's closing on this game, and she's just a few moves before winning, because now she's expecting to go rook, okay, a7 or g7, but she's threatening back rank checkmate.
No, rook g7, rook g2.
Oh, that would be
just
that would be a way to lose.
That would be, you know,
She
like
wouldn't
that
be losing.
horror
Giving away a
moment.
rook, but
Yeah, it would be that moment of absolutely stone cold horror. Like, what have I done? Yeah,
this should prompt resignation, no?
exactly.
Because you minimum losing a bishop.
Well,
In the short term.
yeah, exactly. Trading rooks is no fun. And as you say, rook h8 mate is a threat, not to mention rook d6, rook e6.
Actually, she's found a way to kind of stay a little bit longer.
Rook e6.
You know, actually, I was considering if we can just bring up that board.
Which
and
one?
come this one, Jennifer against Megan, and just come a few moves back.
Okay.
Right here, yes. So rook c7 check, king e8. Wouldn't you go rook e6 here? Just let's get the bishop and play completely winning rook endgame.
Yes, that.
Or would you just continue this the way Jennifer would? Because I would just simplify.
Usually, in principle, simplifying to the easiest ending is easy, but the 2 rooks, I gotta say, this is so overwhelming. Rook e6.
Because you can maybe just start pushing the pawn.
Of course, b5, b6. Yeah, I think what Jennifer did is perfect legit.
Here.
F5 is an excellent.
Oh, that's a nice trick. So with f5, you're trying to distract this bishop from this diagonal. So
Exactly.
if you take, there is a skewer.
Yeah. Well, that was why I was.
I mean, you
rook
could block
e6.
with the bishop, but then we'll trade down into the ending. Rook c6 make you resign.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a pawn ending, which is even easier to win.
Yes, exactly. And whoop, take it. Yeah. Lots of ways of winning this one. Rook e6.
No, this is over.
Over.
This is over. We can move on.
For Jennifer, what's her record? Because she's been all over the map, right?
Right, so she lost to Alice in this game, but she won against Irina Krush, and this would be her 2nd win in the tournament.
If she had won that game against Rose.
Forget about you if she had won. +1, yes.
Yeah.
Brings her next to Carissa.
Yes, who's at +1.
And right behind the leaders. Right behind the leaders.
By the way, speaking of
If she
leaders,
starts getting a little bit of a roll.
Yeah, Jennifer is one like
Another
Carissa.
one. 5 rounds to go.
Yep. We have.
Anna Zatonsky, by the way, she is completely winning against Atusa Purkashian.
Yep.
And if she manages to win, then she is tied for the first place with Alice Lee.
Precisely. Absolutely.
And
Anna.
Anna hasn't lost yet.
Hasn't lost yet.
Anna Sargsyan.
Right.
Has not
So
lost.
two Annas would be
Right,
tied for first
but
with Alice.
The position for Anna Sargsyan does not look very good.
It doesn't, but the main plan is to bring your king up the board.
What Nazi has
And
not
Nazi's
done.
avoiding it like the plague right now. So
Right, but once you realize there's no other way, you go for it.
that's true. I agree with that, but let's see if she can pull it off. This game is over.
Yeah,
The other one is over.
As far as Jennifer is the reason we're just kind of expecting a resignation here after Jennifer's next move. Oops, sorry, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go refresh. Why is it? Is Jennifer in time trouble?
No, she's 24 minutes.
How is that possible?
Because she reached the time control.
Oh, okay.
And once she reached it, she already was material up.
But why
so
doesn't
she did
Rook
not
B6
spend
just
much
win on
time.
the spot here?
Of course. I would have played that a long time ago.
And it is on the board.
Okay.
Now will Megan resign? Because there's really nothing to do. I mean, if you move the bishop on the diagonal, we go f5.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go e4.
Yes.
Or
Just
e4.
block the bishop.
Or e4. If we can't move the bishop backwards on this one.
There's no way to go. You're dominated.
If we move our bishop to f5, we check, take the rook.
She's going to play bishop f3, yeah. So she gets one little check in with rook check in case.
Of e4.
But if e4 happens now, your bishop is no longer even a piece.
Right, and she's done it.
Your king is just...
She's done. I thought we were playing f5, but okay, she played e4. I'm sure this is completely winning, but what is this?
Well, the thing is now, once you capture, I have rook king g3.
King g3, rook e4.
Well, check on d6, and then I take the bishop.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, actually, I was lucky to find that.
And you have such a good position.
I know.
There's no luck.
When you're up rook and 3 pawns. Exchange and 3 pawns, pardon
So
me.
rook g4 check is on the board.
On the board.
Jennifer played king h3.
We're expecting rook f4 and the nice little beautiful check.
It's all coming.
Oh, no.
She's trying to fight back still.
I'm not finished with you yet.
Nobody believes it.
Okay, so let's go f5, no?
Exactly. I thought it was happening before, but f5 certainly looks good to me.
Just so many pawns. Just marching forward.
Feels
Don't
like
we mate
aliens.
with rook f6?
Probably.
Like rook f6, what is your move?
Rook f6. Let's see, do I have a move? The threat of checkmate in 1 arrests me. Jennifer's got her hand over the board.
Do it. Do it. Let me rook that's mate, right? So
I have to come back. I'm assuming.
No, rook
No, I can go king e8.
Oh, what
so
do I do?
king e8?
King e8.
That's what I wanted you to
Excellent
do.
move.
And now, can't I play rook b6? How do you survive this?
Not easily.
Rook f6 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have anything to do.
Mm.
You could play bishop g4 check, but that would be met by king h2.
That's hurtful.
And you got 2 threats to deal with. You can play rook c1 now.
And we see a handshake.
And that's it. She's seen enough.
Oof.
Congratulations to Jennifer, you.
And, sorry, once again, this is her
Second
win.
Mm-hmm.
Second win. If she can keep that draw out her mind from yesterday and just say, I'm playing better, there's 5 rounds to go, I string a couple of wins together, let's see the results. She could make an amazing run at these championships.
Absolutely. Results.
Irina Krush lost to Carissa. Really important comeback to the tournament for Carissa. Back-to-back wins. Alice Lee draw against Talia Cervantes. And Jennifer Yu just won against Megan Paragua.
And results for the Open?
In the Open section, We have Andy Woodward, who defeated Dariusz Swiercz, and then all draws. Levon Aronian against Niemann, Awonder Liang against Sevian, and Abhimanyu Mishra draw against Robson.
Well, it's like the Hot Chocolate song. I believe in miracles because I do believe miracles are happening for Wesley. So he is drawing a game where we just thought, you're gone, you're toast, you're out of here.
Fabi can't believe this.
And Fabi just played the move knight c6 because Fabi had trained his sights on this g6 pawn, but after king g2, queen h6, that's it. There's nowhere else to go. Wesley is happy to move his queen around the board with queen g6. So Fabi
maybe
went
can we bring
c6.
it back where actually Fabi gave up the pawn on b2?
Yeah, that was the queen g7 moment right here. This was, so we're going to go back to this moment when Fabi took a move the computer engine did not like, knight takes, and the only move was queen g7, and now queen takes b2. And now Wesley, remarkable, has a drawn sight. I think the simplest is you're attacking the bishop, but with the move queen f8, I'm more than happy to trade queens. I hopefully, I didn't check it out, but neither king is in the square. And we'll end up both making queens, and it'll be 2 versus 2 and an easy draw.
You
so
know,
queen f8 is equal.
I have a course that's doing well on Chessable called Secrets of Chess Geometry.
Right.
And one of the chapters is on the zigzag ability of the queen. Other pieces zigzag as well, but not like the queen. If you take a look at this black queen, and Wesley did this so remarkably, go all the way back to the moment he played the move queen to g8.
So somehow...
So here when Fabi messed up and played queen f6. Now let's just follow the queen. It goes back to g8, and then in this position it goes to g7, and then it goes to b2, and now after this it goes to c1, and now it goes back to h6.
Right.
And now you just play this line, it goes back to f8. You talk about a zig and a zag and a zig, a zig. This is a capability. You want to master this ability of your queen. This is how you save games.
Exactly.
And Wesley just did it in style, and Fabi is in shock.
Yeah. I once lost a really, really beautiful game to Larry Christensen. This was back in the day in California. It's like the University of Berkeley People's Open. And he did a ladder check on me. You know, the queen went to f3, went to f4, he went to e4. And the queen got all the way up the board by a ladder check. And then he made a quiet move, and it was a done deal. But I love that, the geometry, if you will, of the queen. And Wesley's giving Her Majesty a workout. Great move, queen f8. Did he play it? Because it looks like, yes, he has played it. And Fabi is just... Okay, what are we doing? What did Fabi just do? Okay, knight back. Okay, that's a bit of a relief. Queen f6, perhaps, just defending the pawn on g. But let's pause our analysis.
Because Anastasiya has Jenny for you. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm here with Jennifer, who won her second game in the tournament, and now you're on +1 right now. How do you feel about it, about the situation?
I'm definitely a lot happier about like the quality of my play compared to the last few games. Like I said earlier, it's just I feel like I've been losing half points here and there way too easily. Like yesterday, it was completely won and I gave it away. 2 rounds before that, it was also won and I gave it away. And so I nearly gave it away against Irina too. So I'm just like trying to, you know, convert. Yeah, just get my points. Like today, I was so careful. After I was completely winning too, I was like, I can't do that again. If I do that again, like tournament's just over. Like
it was really critical game for you. Today is like the middle of the tournament, and I think yes, it's kind of important how it goes for you. And did you have a special approach today that you played against Megan, the youngest participant of the tournament?
Well, I guess my special approach is that I just wanted to play a game. So I didn't do like anything crazy opening prep. I just played something that where I was like, I don't think she would be super familiar with it. I'm also like, this is something I used to play, but it's not like, I just didn't want to get any like opening theory. Let's just play a game. And so I think that worked out quite well. And yeah.
And also you decided to exchange queens quite early and move the game, transfer the game into the ending. Is it something you felt confident about against the younger players?
Well, I don't know. I just felt like this endgame was really tricky to play because kind of like you see in the game, it was really hard for her to defend these like center pawns. And so I thought it was really like easy for me to play. So I wasn't really sure what the best way, the best defense here for black is, just because I have all of these like ideas with opening up the H file that can also look quite scary. So I thought practically this was like a good option.
Yes, and it seemed like it worked out at the end. You slowly but surely converted this ending into a full point. So who are you playing tomorrow? What is the...
Tomorrow, I believe, I'm playing Carissa.
You're playing Carissa, so it's going to be also one more important game, because I think now you are like the same points, yes. I think she's also on +1 after winning 2 games. Are you looking forward to this encounter?
You know what, the only thing that has been bugging me for the last few years is that I think every single time I always play black. Like I don't think like for the last like 4 or 5 years I've ever gone white. Like I don't know what the chances of that are. But so, I mean, I'm like fine like approaching this just like as another game. But I'm just like, I don't know, like it's actually crazy. When I got the pairings and I was like, how is it like I play every single person the same color, like always, but yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, yes, so how it happens, yes. So anyway, like, thank you so much for coming here and all the best of luck for you tomorrow. We're looking forward to watch this game.
Thank you, Anastasiya. It's just like, who did I had the same problem that Jennifer. There was one player I was perpetually black against. Like every drawing, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but it bugged me too. I mean, I know the feeling. But congratulations, Jennifer. Huge game for her tomorrow against
Big
Carissa.
time pairing.
Ooh. And Anna Zatansky, I was looking at her position. She's just just moves away from claiming victory in her game, because essentially the H5 pawn is dead. She's going to play rook to
She already made that move on the board?
If the pawn was on G4, there would be some considerable work ahead to win. I think the position would still be winning in that case, but because the pawn has no defenders, then Anna's going to take it, put a rook on G5, go H4, H5, and it's the march of the H-pawn that will decide the game easily in her favor.
Yeah, rook G5, just resignation even. There's not even a single plan to deter the advance of this pawn.
Exactly. Rook to G5, cutting out the king so the king can't get to the G7 square. Then you play
She
H4.
played rook H7 instead.
Making sure the king can't get back. It cuts off the king in a different way, right?
Because if you push for E5 now, I have rook H6 check.
As well, yeah. Personally, rook G5, H4 would have been my approach. That's
you go to sleep. You play,
yeah.
I'm going to play rook G5,
Yeah.
do whatever you like, except take my pawn when it lands.
That's like some trash talking in the NBA. I'm going to go right over here. I'm going to hit the 3-point.
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
Larry
have
Bird.
to come. You don't have to come out and guard me. You know?
Larry Bird, he would call the shot.
Yeah, and I was like, look, I'm gonna tell my opponent, I'm gonna post my rook up right over here on G5. I'm gonna play H4, H5, and there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do. I'm telling you now.
Right.
I'm pre-moving almost.
Exactly.
Unless you put your bishop on the G line, in which case I'm taking it.
Right.
So don't embarrass yourself. Just stop playing now. And
So
she's playing
E5 is on the board, and we can just check here and just take everything.
Yep.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we giving away our rook just for some
Just go
completely winning ending?
Here.
Completely winning ending. Yes. Yes, agreed. Is that new score sheets?
Okay, the game continued differently.
Control.
So we do have the capture on E5.
No rook H6
no
check.
rook H6 check.
That's a bit of a surprise. I definitely, even if you don't, and I would not, by the way, take the bishop on E6. It's not that I'm all-knowing or anything like that. It's just that I'm experienced enough to play King E3, knowing that go ahead and take, and then let me get to my ending on my terms, right? That's the way I would have approached that. No, Anna captured on E5 and played King E3 and said, look, I'm going to put you in Zugzwang in a moment. I'm going to play rook h6, and I'm going to play h4, move my rook and play h5. What are you going to do about it? And there's no answer, because it's a one position. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to, we expect the resignation very, very shortly, but I'm going to go back to the Fabi game.
Before you go back.
Please.
Just
What?
back
Go
up
back?
in these moves. I saw a weird line, and it just was very funny. This position, back. Yep. So e5, yes.
Yes.
Rook check.
Yes. Rook check. Bishop e6, yep.
Bishop e6.
Yep.
What if I play g4 here?
Yeah, I thought I was thinking about the same thing, because you got this nice little f5 business going, right? Now
No.
you take.
Yes, now take.
Take.
And now I want to play g5.
And I wasn't
But
100% sure,
yes,
right?
no,
It's
this
like I could trick myself.
This is the way you could blow this position.
Precisely. It's
But
like
let's continue this line, because it's very interesting. h4 is quickly played.
Right. h5.
And then h5. And now the king waits.
Right.
And I had to play king e3. King up.
And now it's time, right? That you.
But you don't get there fast enough.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
No, this is the way you could blow this position.
Exactly. One of the things I've learned about chess, you're not so winning that you don't have an opportunity to blow it. No matter how overwhelming you think your position is, there might be a way to give a stalemate to your opponent.
We've seen it.
Oh my gosh.
Time and time and time again. And we saw it today. Fabiano Caruana. He was so winning.
He was just on the edge.
I tell people, and my students that I have, or when I'm doing my courses, the funniest joke, you want to laugh, just stand right outside the tournament hall and wait. Because sooner or later, somebody's going to come out and say, I was winning.
Right.
And you're like, dude, it's so funny.
Right.
There's like 20, 30, 40 people there who came out saying the exact same thing.
Get in line. Get
in line.
Yeah.
You know?
Rook
yeah,
H6.
sure you were winning. This is chess.
And I'm expecting that after Atusa moves her king back, king to g5 by Anna, followed by rook f6, king to g5, followed by
Or
rook
just
f6.
rook d6. Just play rook d6 right now to get another extra pawn.
Yeah. I thought that you put your king on g5.
Rook
That way,
D6.
there's no way you're protecting the pawn in the near future.
That's a game
rook
right there.
d6.
That one forces resignation, and we should get a wide shot of this because the hand is
There it
coming
is.
out. Oh, a little late. We missed.
And that was a handshake.
But yes, the handshake.
Congratulations to Anna Zatonsky, who just became a co-leader in the women's section.
Tied for first. Yes, indeed.
Poor Atusa, trying to
What
acquit
a
herself,
great
but the challenge
start.
of playing in this event, very, very tough.
Yeah.
After winning her first game, she...
Yeah, against Arena Krush as well, right?
Yeah,
really,
Irina's
really
got to
great
be kicking herself. That's
start.
the point. But Irina's lost 3 games. It's like Irina's lost 3 games.
1, 2. I think you're right. That's crazy.
Yes, she lost against Anna Sargsyan,
Did she?
Jennifer Yu, and now Carissa Yip.
Wait a minute,
She made it
she's
no
losing
draws.
every even game? What the heck? Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss.
I'm just looking at the current
Wait
position.
a second, but did she have white in the first? Is she losing every white game?
No.
No, right?
She won with Alice Lee with white and Rose Atwell with white.
Okay, so somehow the flip happened.
I just thought this was a funny moment in the game between Wesley and Fabi, because in this moment, Wesley offered a pawn. And as a pawn grubber, all good pawn grubbers should have been instantly aware that there was a fork on tap. But the problem is, and I think you said it a long time ago, the h4 pawn is not changing colors. And after king g4, again, because the pawns are split, you win your pawn back, easy draw. That did not happen. Knight e5 instead. The players, are the players in time trouble, Kate? No.
No, 14 minutes for Wesley, 15 minutes for Fabiano.
Queen d5.
Fabi knows he has a knight. And he knows that knights are tricky. buggers.
True that.
So even though he blew the game,
True
he
that.
will continue to try to organize these pieces in such a way that maybe Wesley
trick.
blinks.
Okay, let's say I just kick this knight away. This knight bothers me bigly.
Okay, knight f3.
Okay, and queen goes, yeah? Something like, so I'm dreaming of putting my bishop back on the f6 square.
But
so
you
that,
allow me to go to the back rank if I go knight g5 check.
Okay.
Queen g8. Oh, king g7 you go.
I want to put my bishop on f6 so that I can kick that.
There's no way to
kick that guy
any kind
away.
of progress here.
So
What do we
knight
have?
e6 here.
Sorry, he just played the move knight f3, which I think is more or less an indication I've got no way of improving my position anymore.
You know,
The
you
knight was
spend
just-
3.5 hours getting a winning position. Then you spend the
Tell
next
me about
hour and
it.
a half kicking yourself in the face because you blew the winning position.
Right.
And then you spend the next 30 minutes saying, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Resign, going, all right. You have to go through all the stages of grief.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
And it's exactly right. I mean, it's
Right.
not, we all know the feeling.
Oh, we do.
You're sitting there thinking, how did I let this happen?
Right.
Oh my God, I'm such an idiot.
Yeah.
What the? You go through all the stages, and then you finally come to acceptance.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, there's 5 more rounds to go. I got to just go back out there and play some more chess.
Yeah. I mean, that brings us to Nimzovich's, most famous career moment, where after a game he stood on the table and shouted to the audience, "Why must I lose to this idiot?"
Yeah, so you have to do it the right way.
What?
Why must I lose to this idiot?
Yeah, that's the chess player. Yeah. Go Nimzo. Knight f3. A moment ago you were doing the queen journey, the black queen journey. I was kind of doing so we got into this ending, queen and knight versus queen and bishop. Now let's just see what the knight has done. The knight was on g5 right here, and it took a little journey to c6, back to e5, back to f3, back to e5, back to f3, and it's sitting on f3, and Wesley is saying, I don't see the problem. I'm ready to go check, drive your king away. Maybe the bishop will come back. By the way, with my queen nicely placed on f4, I'll start to think about the a4 pawn. And Fabi got nothing.
Stone cold draw.
Wow. And miracle of miracles, because boy, was Wesley busted in this one. Wow.
The longer he goes, by the way, does Fabi, the more frustrated he's going to become.
Right.
And he's certainly should be trying, but he knows Wesley has this one on lockdown, very easy. And you can see he's just like, are you for real?
There was a lot of reasons why I thought in time the computers would eventually become better than all of us. And one of the major reasons I thought the computer was going to become better than us is it just didn't carry the baggage of the previous positions that we carry. I was winning. And now I'm so frustrated I can't even think straight because I let the game slip away. So just the fact that we're constantly re-examining the decisions that we made earlier. I'm such an idiot. Why did I move my knight away from g5? I should have just kept it there.
There's a game that Fabi played. Oh, the game he played, MVL, in the Grand Chess Tour.
Just now in Sao Paulo.
The classical game.
Yeah, the second game.
The game where he had queen c5 in the queen ending.
Oh, that was brutal. Yeah.
It was so winning.
Yeah.
And afterwards, when we interviewed him after he drew the second game,
right?
Because it was the first game, he drew the second classical game. He didn't want to talk about the second game. He wanted to talk about that first game where he was so winning.
Right.
After queen c5, why didn't I play it? What I left? He did pick himself up after losing one of the rapid games and did an amazing comeback. And he's going to have to remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't win a game. I was completely winning against MVL. I ended up being down 4 points in rapid.
That was amazing.
And I had to win bang, 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 3 games of blitz and survive the 4th game because he was getting mated.
Yeah.
To win the Grand Chess Tour.
And to avoid a tiebreak.
So there are going to be stories ahead. Clearly, he makes his life hard, or maybe he likes to. He's made his life hard here, but he's got 5 rounds to go, and he's the #1 ranked player in the tournament.
Yeah.
And he's tied. It's not like he could have, he should have overcome this opponent, and, you know, he was a half a point behind. They're tied. There's still 5 big rounds to go. It will be bitter. It will definitely cause him to lose some sleep tonight. But he's just going to have to accept it and move on.
Exactly. I can imagine Fabi 40 years from now being a chess commentator at a U.S. championship. I remember back in my day, I had won 3 in a row. I was winning my 4th. I was playing my strongest rival, Wesley So. I had him dead to right.
40 years? You got him at 73?
You know, give him some seasoning. He's playing so well these days.
Probably does commentating now.
He does podcasting. That's the lowest
they get
level.
They hire him for commentary on matches, a World Championship match.
He thinks he's commentating. He's just learning the ropes. He's young.
I give him 10 years. He'll be making the big bucks.
The big bucks. Kick us out of here. But there you have it. Fabi really suffering at the moment because he sure does know he's let thing. And I think that's an invitation. Is that an invitation to Queen G4 check? Can I just see this? Because again, we know the H-pawn is the crux of the problem, right? We go knight E5 or knight H2. Doesn't matter. Give me the pawn. I'll trade you this one for that one.
Because you cannot... Well, can you go king G3?
That was my question.
It's kind of scary. Bishop D6.
I'm trying to lose?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We should be playing like this, actually. We could be losing suddenly. So I think Wesley could play queen G4 at the moment. And again, you got to take. No
Wesley's
choice.
going to feverishly calculate this move, I'll tell you right now.
He can see the finish line. If he can just make sure, you know, variations like this, bishop E1 or maybe king H4, well, maybe they don't hold. Oh, maybe they do. And we have a result in the game between Oparin.
Grigoriy Oparin drew against Shankland.
Wow. I mean, at the times that I was looking into that game looked like it had a lot of content to it. I'm just so sorry I didn't get a chance to go with the player.
And Anastasiya has a guest. Let's go to Anastasiya.
Anna Zatonsky.
Yes, I have a guest. Anna Zatonsky is here with me. Anna, congratulations on your second victory in this tournament. I paid attention that you are undefeated so far.
Oh, really?
Yes. How does it feel for you?
Okay, it feels great because, like, usually I'm not playing very well in the recent US Championship, and so far I'm very happy with my results. And I feel very sorry for Atusa. It's like last person I wanted to beat in this tournament.
Yes, absolutely. You have 2 kids, and have you ever played in this similar situation?
I did play it, and no, not only. I think she's like, well, how
maybe
pregnant
7.
7. No, I think I never played a tournament on 7 months. I played on 5th, 6 months, and actually I played really well. I was close to get GM norm. I had to beat, remember, Harika in last round. I played Olympiad quite well.
Yeah, well, you also remember you traveling with kids for Olympiad as well, small kids. So it's very challenging times, always for every woman chess player. Can you please tell me a little bit about today's game? And we discussed a little bit that you felt that you misplayed at a certain point.
Yes, I think I messed up with variations because I expected castle, not b6 moves, and actually we got the same position which I knew and I probably had to take on d5 right away, but this is new variation and I wasn't quite sure what is better. But what I like about move d4, if you don't know something, you just play logical move and you cannot like lose from the opening or
so
get...
we can show it because like...
Yeah, here I think for her, if she wanted to equalize, I think maybe...
Yasser is showing us this position is right now, so...
No, here I had feeling that I'm better after take on a5, much better. But I could not find right way to play this position. Maybe queen d3, Yasser probably will tell me.
Yeah, so maybe show us maybe one critical moment because we cannot analyze definitely the whole game.
No, the critical move is I was trying to blunder. Okay, here, Okay. Bishop c4, and I was trying to blunder here to take. My initial idea was to take on b6, bishop b6.
Yes, let's
yes,
see this
bishop
move,
b6. It's like small queen d6 move.
Yes, so queen d6, and you.
So when I was like, yes, and
some material here. Okay.
Exactly, a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why when I was calculating this position, that was my idea.
I understand.
And she was in time pressure, and probably it's not easy to play this position. Even Black probably solved most of her problems, her problems, but still it's not easy to play.
Yeah. In any case, like you managed to convert at a certain point quite strongly, and now you have +2. And did you pay attention that at the moment you shared the lead in the tournament?
Oh no, I didn't. How's Anna Sargsyan doing?
She's still playing, but Leslie is with +2. Same for you. So you are the only undefeated player in the tournament.
Oh really? And so I'm very. I'm very happy that two from older generation, me and Irina, I'm undefeated, many draws, but Irina, I think, has no draws. This was very surprise, very fighting spirit.
Exactly. Yes. So how are you going to approach the rest of the tournament? We are exactly in the middle, 5 rounds to go.
I have very tough opposition, so much tougher than in previous rounds. I have I played only Carissa, and the rest are top-rated players I'm gonna face in next rounds, and it's gonna be also more blacks than whites. I think it's gonna be really tough for me. I hope I will do well.
We also hope so. Thank you so much, Anna, for joining us, and all the best of luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll add our congratulations as well, Anna. It's always nice when you're in first place and you're undefeated. I mean, that's just a great feeling.
Can't rest on the laurels, though.
Can't. King h6, and I'm still looking at the game between Fabi and Wesley. I know that it's not much. Come on, it's not much. But Wesley has been the one who's been really down on the clock for, I think, basically the whole game. So I'm seeing for the very first time that, wow, Fabi is now behind on the clock.
Fabi had to recover after realizing that he
so.
just blew the advantage.
I think so. The fact that his clock is ticking down more and more precipitously suggests to me like it's time to kind of maybe pull the plug here. Does that move pull the plug?
And every time Fabi makes a move, Wesley adjusts the piece to make sure it's exactly in the middle of the square.
Hold on. Bishop, what am I missing here? Help me out. Bishop e7. I'm attacking the pawn on a4.
Okay, queen e8, no? Oh, no, that doesn't work.
There is a check.
Okay, so queen c8.
Excuse me? There is a check?
Okay, but that's a draw, no?
Is it a draw? I mean, it may be a draw. I mean, but...
Takes, knight e5.
And king... So I end up pawn to the good, right?
Well, it's probably c6.
Knight c6. Bishop b4. We both queen. Well, my king might.
Careful.
My king might be
White
in the
queen's
box.
First.
Yeah. Okay, so it is a draw.
Show that line. Please show the line so that.
No, this
the far-seeing
takes.
The non-far-seeing fans would notice.
6, 7, 7, queen. So this is a queen and pawn ending where it's going to be a draw because it's queen and 2 versus queen and 1 on the same side. Nothing to discuss. And yeah, this is what I was this is what I was thinking. I was thinking, wait a minute, doesn't Fabi's king have to now go into the center? I guess it's nothing. It's in the center, but it's perfectly happy there. But why did he not... What am I missing? Help me out. This move looks so tempting, right?
Well, I think the queen c8. I think the queen c8 is the problem. Because I'm threatening checkmate on h8.
Checkmate on h8. So a4 is hanging. This is just a perpetual. I can see that.
No. It's just a drawn ending.
Just a drawn ending. Okay. I thought Wesley...
It may have been the easier one to draw.
Yeah.
Maybe Wesley's getting a little bit ambitious.
That's what I'm saying. I thought the move bishop e7 was an opportunity for Wesley to get ambitious. But no,
here comes a chance for a repetition. And Wesley's jumping straight at it. With no question. Let's go. And here we have a repetition, and Wesley So, after being in an absolutely calamitous situation, has managed to draw the game against Fabiano Caruana, making this their 9th draw in the U.S. Championship with no decisive games between them. But it's an absolutely devastating slip by Fabiano Caruana for him to not win this game. He will be deflated, disgusted, and dejected, not able to sleep well tonight because he knows full well that he should have won this game, but he let his chance slip.
You just hit all the D's in your dictionary there.
I got more.
Dreadful, defeated, disgusted, deflated. Keep it coming. And that's exactly right. Wesley was in dire straits. Probably he was down -5 at a certain moment. There was multiple wins and a big slip at that winning moment. Queen f6.
Move 41. First move 41.
Wow.
Played it too quickly when he had all the time in the world on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Anna and Nasi still at work. Has Nasi managed to...
She managed to get her queen on the first board and actually hit her king on the a7, which is something the engine doesn't like because it believes the king needs to go and target that pawn on b3.
Absolutely, we thought so as well. But hey, unless I'm not dropping the pawn on g6 because the white queen is tethered to the defense of the bishop, right? And maybe Nasi is thinking, in her mind at least, about trying to trade queens, either with queen d2 or queen e1, followed by king c5, king b4.
I think queen e1 looks amazing. So now it's white's turn, and the question is, can I do something about it?
Exactly what to do about it.
Like, can I do... If I give up c5 now, you're just going to take. That's not going to help me because I have queen c4, but that's just one check.
Yeah.
Nope.
One check is
I don't
not
believe
enough.
that.
No.
If you trade queens, why am I lost?
Because the black king just gets to b4.
So, for example, bishop to d3, yeah? So let's say we trade queens on d2. Munch, munch. Let's just make sure that this is completely lost. I don't think there's really too much in it at all, actually.
Yeah, c3.
Yeah, because b2 is just a marvelous square, right? You don't need the c3 square. b2 is absolutely marvelous.
f3?
Here.
No.
Ooh, f3.
F3. Let's get
We've got an f3 sighting, sorry.
King b4.
Give me the pawn. Bishop c2, Maurice. You don't like it. I don't like it, but bishop c2.
Let's play it.
King a3.
And this is what I meant about the b2 square. We do have bishop d1 on the board. I think your f3 was designed to play g4 and to swap everything off on the king side. Yeah.
No, but I'll be left with this pawn. You'll be left with a pawn on g4. You need to figure out how to do that quickly. Maybe when you lost the tempo earlier. But she's played bishop d1, and the engine doesn't like that move. If in this position you had played f3.
F3
this
immediately.
Position, f3, yes.
Ooh, you're presenting me with another very attractive choice. Queen e3.
Also maybe bishop d2, bishop e3.
Let's pause and pay homage to the miracle man. We're going to go to Anastasiya, who's with Wesley.
Yes, Yasser, I'm with Wesley, and Yasser just called you miracle man, probably meaning that you managed to save this position.
I learned from I learned from the best.
Exactly. But how did it feel for you during the game?
Well, it feels great now that I saved it. I mean, obviously, I'm very unhappy with my play, because I try not to focus too much on results, but I try to be a better chess player, which is almost impossible these days. But obviously, wonderful save, as Rex Singfield outside told me.
Do you feel that it's one of the best, let's say the worst position you ever saved?
No, I've saved far worse.
Got it? Yes.
No, I've been playing professional chess 11 years. I've saved far worse positions.
I see. What helps you during these moments when you kind of feel that, yes, it doesn't go your way? What helps you to keep fighting and not to give up?
Well, first of all, Fabi is, top 3 best player in the world. So it's never a shame losing to him. And the last few months, he's been playing like a machine, like really superbly. He won the Grand Chess Tour. He played some great games there.
You also won the Singfield Cup, so
yeah.
But I mean, forget this one.
Thank you. I mean, losing to Fabi is never. Of course you don't want to, but Fabi is Fabi. So, at the same time, as long as I have chances, I will keep playing. He hasn't won yet. He doesn't have an engine, hopefully. Yeah. During the game, yeah.
Of course. But he can kind of feel probably that this position should be winning for him.
Yeah, because his position is just so good. Yeah. Well, first of all, he surprised me in opening H3, which shouldn't be very good for white. But it's very tricky. It's actually not clear where I went wrong. So, yeah, when he played A4, that should be completely fine for black. But, yeah, Queen C2. And here I'm just very confused. Also, I'm not sure why he used the A rook instead of F rook. Maybe Bishop D7 wasn't very good. And here I thought I'm fine. Take Bishop F4. But probably Rook C8 is just a very bad move. Because I should just play... I think Rook C8 is bad.
You are defending the pawn, right? But
yeah. Yeah, but it means because I should just sack the pawn. I can't hang on to the pawn anyway. I should just play H5 or Knight D5. I'm not sure. Maybe H5, G5, Knight D5, Bishop G3.
H5, G5?
Yeah, H5, G5. Okay, Knight D5, Bishop G3. And it's very unclear. He'll win the pawn on D4, but I have the E file and put Bishop B4. Of course, I could just be very stupid, but I have no idea what's going on in this position.
Yeah, it's a very complicated game. Of course, we cannot go to all the details, but let's get to this moment around move 40 when
I was
things
getting
were
low
so
on
crazy.
time around here. My time management wasn't very good in this game, so I was just making the most logical moves, but obviously I was lost here. Okay, G6. Yeah, G6 might be very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't even know why I played Queen G6. I should go to F6. I just lost a tempo, for a very dumb reason.
So Queen F6, do you think it was better? Yes, here.
At least my bishop is still solid on B4. I still have some coordination, so I'm not dead lost yet. But obviously in the game. And when he reached move 4, I was just making moves, trying to make it as difficult as possible for Fabi.
For him, yes. Yeah, and the moment you played King H6, I think we can go to all the way.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why he took on C6. He just played Queen B6 too or something. But yeah, here I thought I was saving, and then I missed Rook H6, Rook H7, which was very nice. Because if you play Rook G6, Rook F7, and then D3, the endgame.
You felt more optimistic, yes, about Rook G6, Rook F7, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm losing to Rook G6, Rook F7, take everything, Queen F7, take King F7, go for endgame, Queen F7, take Rook B6, D3, King F1, and then Knight H4, D3, King. Maybe I'm also losing, but at least I have some pass pawn or something. Maybe this also lost for black. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but let's say this pawn.
Do they have Rook B4? I'm not sure. Can you take Rook B4? Maybe. So maybe this also winning for white, but I thought
Rook H7 was so tempting, right? And after the move Rook H7,
Rook H7,
it seemed like Fabi is winning, but you found this King H6, bravely went with the king forward.
And actually here, I'm not sure how to win for white. Queen B8, yeah?
Yeah, so perhaps Queen B8 was the best here. Where did you surprise
Knight H4? How do you mate? Queen B8, Knight H4? Or Queen D8 even better, yeah?
Queen D8. But still, it would require some...
Queen F6.
Ooh. Queen F6 now, yes, so that was the difference, yes. Which is, again,
that's
so
what
easy
I didn't see,
to spot, yes.
Probably Niemann would see in a second.
We could find out later.
2022 Niemann especially.
I'm sure you will discuss it.
No, he's very strong.
Yeah,
but I mean, also he was very shocked he played queen f6 quickly because he just made time control.
That's what I wanted, yes, to ask you also. Like you said that move 41, you were surprised he made the move so quickly, right?
Yeah, I think he just thought I was going to resign.
Yeah. My last question, Wesley, like, what do you think about the situation now that you kept +2 at the moment? Fabi is with the same amount of points as well as Hans.
Well, it's great that I saved today's game. Take it game at a time. But, yeah, again, my plan, at least in this tournament, the next few months, is not to focus too much on results, but try to improve as a player.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Wesley. Today was really good day for you, I think.
Yeah, a day at a time, a game at a time. I mean, obviously, was very lucky today, but sometimes it happens. I've also blown winning positions in the past. So
for sure.
That's the way chess is.
Yes. It was a crazy game. Thank you so much, Wesley, and we'll go back to the studio.
Our congratulations, Wesley. It was really, really a remarkable save. And I also noticed that during the interview,
We have a result.
also
Rose
made a draw.
Atwell drew against Tatev Abrahamian.
For some reason, I really thought that Tatev was the one pushing in that game. I really liked her position.
She did have an advantage, but I guess it wasn't enough to convert.
Let it slip. What's left?
Last game left, Anna Sargsyan against Nazi Paikidze. And that is going to be the opposite color battle with extra pawn for Nazi. But Nazi has only 2 minutes and 25 seconds, while Anna has 27 minutes.
Time's not the factor because she's trading off the queens and then is going to go king c5, king b4, and making a direct beeline towards that honeypot on b3.
And right now, right here,
we go. Let's
White
go.
has to save the game with one move.
c5
And
check.
it is absolutely remarkable. The move c5, the only move to play to save this game. But, and she's going to go into a complex thing, a big thing because of a complex position. First of all, what if we just take the pawn?
Clear. That's
Queen
the first
e7.
one.
Queen e7?
King b6.
And then go back.
Queen d8.
King a7.
Queen d8 is possible. King back.
And we have...
And now you
Bishop
wonder,
f3.
why'd you give up the pawn? Well,
Because
bishop
you're-
f3,
Your king cannot go anywhere.
preparing to sacrifice. But now queen to b2.
Threatening bishop e1. Hello.
Your own threats. Don't forget this pawn can push, so don't start moving your queen away. In this position, you must sacrifice right now.
Bishop e1.
Obviously, if you take,
that's
the draw is instantaneous. We're going to take on c6 with check. You're fine. So, we go back. Bishop takes on c6. Queen takes is not possible. Now, two moves, queen d7 or bishop b5. Either move prevents this pawn from advancing. Now we have a situation where this pawn can't advance. Queen can always go here. And we have a different kind of position. It's still not totally easy, but white is in a different universe compared to the position she had before.
Right.
The other line to play, if we go all the way back, after the move c5,
check.
you don't have to take. You could go backwards.
Okay.
And say, okay, what did you do? We're
Right.
still trading queens. I'm going to still get this pawn and everything. The big difference is now you can take. And now you can play bishop to e2. And both of you are in a little bit of a race, bishop to b4. Don't go with bishop c4, but instead start bringing your king in the game. Because your king actually moves very quickly into the position. Your king is much more... Remember this king was the one that was doing the job?
going to b2. That
Now-
was great.
Yes, now it's this king doing the job, looking to collect, not leaving that job up to the bishop. Bishop will defend over here, no problem. And the bishop to e7, race with that king. Suddenly you're coming in, you're angling, and you're making your draw. It's still a ways to go, but it is the way to go. And will she find it? If she doesn't, she is gone. She's -4. If she doesn't play c5 check right now, she is dead. And she knows it. She is putting a lot of thinking time into this position to try to understand, can I save this? Because if she doesn't play that way, that endgame with the king prancing up to c5 to b4 is going to be, excuse me, a massive problem as I try to cough my way.
Out of the...
cough the words out.
Right. I play c5 because I understand that any queen trades that allow the king to get to b4, I just lose.
And we were looking at the move c5 in a different, slightly different variation, but the same idea. You know, I'm wondering if I go c5, if you can take a look at it again.
Absolutely.
So king takes.
Yeah, it is a remarkable way of trying to save the game.
Queen e7, check, check, king a7, bishop f3. Now Maurice played something like queen b2. If I don't see rook takes c6, you know, while, like, if I have this position, yes, you see it. But if you are analyzing that position from, you know, 6 moves back, then you may miss bishop takes c6. But if queen b2, can I just go queen d7, having the threat of capturing bishop b6?
Yes.
Bishop takes c6. By the way, we have a move, king f1 on the board.
Ooh, that was not the saving move. Now we're looking at Anna is not holding this anymore.
No, the endgame is lost.
King takes, king here.
Trade queens.
The problem is anytime. Oh,
whoa, whoa,
D3.
whoa! What just happened?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Very quick.
D3.
This happens to be winning as well.
Oh, that's nice because you're kind of building a wall. The king cannot come closer at all. Once you capture the queen, which you pretty much have to,
obliged
because if you go queen f3, there's still queen e1 and queen e4, right?
That is one way, but you're just chained to the bishop on d1, and the same business. The king is just making.
And I can trade the queens anytime I want.
Precisely so.
And now, if you capture that queen and bishop recaptures, the white king is never getting closer.
The question I would have is now, can I try to be as tricky as possible with c5? I mean, I'm afraid any queen trade, which Anna's just done, is going to be a lost position because this king is coming directly to d4, where the pawn is going to be defended and escorted to the finish line.
Is Nazi on -1?
No, she's at 50%.
50%.
She's currently at 50%. Oh, she was at +2 and then she lost 2. So she's having a roller coaster tournament herself.
Like Arena Krush, yes, exactly. Wow.
But for her to go to +1.
And taking down the tournament leader at that.
I mean, this tournament is pure drama. Up and down. Wow.
It's terrifying when you get these events where, and it's king, right? King, yeah, the king, the march of the king.
Only chance
so
now.
G4, only chance to get that pawn to get a past H pawn, but I don't think it's anywhere close enough.
We take with the F pawn, right? We start with that.
No, pardon me. I'm thinking the only play in the position is bishop takes h5.
So you just keep it. You just play king b4.
No. I'm thinking that for you to play bishop takes h5, you must play f4.
Correct.
Okay. You can't play f4. Your bishop is stuck.
I mean, f4 is on the board. I would just bring the king in, probably.
F4 is also winning by a lot.
The bishop, tell me what the bishop, I mean, I'm crying. The bishop on d1 is, what's the opposite of the most valuable piece?
I love the way you play that move. It shows understanding of the problem. Like, it's not about deep calculation.
No.
It's just very clear understanding. That's a world-class move. You know, play the move f4 and then bring your king in. It's
yeah, the bishop is, that's sadistic. The bishop is trapped.
There's resignation on the board.
I mean, Anna, when she saw f4, she went, ugh.
Big win for Nazi.
Wow. And by the way, with that win, Nazi not only brings Anna down, but she jumps on the trampoline and has the same score. She's just a half a point out of first, right?
Who do we pick? This is crazy.
This is
Jennifer, Nazi,
Anna,
Carissa,
Alice, Carissa.
Well, just take Alice out of it for a moment.
Right.
We have 4 former champions
dueling away. Yeah.
At the plus score, right? Zatonsky, Nazi Paikidze. Zatonsky won 4 championships. Nazi Paikidze won 2. Carissa's won 3. Jennifer's won 2. And they're all right there now with 5 rounds to go.
Right.
The only Irina just got knocked back to 50%. We'll have to win a couple of games, maybe like 3 games.
Right.
Alice is the one odd one in the mix, but she's got people to deal with. They're just hungry wolves.
Right. We're going to be looking at our standings soon, but I think for Anna, she just must feel so bad.
What about Bobby?
Oh, yeah, well, and
So
he's not on my dinner card tonight, I can tell you that. That would not be a fun dinner, sorry.
Three-way tie for the first place. Fabiano Caruana with really unfortunate draw for him as he was winning his game today. Wesley and Hans-Niemann all with 4 points, and then clear fourth, Levon Aronian.
No change in our standings. Only Andy Woodward was our only victor. Wow. Peeking ahead for the pairings tomorrow, Katja?
Very nice pairing tomorrow. Hans-Niemann against Fabiano Caruana and Wesley against Andy Woodward, who won back-to-back 2 games now.
Wow. I hate playing players who are on a streak, hot streak. You want to play them when they're on a low streak. Okay, and in the ladies, what about the standings there?
Not sure if we have that ready. We have to wait a little bit for that.
I expect perfection.
No, but seriously.
Did I come to the wrong place?
The reality of this tournament in round,
it's crazy.
Midway point.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there's some tension, massive tension in the open section, but the women, I mean, it's.
Yeah. Oh,
if you think you know what's going to happen, you don't.
Sock'em. No,
you just don't.
No.
The way they're playing right now, the wins are coming all kinds of various ways, and people who are at the top right now, they all know how to win this tournament. And Alice knows how to win tournaments because she's won
the American Cup. Yep.
Who knows what's going to happen in 5 rounds? It's incredible.
But now you start to really realize what a big miss Fabi had today.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a massive tie at the top, 3 players, but the jam right behind the leaders as well. Fabi wins today. He knocks Wesley down. He's got a ½ point lead over the rest of the field. He's playing
hold on.
Fabi.
Be clear. If he knocks Wesley down,
right, he's a ½ point ahead of Hans.
It's not the field. It's Hans.
Full stop.
It would be him. It would be him at first.
Hans at second.
Only Hans, who he plays.
And then a tie at 3rd, 4th with
Levon.
And then a 3rd, 4th
with Levon and
Wesley. Then the rest of the field is all the way down here.
Well, Andy at 50%.
Right? Point and a half behind him.
Yeah.
So he would just separate himself in such a beautiful way and then play Hans and think, okay, let me go beat Hans up tomorrow.
Once again, Fabi had a 1 position against Wesley. He would have been at 4.5. Wesley would have been at 3.5. And it would have been 1st, 2nd, and a massive tie for 3rd and 4th.
And Hans would be in the unenviable position of really badly needing to beat Fabi. Because if he doesn't, he won't be able to control his destiny after that.
Exactly.
And you have to hope that Fabi trips up.
And
are we ready for
perfection?
perfection?
Yes, look at that.
We are ready for
standings
perfection.
here. Alice Lee and Anna Zatonsky
Louise.
tied for the
Is this
first
real?
place with 4 points. But then look at that. 5-way tie for the 3rd place. Only ½ point behind the leaders. I mean, this tournament, anybody can win. And Anastasiya is right now with Nazi. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, we just checked the table, the standings, and Nazi took part with changing the situation. Now Anna is not leading anymore after losing this game, and you actually managed to get to tie for the 3rd. How does it feel?
I'm still processing what just happened. This was a very long game, and I was better from pretty much early middle game, but then I didn't play very well, and she got this kind of a fortress, which I thought I could play and torture her for a while, but then it kind of seemed like, okay, I'm not actually winning. I couldn't find a breakthrough. And when I got down all the way to 2 minutes, I considered to offer a draw, because after move 60, we can offer draws. But I'm so glad I didn't, because at the end, she just missed D3, and then I'm completely winning.
So do you believe in fortress or you don't believe in fortress? It's like famous quote.
I do believe in fortresses. Yeah, they do exist.
They do exist. Okay. And I was. I see that we have the game on the board. Yasser is showing. Probably wants to show you any moment. Yeah. Yeah. So you kept moving around, but
yeah, I kept making small.
I don't know.
Progress,
I still believe that it's more difficult to defend still this position. That's a problem. Yes, opponent.
Just to be defending the whole game doesn't feel good, and eventually you can slip up. But she was never in time trouble. She had so much time. She was actually, maybe that was her mistake, that she was rushing a bit too much.
So, but played practical until a certain point. Nazi, you managed to win this game, but I was kind of wondering about your approach before this game, because I know that normally we are recommended to make a draw after not having lost a couple of great games. So what you were thinking before the game?
Honestly, I was thinking exactly that, Nastya. Especially with the black against Anna, who's having a great tournament. She's still in first place. So I was like, if I make a draw, that's a great result. And then I think she came to win, because she lost also yesterday, and she didn't play with that mindset to make a draw today. She was determined to win, and she risked maybe too much.
Yeah, so let's say if your opponent wants to fight, like, you have no choice but to change your approach at this time. Yes, so right now it seems like the tournament is wide open and anybody can win. How does it feel, like, the atmosphere in the playing hall, that everybody is losing, winning, gets chances?
It's. I think in the beginning everyone was kind of solid, and now we've gotten to the point where all the players are tired, and there's a lot of decisive games, and anybody can beat anybody. Completely unpredictable.
Yeah. When are we going to see you in the confessional?
Oh, I didn't even think about that today. Now, if I have a lot of time on the clock and a good position, then you'll see me.
Yeah, well, looking forward for it, we'll be waiting.
Me too.
Thank you, Nazi. And all the best of luck for tomorrow. It was a really long game, a long day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Nazi. Go to the confessional when I'm better on the clock, better position, winning. Everything went really well. Thank you for watching and joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we hope you enjoyed our live broadcast. Good night from St. Louis.
Good night.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.